Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. The house was too quiet, almost oppressively so. Carl could hear the distant hum of the refrigerator, the occasional creak of the old floorboards beneath his feet, but nothing else. The silence was thick, like it was something that lived in the corners, something that would lurch out at any moment. He always felt it here. His grandfather's house had never felt quite right, even before the old man passed. It had been a week since Carl moved in, a decision he had made, in a haze of grief. His breakup had been sudden, brutal, and left him adrift. His grandmother's passing a year before had been too much of a blow to bear, and now this, the house, his inheritance. He barely thought about what it meant. He was too caught up in his mind, in his loneliness. The attic door stood ajar, like it always had. Carl's hand hovered over the old brass doorknob. It had never been opened since his grandfather passed. There had been no reason to. The house was full of relics, old newspapers, forgotten books, and knickknacks nothing he'd ever cared enough about to explore. Yet today, something tugged at him, something almost unexplainable, like the house was whispering for him to uncover. Whatever was hidden, he stepped up the narrow, creaking staircase. His footfalls felt too loud in the otherwise still house, each step a reminder that he was more alone than he could ever admit. He reached the attic door and pushed it open. Dust motes swirled in the dim light filtering through the small window. The attic was filled with old furniture, boxes stacked high, and forgotten treasures. But it wasn't the contents that caught Carl's attention. It was the small wooden chest, half hidden beneath a stack of old blankets, its corners chipped and worn. He approached, heart suddenly racing. As he knelt down, the musty scent of old paper and decay filled the air. His fingers brushed the chest's surface, sending a shiver down his spine. There was something about it. With a sudden urgency, Carl opened the chest. Inside were hundreds of small buttons of every size, shape, and color, all arranged with meticulous care. Some were tarnished, others gleaming with a strange, unnatural sheen. The sight of them unsettled him. His breath caught in his throat. He pulled it out, unfolding it carefully. The handwriting was shaky, old, but legible. The words made his skin crawl as his eyes moved over them. These buttons are cursed. Use them, and you will never be the same. The choice is yours, but remember each button you take will bring you closer to the dark. Carl stared at the paper, a sense of dread settling over him. The house felt even quieter now, as if holding its breath. The sound of the wind outside howled through the cracks in the walls, but the air in the attic was still. Too still. Something was watching him. Carl didn't touch the buttons at first. Not at first. He placed the chest back exactly where it had been, beneath the old blankets. His fingers trembled as he did so, like something was pulling at him from the inside, urging him to leave it be. But he couldn't. Not yet. He hadn't been able to stop thinking about it, and as the sun dipped below the horizon that evening, Carl found himself walking back to the attic. He felt like a puppet with invisible strings tugging at his every movement. The attic was just as he had left it, but now in the darkening light, it felt different. He hesitated, then knelt in front of the chest. The button collection gleamed, each one impossibly pristine in the shadows, like a gathering of forgotten stars. His heart beat loudly in his chest, his palms sweating as he opened the chest again. There were no more letters, no further instructions, just buttons, and the softest sound barely perceptible at first. Like a whisper in the corners of his mind, curiosity had always been Carl's downfall. He pulled one button from the pile, a dark, glassy thing that gleamed like a drop of ink in water. The moment his fingers brushed its surface, The room seemed to shift. The temperature dropped. The air grew heavy. His breath caught in his throat. Something was wrong. The voice was a subtle thing at first, just a flutter of sound like wind through leaves, but it was unmistakable. It wasn't in his head, it was real as the room he was sitting in. The voice was low, insistent, pleading. It wasn't a voice that seemed to want anything good for him, but still, Carl felt drawn to it. He stared at the button, his palm, almost hypnotized. He could hear his heartbeat in his ears, loud and erratic. "Take it, Carl." He closed his eyes, then slowly, almost against his will, placed the button into his pocket. There, it was done. The instant his fingers left the button, the air in the room shifted. The whispering stopped, but the silence that followed was thick, almost oppressive. Carl sat still, unmoving, unsure whether he had made a mistake. His mind was racing. He wanted to leave, to forget about the buttons entirely, but he couldn't. There was a compulsion now, like the button had tethered something inside him, something he couldn't shake off. Something dark dot as he climbed down the stairs. The house seemed quieter than before. The creaks of the floorboards under his feet were muffled, as though the house itself had exhaled and now held its breath. The air smelled heavier, filled with a musty scent, like damp earth or something long dead. He couldn't place it, but it was a smell that clung to him, heavy on his skin. He sat in the living room, the evening drawing close, the pale light of the street lamps casting long, thin shadows through the windows. Carl tried to ignore the pressure that was building in his chest. His fingers kept brushing his pocket where the button rested, a constant reminder of the choice he had made. And then the whispers came again. Not from the attic this time. No, they were closer, far closer. A faint murmur just beyond the edge. Of hearing like the shadows themselves were speaking. "Why haven't you done it yet?" The voice, no longer soft, but sharp and biting, scraped across his consciousness. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and his heart thudded painfully in his chest. He felt like he was losing his grip on himself, as though the very walls of the house were closing in on him. The room seemed to stretch, its corners, twisting in ways that made his eyes ache. He turned slowly, looking over his shoulder, expecting to see something, anything, but there was nothing there, just the shadows, as they had always been. Carl's pulse hammered in his ears. He stood up suddenly, the chair scraping violently against the floor. His thoughts were a tangle of fear and confusion. He had to leave. He had to get away from here. But his feet were already moving before his mind could catch up. He crossed the room in a daze, pulled the door open, and stepped outside. The cold night air slapped his face, but it didn't help. His breath came out in short, shallow gasps, the pressure in his chest growing tighter. The street was empty, quiet, almost unnervingly so. The sound of his footsteps was the only thing he could hear as he wandered down the cracked sidewalk. Each step felt heavier than the last, as though the ground itself was pulling him back. And then, from somewhere behind him, the voice came again. "You can't outrun it, Carl. You can't escape." His blood ran cold. His legs faltered, and he turned to look over his shoulder. There, at the end of the street, a shadow stood. Not a person, just a shape. A silhouette that seemed to absorb the light, becoming darker with every passing second. Carl froze. He knew it. His mind screamed at him to run, to get back to the safety of his house, but he couldn't. His feet were rooted to the spot, as if the shadow had already reached inside him and was holding him there, tethering him to the moment. Then the whisper came again, now clear and sharp. "Come back, Carl." It was the button. He could feel it. He could feel the pull stronger now, as though the object in his pocket had grown heavier, more demanding. The shadow at the end of the street seemed to lean forward, the shape flickering in and out of existence. Carl could feel the darkness around him growing thicker, suffocating, curling around him like the fingers of a hand. "Come back," it repeated, a command now, not a plea. And Carl, without thinking, turned and ran. He didn't remember the walk home, didn't remember how he ended up back in the house. All he could think about was that voice, the way it seemed to follow him, the way it had seeped into his skin, the way it refused to let him go. When Carl reached the door, he slammed it shut behind him and leaned against it, gasping for breath. His body trembled, but it wasn't just fear. It was something else, something deeper. The button in his pocket seemed to burn against his skin. A single thought flickered through his mind, cold and heavy. What did I do? His pulse raced as he slowly reached into his pocket, pulled the button free, and looked at it. There it was, still as dark and smooth as when he first saw it, yet somehow different now. It felt ... alive, like it was waiting for something, waiting for him. And then a loud knock came at the door. Carl's heart stopped. The knock came again, louder this time. The door rattled with the force of it. He wasn't alone. Carl stood frozen, his heart hammering in his chest, as the knock on the door echoed through the silence of the house. A second knock, even harder this time, rattled the wood, sending a sharp tremor down his spine. His breath caught in his throat. He couldn't move. His legs felt like lead, his entire body locked in place by a terror he could neither explain nor outrun. The sound was unmistakable. Someone nor something was outside, at his door. He glanced toward the window, the street. Outside was shrouded in darkness, the faint glow of the street lamps casting long shadows. But there was no movement, no figure in sight, nothing. Just the oppressive quiet of the night. Yet the knocks continued, each one louder than the last. As if the entity outside were growing impatient, Carl's mouth went dry. The weight of the button in his pocket felt unbearable now, like a cold stone pressing against his side. He wanted to pull it out, to throw it away, to scream, but the words caught in his throat. The air in the room felt thick, as though it were pressing against him from all sides, suffocating him. The knocks stopped suddenly. A deafening silence followed, so complete it felt unnatural, like the world itself had held its breath. Carl held his own breath, waiting for the next sound, the next movement, but nothing came. And then the voice returned, low, guttural, reverberating in his mind like a physical presence. "Open the door, Carl." It wasn't a request, it wasn't a plea. It was a command, delivered with an urgency that made his blood run cold, but it persisted, burrowing deeper into his consciousness, curling around his very soul. "Open the door, Carl. We are waiting." The voice was not just in his head anymore, it was outside too. The words felt like they were being whispered, directly, into his ears, like a breath on the back of his neck, warm and insistent. His legs finally moved, but it wasn't in the way he expected. It was as if his body had decided for him, as if the weight of the world was pulling him toward the door. His feet carried him across the room before he could even think to stop them, moving against his will, toward the door where the voice called to him. "Open it." His hand reached for the doorknob, and for the first time, Carl was aware of how cold the metal felt against his skin. He could feel the tremor in his fingers as he twisted it, and the moment the door cracked open, a gust of cold air rushed into the room, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something more, something foul. His eyes scanned the darkness. Beyond the door, no one was there. Nothing but the impenetrable blackness of the street, the empty road stretching out into the night like a void. Yet Carl felt it. Something was out there. Something was watching him, waiting. "Come out, Carl. We've been waiting for you." The voice was clearer now, stronger, its tone like the scraping of fingernails against wood. The air around Carl seemed to shimmer, like something ancient was stirring just beyond his reach. The button in his pocket felt as though it were alive, as though it were pulsing with an energy that demanded his attention, demanding that he complete whatever had begun. It felt like the house itself was bending, warping, growing darker. its very structure shifting. The walls groaned, the floorboards creaked, and for a brief, terrifying moment, Carl thought he saw something, a shadow, a silhouette move across the edge of his vision, just beyond the doorway. But when he looked, there was nothing. Still, the air felt thicker now, more oppressive, as though the house had become part of the haunting itself, as though it were no longer simply a place where Carl lived, but something more, a vessel for the darkness that had claimed it. Carl, the whisper came again, this time closer, almost as if the voice were in the room with him. His pulse thundered in his ears, and he instinctively stepped backward, pulling the door shut with a violent force. The cold metal knob was slick with sweat as his hand clamped down on it. He didn't look away from the door, didn't dare. Mind screamed at him to run, to get out of the house, to leave before whatever it was could get to him. But then he remembered. The button. It was in his pocket, pressing against his side, waiting. A sudden realization hit him like a freight train. The button was part of it, the thing that had been calling to him, that had been whispering to him, the voice he could feel crawling inside. His mind wasn't separate. It was tied to the button. The button was the key to whatever dark force had come into his life. A doorway he had opened without understanding the consequences, and it was just the beginning. The thought was enough to snap him out of his paralysis. He needed to leave now. He had to get rid of the button, destroy it, bury it, whatever it took. Carl turned on his heel and stumbled toward the living room, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His pulse was wild, erratic, and the pressure in his chest was growing heavier, suffocating. He needed space, he needed to think. The floorboards groaned beneath his feet, and every creak of the house seemed to grow louder in the oppressive silence. He reached the coffee table, his hands shaking as he fumbled with the button in his pocket. He pulled it out, staring at it. The button was still dark, its surface smooth and glossy, but now it seemed to hum with a strange energy, almost like it was alive, like it was waiting. Carl gripped it in his palm, his fingers digging into the cool surface. And then, for the first time since he found it, he heard it clearly, a low, almost imperceptible hum, like a vibration coming from deep within the object. His skin crawled, the hairs on the back of his neck rising. A violent, sudden knock at the door shattered the stillness. No, Carl couldn't think. His mind was spinning, his body paralyzed with fear. The knock came again, harder this time, the sound almost like the pounding of fists against wood. The air around him seemed to pulse, with a deep, low thrum, like the heartbeat of the house itself. And then, just when he thought he couldn't take it anymore, the voice came again. "I'm here, Carl. I'm waiting. You know what you must do." The words dripped with malice, with a venomous promise. He could feel it in his bones now, the absolute certainty that whatever was on the other side of that door was not something he could outrun. He had to act. His pulse beat in sync with the throbbing energy coming from it. His fingers trembled around the object, but he didn't throw it away. He couldn't. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, like they were clawing at his very soul. He could feel his sanity fraying, unraveling at the edges. He had no choice now. Whatever was on the other side of that door, whatever darkness had come into his life, had to be stopped. But he wasn't ready. He wasn't strong enough. "Open the door, Carl." The voice was like the final command before his mind shattered. But before he could respond, a loud crash from upstairs silenced everything. Something had entered the house. Carl stood frozen in the living room, the echo of the crash still reverberating through his body, sending tremors down his spine. His blood ran cold, his hands shaking as the oppressive silence of the house fell over him again. It wasn't the silence of peace, it was the heavy, suffocating kind of silence that followed an intrusion. He could feel the weight of the air pressing against him, the sense that something unseen, something ancient, was watching him from the shadows. The crash had come from upstairs. It sounded like something had been thrown violently across the room. The sharp splintering of wood following the thud of impact. But the house was still. The walls didn't groan like they used to. No creaks, no sounds of the house settling. Everything was still, unnaturally so. The only sound that pierced the silence was his own breathing, shallow and ragged. His mind raced, his thoughts fragmented. He had to go upstairs. He had to see what was happening. But every instinct screamed for him to run, to leave this place, to forget about the buttons. Yet his feet moved forward, and before he realized it, he was at the foot of the staircase. The wooden steps groaned under his weight as he ascended slowly, each step sounding louder than the last, his breath tight in his chest. The staircase was narrow and old, the dark wood worn by years of neglect, the dim light from the hallway casting long shadows along the walls. The very air seemed heavier here, laden with an oppressive stillness that smothered his thoughts. He reached the top of the stairs and hesitated. The hallway stretched out before him, empty, as if it had been waiting for him to return. The door to the guest room was ajar, and beyond it, he could see a faint movement in the corner of his Vishnu shadow, a flicker of something that didn't belong. Carl's throat tightened, and his hand instinctively went to his pocket, where the button still lay, an unyielding weight against his side. He pulled it out, feeling its cold, smooth surface, as if it were grounding him in this madness. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he could throw the button away, run out of the house, escape. But the thought vanished almost as soon as it arrived. He couldn't run, not anymore, not when the darkness had already found him. The shadow moved again. Carl forced himself to move toward the door. His legs felt like lead, his feet dragging as though the house itself were trying to pull him back, to keep him from seeing what awaited him inside. He reached out, his hand trembling as he pushed the door open. The room was bathed in a faint, eerie glow, the light coming from the window. The walls, lined with old bookshelves and dust-covered furniture, seemed to watch him, silent sentinels, in the gloom. But it wasn't the room that caught his attention. It was the figure standing at the far corner near the window. The figure was tall, impossibly tall, with a long, thin frame that seemed to stretch unnaturally toward the ceiling. Its features were indistinct, a blur of shadows and shifting darkness, but Carl could feel its presence. He could feel the weight of its eyes, even though they were hidden in the blackness of its face. It was as though the thing was waiting for him, and its silence was an invitation. "Who are you?" Carl managed to force the words out, his voice trembling. His breath caught in his throat, and the words felt wrong, as though they didn't belong to him, as though they had been dragged from him by some unseen hand. The figure did not answer. Instead, it stepped forward, its long limbs moving with a fluid grace that was almost too unnatural to be real. The shadows around it shifted, as though the darkness itself were alive, wrapping around the figure like a cloak. It stopped just in front of Carl, and for the first time, he could feel its presence, a cold, suffocating pressure that pressed down on him, making it difficult to breathe. And then it spoke. "You know who I am, Carl." The voice was not human. It was deep, guttural, but somehow soft at the same time, like a whisper that reverberated through the very air itself. It crawled into his mind, coiling around his thoughts, making his pulse race. "I've been waiting for you." Carl's heart pounded in his chest, a frantic rhythm that felt like it would tear him apart. His legs were trembling now, his body on the verge of collapse. He wanted to scream, to run, to do anything to get away from this ... this thing. But his body wouldn't move. He couldn't move. The darkness that surrounded the figure seemed to grow thicker, suffocating him with its weight. It felt like the room itself was closing in. The figure took another step closer, and Carl's body screamed in protest. but he remained frozen, unable to tear his eyes away. The thing raised a hand, a long, bony finger extending toward him, and then it touched him. Carl's breath caught in his throat as a cold, icy sensation ran through him, as though the touch had reached into his very soul. The pain was not physical, no. This was something deeper, something primal. It was as though the thing was reaching into the core of his being, digging into his memories, his fears, his regrets. "You have already given me a part of yourself, Carl," it whispered, its voice like 1,000 voices, each one more twisted than the last. "You've invited me into your life." Carl's mind reeled. He could feel it's something ancient, something evil, had taken root in him, and it was growing, feeding off of his fear, off of his desperation. The figure's grip tightened and his vision blurred, his head spinning as the darkness deepened. "I am the one who guides you," it continued, "the one who calls." The words echoed in Carl's mind, a terrifying chorus that seemed to bleed into every corner of the house, into every thought he had. He could feel the weight of the figure's gaze, even though its eyes remained hidden in the shadow of its face. The sensation was maddening, suffocating. "I can't," Carl gasped, but the figure's presence was too overwhelming. He couldn't think, he couldn't breathe, he couldn't even speak. "You already belong to me," it whispered again, the voice growing louder, more insistent. "You always have." The room around him seemed to warp, the walls stretching and shifting as though they were alive, closing in on him. The shadows seemed to swallow everything, growing thicker and darker until Carl couldn't see anything at all then. Just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. Carl fell to his knees, gasping for air. His hands were slick with sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. His heart pounded in his chest, and he could feel the weight of the silence in the room, the absence of the figure's presence, pressing down on him like a physical force. But it wasn't over. He knew that the button in his pocket, seemed to burn against his skin, its cold weight reminding him of the choice he had made. He pulled it out, staring at it. The darkness around him had receded, but the sense of dread remained. Whatever it was, whatever force had come into his life, was far from finished, and Carl knew, deep down, that he was no longer in control. He was no longer the one calling the shots. The darkness had claimed him, and there was no turning back. The whispers returned, softer this time, but no less insistent. "Take it." And Carl, in that moment, understood. He had no choice but to follow. The room was spinning. Carl clutched the button tightly in his hand, feeling its unnatural weight press against his palm. It was as though the very object had become a part of him, a dark thread woven into his soul, and each moment he held it, he could feel it pulling him deeper into the void. His breath came in shallow, erratic gasps as his vision blurred, the edges of the room distorting like smoke in the wind. He stumbled backward, his legs unsteady beneath him, and collapsed onto the floor, the chill of the wooden boards biting through his thin clothing. His heart thudded painfully in his chest, each beat a reminder of the choice he had made, the choice he couldn't undo. The whispering had stopped for a moment, but the silence was just as oppressive, just as suffocating. Carl's hands shook uncontrollably as he stared at the button, the black glass gleaming in the dim light of the room. He felt the pulse of the thing deep within his chest, beating in time with the rhythm of the world around him, as though the button had become an extension of the darkness itself. The figure, the shadow that had haunted him, that had touched him, was gone, but its presence lingered in the air, as though it had seeped into the very fabric of the house. He could still feel it, watching him from the corners of the room, in the shifting shadows and the faint rustle of the air. The darkness was no longer something outside of him. It was inside, growing, spreading through every fiber of his being. He could hear it now, the sound of footsteps from upstairs, the the house was waking up. It was alive in a way it had never been before. Carl could barely keep his eyes open, the pressure in his head growing stronger with each passing second. His vision swam, and for a moment, he wondered if he was dreaming, if all of this was just a nightmare from which he could wake. But no. The weight of the button in his hand, the cold air that cut through him, the oppressive silence that pressed in from all sides, these were real. To real dot, the footsteps grew louder. Carl's head snapped up, his heart leaping in his chest. They were coming closer. Someone or something was moving through the house, but there was no one. The house was empty. He was alone. The door to the room creaked open, and Carl's breath caught in his throat. No one stepped through it. No physical form entered the room. But the door opened, emptiness so deep it threatened to swallow him whole. It was as if the door itself had become a passage, a rift into something he could not comprehend. The air around him seemed to hum with power, vibrating with an energy that pulled at him from the very center of his being. The walls seemed to ripple, as though they were made of liquid, the house warping, shifting, as if it were alive. His eyes widened in horror as he realized what was happening. The house wasn't just haunted, was part of the curse, part of the ritual. The house was alive, and whatever was inside it had claimed him as its next victim. The whispers returned, louder now, filling his mind with their chilling cadence. You have opened the door. You have made the choice. The voice was not one, but many, echoing from all around him, like 1,000 voices speaking in unison, and the sound reverberated through his skull, vibrating his very bones. Carl's hands clutched the button harder, the smooth surface digging into his skin, the hum growing stronger, louder. It was the sound of something ancient, something that had been waiting in the dark for a long time, and now it was awake. It had found its way into Carl's soul, and there was no escape. You cannot fight it. The voice was soft, but it carried a weight that made Carl's chest feel heavy, as though it were pulling the very air from his lungs. You are already ours. Carl's legs buckled beneath him, and he fell to the floor with a thud, his body limp with exhaustion. His mind raced, fighting to hold on, to retain some shred of his former self, but it was futile. His thoughts were slipping away, dissolving in the black tide that threatened to consume him. He had made a choice, and now he would pay for it. A figure materialized in the doorway, but this time it was not the shadow he had seen earlier. This figure was more distinct, more defined. It was a woman, or what appeared to be a woman draped in tattered robes, her face hidden in the folds of a veil. Her form was pale, almost translucent, and she stood perfectly still, her presence radiating an unnatural cold that chilled Carl to his very core. We are all connected, the woman whispered, her voice like the rustle of dead leaves. Through the buttons, through the curse, we are bound together. You chose Carl. You are one of us now. Carl's breath hitched, his chest tight as though the air had turned to stone. The button in his hand felt impossibly heavy now, its surface burning against his skin. The woman stepped forward, her footfalls silent, as though she moved through a world of shadows. You were not the first, she continued, her voice growing softer, more intimate. But you will not be the last. Carl opened his mouth to speak, to scream, but no sound came. His throat felt dry, as if the very words had been stolen from him. The woman extended her hand, and in her palm, Carl saw another button, a different, one smaller, made of a strange iridescent material that shimmered in the darkness. This is the button that binds us, she whispered. The final key to the door you've opened. Carl's body moved of its own accord. He couldn't stop it. His fingers reached out for the button, trembling as they brushed against its smooth surface. The moment his skin made contact with it, his entire body went rigid, his muscles locking in place, as though an invisible force were holding him captive. And then the world shattered. The room disappeared, the walls dissolving into a vast, empty void. Carl felt as though he was falling through nothingness, tumbling into an endless abyss. The button in his hand pulsed, its dark energy seeping into his skin, filling him with a raw, primal power. He felt the weight of the house of the curse, pulling him deeper into the blackness. The woman's voice came again, but now it sounded distant, muffled, as if it were coming from far away. The ritual is complete. The house is ours. Carl's chest tightened, his body jerking as if it were caught in the grip of something inhuman. His mind was consumed with terror, with the realization that whatever had come into his life, whatever darkness had taken root, was beyond his control. The curse had been set in motion, and there was no escaping it. As the blackness around him grew deeper, more suffocating, Carl finally understood the price of his choice. He had opened the door, and there was no going back. The house was no longer just a house. It was a prison, a place of endless torment, and Carl was its newest occupant. "You belong to us now," the woman's voice whispered one last time, and then everything went black. The darkness was so thick, Carl couldn't see his own hands. He couldn't feel his legs or arms, as though they were no longer a part of him, just distant echoes of his former self. The button still burned against his palm, its weight heavier than anything he'd ever known. The room, the house, everything had melted away into the void. It felt as though he was suspended in time, floating in an endless sea of cold, a place where reality had no meaning and he had no body to anchor him. There was no up or down, no left or right, just emptiness, all-encompassing and absolute. Yet the voices never stopped. The sound so loud and insistent that it seemed to drown out every other thought, every flicker of resistance in his mind. The voices blended together into a cacophony of sound, rising and falling in unnerving harmony, each one calling to him, pulling him deeper into the abyss. "You cannot fight this. You are ours. There is no escape, Carl." Their words blurred together, slipping into his consciousness like oil into water, pooling in the corners of his mind. He tried to push them away, to drown them out, but they came back stronger, more insistent, filling every part of him. It felt like they were inside his head, burrowing deeper, wrapping around his thoughts, twisting them, contorting them into something else. Something unrecognizable. Carl tried to scream. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His chest constricted with the effort, and for a moment he thought he was choking. The weight of the button pressed harder against his hand, as though it was pulling him into the center of the chaos, demanding his attention, demanding his submission. Then a sharp, cutting voice cut through the fog of whispers. "It's time to remember." The words were different this time. They were colder, darker, with an edge that scraped against Carl's bones. The voice felt like it was cutting through the very fabric of the darkness, carving a space just for him. His heart skipped a beat. The darkness around him began to shift, to churn as though it were coming alive, its vast emptiness rippling and folding in on itself. Slowly, something began to emerge from the depths of figure, silhouetted by the flickering shadows. At first it was indistinct, a collection of shifting shapes and forms, but as it moved closer, it began to take on substance. Carl's breath caught in his throat. He could feel it now, this presence, this being drawn to him. It was real. Not like the whispers, not like the shadows. This was something solid, something ancient, something powerful beyond measure. The figure stepped into focus, revealing a face that was almost human, but not quite. The features were soft, but twisted, as though they were stretched and bent out, of shape, forced into an unnatural configuration. It was a woman, if it could be called, that her eyes wide and hollow, her skin a pallid gray, her lips drawn back in a smile that was more a grimace than any expression of joy. "You remember me, don't you, Carl?" Her voice was a soft hiss, almost sweet. like a lullaby sung just before death. It slid into his mind, curling around his thoughts, wrapping them tighter with each word. Carl's head spun. He could feel the pressure mounting, like a vice closing in on his skull. He knew this figure. He had seen it before, had felt its presence in the back of his mind. It had been there all along, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. Her smile widened, as though she could sense the realization dawning in him. You've always known me, always known what I am. The truth hit Carl like a wave, drowning him in its terrible weight. The woman this thing was connected to the curse, to the buttons. She wasn't just a shadow or a figment of his imagination. She was part of the entity that had haunted him, part of the darkness that had followed him since the moment he'd found the chest. The buttons were just a gateway, a way for the darkness to enter his life, to claim him, to claim everything. And now it had come for him. It's time to complete the ritual, the woman whispered, her voice dripping with malice. Time to let it all in. Time to open the door for good. The last of Carl's resistance began to fade. His thoughts felt like they were dissolving, slipping through his fingers like water. The house, the shadows, the whispers, they were all carpeted. He could no longer distinguish where the house ended and the darkness began. It had all merged into one, suffocating whole, a place where he no longer had control. You wanted power, Carl. You wanted to escape your grief, your pain. But the only way to escape it was to embrace it. The woman's hand stretched toward him, her fingers impossibly long, the nails sharp and blackened like the edges of broken glass. Carl felt a cold, stinging sensation as her hand passed through his chest, sinking into his heart, her fingers wrapping around it like iron chains. You should have known, she continued, her voice lilting with amusement. The curse was never about power. It was about sacrifice. You gave a piece of yourself away, and now I will take the rest. Carl tried to pull away, but it was too late. Her grip was unyielding, her presence an anchor in the void. He could feel the darkness flooding into him, consuming him from the inside out, washing away everything he once was. His memories, his thoughts, his very identity, they were all being ripped away, replaced by the cold, empty void that had consumed the house. The woman's smile widened, her eyes glittering with a predatory hunger. You are part of us now, Carl. As her words sank in, Carl felt the world around him begin to twist, to warp, and then suddenly everything snapped into focus. The house was no longer a house. It was a cavern, a vast, suffocating pit of darkness that stretched endlessly in all directions. The walls had disappeared. The floor beneath him cracked open to reveal an endless abyss. There was no escape, no light, no sound, except for the voices, the whispers that filled the void, endlessly calling, endlessly waiting. Carl felt a cold tear run down his cheek. His body shook, his limbs numb with the weight of what had happened, but he no longer had the strength to fight. He was lost. They were all lost. The final flicker of his consciousness dimmed, and for the first time, Carl understood what it meant to be consumed. He was no longer a man. He was a part of something greater, something darker. And as the house crumbled into nothingness, he understood that there would be no end, no escape. The ritual was complete. The cold was the first thing Carl became aware of. It seeped into his bones, crawling through his veins like ice water, numbing everything it touched. His limbs felt sluggish, like they no longer belonged to him, but still, he tried to move. He wanted to stand, to run, to escape, but there was no escape. The darkness had wrapped itself around him, a suffocating blanket that held him firmly in place. And then he heard the whispers again, voices pressing against his skull, echoing in his ears, in his mind. He could hear them in his chest, in the very air he breathed. You are ours. It was a chorus of voices, all speaking the same words in a low, guttural hum, pulling him deeper into the void. Carl tried to focus, tried to remember who he was, where he was, but it was as if his identity was slipping away, dissolving into the blackness that surrounded him. His name, his past, everything that had once defined him, it was all becoming meaningless, like water slipping through his fingers. His heart beat wildly in his chest, and he realized with a jolt that he wasn't alone. He could feel them, the things that were here with him, waiting, watching. He couldn't see them, couldn't understand what they were, but he could feel their presence, like a cold breath on the back of his neck, like fingers crawling over his skin. Carl's breathing grew faster, shallow, as the oppressive weight of fear began to crush him. His body trembled, but his mind was still trying to fight it. There had to be a way out. There had to be a way to break free. But the more he thought about escape, the more the whispers grew, the more they pressed in, the more the darkness seemed to fold over him, swallowing him whole. "You can't run, Carl." The voice came from everywhere, from the void itself. It was deep, reverberating, like the sound of something ancient that had been buried for centuries. It wasn't just a voice, it was a presence, a force that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. And when it spoke, Carl could feel it in the deepest part of his soul, in the very marrow of his bones. The air seemed to shift. Something moved within it, a flicker, a shift in the fabric of reality. Carl's eyes strained, trying to see, trying to understand. But it was as if the darkness was a living thing, constantly changing, constantly shifting, making it impossible for him to focus on anything for more than a second. He could see shadows moving in his peripheral vision, but when he turned to face them, they were gone, leaving nothing but the void in their place. The whispers intensified. "You are lost. You belong to us." The words wrapped themselves around his mind like chains, suffocating him, consuming him. His body refused to obey, his legs refusing to move, his arms refusing to reach out for freedom. He could feel his mind unraveling, the edges of his consciousness fraying like the threads of a broken tapestry. His sense of time had long since vanished. He didn't know how long he had been standing there, in eternity, maybe, or just moments. Nothing made sense anymore. "Do you remember?" the voice asked. Carl's chest tightened as it spoke, the words crawling under his skin. "Do you remember the feeling? The first time you held the button?" A wave of nausea hit him, and for a brief moment, Carl's mind cleared. He could remember it now, the moment his fingers had brushed the first button. It had felt so insignificant. At first, just a curiosity, a trinket to keep him distracted, a relic of the past. Then the weight had sunk in, the knowledge that it wasn't just a button. It wasn't just a trinket dot. It had been a door dot, and now the door had opened. The memory of the attic came rushing back. The box, the buttons, the letterets, warning. The pressure in his chest returned, and Carl staggered backward, his hands trembling, as he grasped at the void, reaching for something, anything to hold on to. But there was nothing, nothing but darkness, nothing but the weight of his decisions. "You have opened the door," the voice whispered. "You cannot undo what has been done." The figure that had visited him before, he could feel its presence again, like a shadow looming in the corner of his mind. It wasn't something that existed in the physical world. It wasn't something he could fight. Not with fists, not with words. It was a presence. It was a prison, a vessel, and he had unlocked it. "You are the key," the voice continued. "You opened the door, and now you are the door." Carl's mind shattered with that realization. His body trembled uncontrollably as he dropped to his knees, the cold of the void biting through his skin, through his bones. There was no escape. The darkness was inside him now, and he could feel it growing, pushing its way through every crack in his mind, through every wall of his consciousness. "Let go, Carl." the voice was soft now, gentle, like a lullaby meant to ease him into the void. It was seductive, like it was inviting him to give in, to surrender to the darkness that was already consuming him. But Carl fought it. He fought with every ounce of strength he had left, struggling against the force that was pulling him deeper into the void. He remembered his life, his family, his friends, his old self. He had a life once. He had a world outside this prison. But the more he struggled, the more the darkness grew, until it swallowed everything. "Let go," Carl screamed, the sound tearing through him, but it was swallowed by the void, lost in the endless dark. And then, for the briefest of moments, everything stopped. The voices, the whispers, the pressure in his chest, everything paused, hanging in the air, suspended in time, and then he felt it. The thing that had been chasing him, that had been clawing at his mind, at his soulet, had finally caught up. To him, he felt the darkness closing in around him, like a hand wrapping around his heart. Squeezing. Carl gasped. His breath came in short, ragged bursts, his heart pounding in his chest. But it was too late, just alive. It was him, and he was it. The door was fully open. Carl's body felt as if it no longer belonged to him. His limbs were heavy, like anchors pulling him deeper into the black abyss. And yet, he couldn't move. The darkness had seized control, flowing through him with an intensity that eclipsed every ounce of his being. The button, still clutched tightly in his hand, pulsed like a heart, a malignant throb that echoed through his skull, connecting him irrevocably to whatever it was that had claimed him. It had no face, no form, just the oppressive weight of its presence surrounding him, like a million unseen eyes pressing in from every direction. The whispers, no, not whispers anymore, were a roar now, a constant, insistent sound that was not just in his ears, but in his mind. It was everywhere. It was inside him, reverberating in the very core of his thoughts. The voices, low and mournful, their tones tinged with an ancient malice, echoed the same words over and over again, like a mantra meant to break him down, piece by piece. "You are nothing. You are ours now. There is no escape." Carl's chest tightened, and his heart fluttered like a trapped bird, desperate to escape the clutches of this suffocating void. His throat burned, but there were no tears. There was no fear left. To cry, all that remained was a crushing numbness, an overwhelming sense of being hollowed out, of being consumed by the very darkness that surrounded him. He wanted to scream. He wanted to beg for mercy, for release, but the words wouldn't come. He couldn't speak. It was as if his voice had been stolen from him, his body held hostage by an unseen force. But it wasn't just his body that was captive. It was his very soul. The more he tried to hold on to his memories, to the fragments of his past life that had once defined him, the more they slipped away. They drifted into the darkness like wisps of smoke, and no matter how hard he reached, he could never grasp them. His name, his memories, even the faces of the people he had loved, they were fading, leaving behind only the cold weight of what he had become. "Let go," the voice murmured again, softer this time, almost tender, like a mother coaxing her child into an eternal sleep. "You don't have to fight anymore." Carl shuddered, his head spinning, as if the world itself was spinning around him. The pressure in his chest intensified, pushing him down into the depths of the void. He could feel the walls closing in, could feel the house itself, the very fabric of the place that had once seemed so familiar, now stretching and contorting around him like some ancient beast waking from a long slumber. It was as if the house and the darkness had become one, as if they had always been one, tied together in a twisted dance of inevitability. He thought back to that first moment when he had discovered the box in the attic, the strange pull it had on him, the way the buttons had seemed to call out to him, each one drawing him deeper into this nightmare. Had it been inevitable? Had he ever truly had a choice? Or had this curse been waiting for him all along? buried in the house, waiting for the right moment to spring forth and claim him. There was no time to answer these questions. The answer didn't matter anymore. The darkness didn't care about the past. It was here, it was now, and it had already won. We are your past, your present, your future. The words rang through him like a hammer, striking at the very heart of his existence. He could feel the truth of them, an unbearable weight settling on his chest, suffocating him. He was no longer Carl. He was no longer even human. He had become an extension of this place, a vessel for its endless hunger. And then he felt it, a presence closer than ever before, emerging from the darkness. It was as though the very void had split open, and someone had stepped through. He could hear its breath, deep and slow, each exhalation an unbearable pressure, each inhalation drawing him further into its grasp. The air thickened, and Carl could feel it, the cold that had followed him, that had settled into his bones, now becoming something far worse. It was not just cold, it was painful. It sliced through his body like a blade, sinking into his flesh. His soul, come closer, it whispered, the voice both familiar and terrifying. It had a tone to it that was impossible to ignore. The ritual isn't finished yet, Carl. He couldn't see it. He didn't need to. He felt it. The presence was so overwhelming, so vast, that he could no longer distinguish where it began and where he ended. It was as if the darkness had taken physical form, consuming the very space around him, the house, the walls, the cold air. They were all part of it now, and he was no longer separate. Carl tried to move. His limbs were heavy, his body unwilling, but still, he tried. He couldn't. He refused to surrender completely. Not to this thing. Not to the darkness that had devoured him. There had to be something left in him. There had to be. But the darkness whispered again. You are ours. You always were. The words felt like they were physically inside him, carving their way into his chest. His vision blurred, then sharpened. Images flickered before his eyes. Flashes of memories that weren't his own. Faces, places, sounds too many, too fast. The faces of others, trapped in the same darkness, their eyes wide with terror, their screams lost in the infinite void. Were they like him? Had they been drawn into this place, into this prison of endless despair? Carl was losing himself. His thoughts were unraveling, memories shattering like glass, leaving nothing but fragments, broken pieces of who he had been. His sense of self had started to erode, and in its place the shadow grew, filling the void left behind, spreading like ink in water. The figure loomed closer. It was still there, its presence all-encompassing, and Carl realized that it wasn't just a single entity. It was the house itself, the curse, the darkness. It was everywhere, in every corner, in every shadow, and now it had claimed him. It was him, and he was lost. The air grew heavier, suffocating, and Carl's mind finally broke. There was no fight left in him, no resistance. The weight of it, all this endless, crushing emptiness, had worn him down. As his mind slipped away, he finally understood the true meaning of the ritual. It wasn't about power, or fear, or suffering. It was about consumption, about becoming one with the void, one with the house, about never being alone again. Carl no longer existed, not as he once had. Now he was just another whisper in the endless hollow. Carl's mind flickered in and out of existence. He wasn't sure if he was awake or dreaming. Was this reality, or was it the last vestiges of his sanity, desperately trying to hold on to some semblance of control? The boundaries between the two had long since blurred, like a paintbrush dipped in water, leaving streaks of truth and nightmare across the canvas of his soul. Every breath felt like a battle, every heartbeat a reminder of something that was slipping away from him, irretrievably lost. He could still hear the whispers, The dark chorus that had followed him ever since he had first touched the buttons. It was louder now, a constant thrum beneath the surface of his thoughts, like 100 voices all speaking at once, seeping into his skin, into his bones. Some of them were familiar, the voices of those he had known in life, their words laced with grief, with regret. Others were alien, strange, foreign, whispers of things that never were, things that should never have been. The house groaned around him, the floorboards creaking in protest, as though the building itself were alive. And in a way, it was. The house wasn't just wood and stone anymore. It was alive, pulsating with a strange, malevolent energy, its walls bleeding with the very essence of what had been awakened within them. Dark stains of shadow crawled along the walls, shifting like the skin of some ancient creature, its breath heavy and foul, its pulse slow and deliberate. Carl could feel it, feel the presence of the house, pressing in on him from all sides. It was suffocating, crushing him, dragging him deeper into its dark heart. Every step he took felt heavier than the last, each movement more labored, as though the house itself were fighting him, trying to keep him in its grip. He couldn't move quickly anymore. He couldn't run. There was no escaping it. The walls were bleeding. Carl's mind recoiled at the sight, even as his body remained frozen in place. The walls, once solid and unyielding, now seemed to pulse. With life, their surfaces slick with something dark, something thick and wet. The liquid oozed from the cracks in the plaster, dripping slowly to the floor in rivulets, as if the house itself were weeping, mourning the fate it had sealed for all those who had come before him. The smell hit him next. It was acrid, a sharp, metallic stench that filled his nostrils and burned his throat. The blood, if it could be called blood, was not red. No, this was something else entirely. It was black, swirling with the darkness that had claimed this place, as though it had soaked up the very despair that had festered in the house for years. Carl staggered back, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his mind spinning, his vision blurring. He wanted to turn away. He wanted to run. But there was nowhere to run to. The darkness had followed him everywhere. The house, this nightmare, was now a part of him, and he was a part of it. He could feel it in every fiber of his being, as if the very essence of this place had woven itself into his soul. The walls bled louder, the sounds of the liquid splattering against the floor echoing in the silence, mixing with the whispers that never ceased. The sounds grew louder, more insistent, until it was all Carl could hear, all he could feel. His heart hammered in his chest, the sound of it deafening, drowning out everything else. "Come back, Carl," a voice called out from the darkness. It was soft, almost tender, like a mother coaxing a child. The words wrapped themselves around him like a blanket, pulling him back toward the center of the room, toward the bleeding walls, toward the very heart of the house. He didn't want to move. He didn't want to obey, but his feet moved on their own, his body responding to the pull of something that was beyond his control. His legs carried him forward through the thickening darkness, his breath shallow and frantic, his mind screaming at him to stop, to turn around, to get out. But there was no escape. There was no turning back. The blood splattered at his feet as he stepped closer, and the house seemed to hum with energy, vibrating with an ancient power that pulsed through the very walls. The air around him thickened, the temperature dropping, so sharply that Carl's breath became visible in the air, a fog of cold that hung around him like a shroud. The walls seemed to be closing in, the space shrinking, until he felt as though he were standing at the edge of a precipice, looking down into an abyss that stretched out forever. And then it spoke. "You've come so far," the voice whispered, its tone dripping with mockery. "You've opened the door, Carl. You've let us in. Now you will become one of us." Carl's knees buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the floor. The blood pooled around him, rising like a tide, as if the house itself were trying to drown him. The walls seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat, a slow, rhythmic thrum that shook his body, rattling his bones until all he could do was close his eyes and surrender. But just as quickly as it had all begun, the blood stopped. The walls ceased their bleeding, the pulsing of the house fading into a deathly stillness. Carl's body trembled, his breath shallow. But there was something more now, something darker, something that filled the void where his fear had once been. The whispers were gone, the walls were silent. But in that silence, Carl felt the weight of something else, something that had always been there, something that had been waiting for him. The darkness had taken him completely. "You are part of us now," the voice murmured once more, softer this time, but no less final. "You will never leave." Carl's heart sank. There was no escape. He had tried. He had fought. But now he understood. It wasn't just the house that had taken him, it was the curse that had followed him, that had waited for him to find it, to open the door, to claim what had always been its due. The house was no longer just a prison. It was a tomb, a place where all things were consumed, where nothing remained, not memories, not hope, not life. Carl had opened the door, and now it would never close. And somewhere, deep within the endless void, Carl felt the last of his humanity slip away, consumed by the darkness, by the house. He was no longer Carl. He was part of something else, something older, something far darker. The blood was still there, staining the walls, dripping from the ceiling. But now it was part of him. Too, the house had claimed him. And now it would never let him go. Carl's mind had long ceased to be his own. The fleeting moments of clarity, the desperate, fractured thoughts of his former self, had dissipated into the cold, impenetrable void. The darkness had overtaken him, woven itself into every strand of his consciousness until he was no longer an individual. He had become part of the house, part of the dark, malignant force that now occupied the spaces within his soul. He could still feel it, the pull, the weight of the curse that had settled on him, that had wrapped itself around his heart, sinking deeper with every passing moment. The whispers had faded, but their absence only heightened the silence, a silence so deep, so thick, it felt like the entire world had suffocated under the weight of it. There was only the eternal stillness, the unyielding grip of the house. Carl felt the blood still coating his hands, thick and viscous, as though it had seeped into his skin, becoming part of him. He hadn't realized until now, but the blood had never stopped flowing. It was there in every corner of the house, staining the walls, crawling through the floorboards, creeping into the very air he breathed. The house was alive, and its blood was the very lifeblood of this curse, this never-ending cycle of despair. At first, Carl had thought he was simply lost in the darkness, his mind shattered by the weight of the curse, by the endless weight of his decisions. But now it was different. The blood was more than just a symbol of what had been done. It was the embodiment of the house's hunger, a hunger that never ceased. It was the essence of the curse, and Carl was now its vessel, its sustenance, its purpose. The house had claimed him, and in return, it had taken root in him. He could feel its pulse deep inside, that low, rhythmic thrum that resonated through the very bones of the house, through the marrow of his own existence. It was not merely the walls or the shadows that lived here. Now it was him. Carl tried to move, but his limbs felt as though they were made of stone. Every step was an effort, every breath a painful reminder of the weight he carried within him. He could feel the house's presence all around him, pressing in on him, its cold fingers digging into the very core of his being. It was as though the house had become a living, breathing entity, and he was part of its pulse, part of its endless hunger. The blood had stopped flowing at least. That's what Carl thought at first. But then he saw it again. The walls were pulsing, the same dark ichor running through the cracks. creeping across the floor, collecting like pools of water at his feet. And as the blood gathered, it began to form something, a shape, a figure, something alive. Carl's breath caught in his throat as he realized what it was. A figure emerged from the darkness, its silhouette impossibly tall and thin, like a shadow. Stretching out to meet him, its face was obscured by the flowing tendrils of darkness. It was the entity, the force that had claimed him, the same one that had haunted House for as long as he could remember. It had always been there, lurking in the corners of his mind, waiting for the right moment to take him. The figure moved slowly toward him, its footsteps silent but heavy, as if the very ground beneath it trembled with its presence. Its eyes were black voids, deep and endless, sucking in everything around them. Carl felt himself drawn to it, not by choice, but by necessity, as though his body and mind were being pulled toward it, drawn into its gravitational pull. "Do you see it?" the figure whispered, its voice like the rustling of dead leaves, a sound that scraped against his very soul. "This is what you've become. This is what you've brought upon yourself." Carl's heart stuttered in his chest, but he couldn't speak. The weight of its words, the weight of the truth behind them, was too much for him to bear. He had opened the door, and now the darkness had taken him completely. He was no longer Carl. He was the house. He was the curse. And this was his new reality. The figure raised a hand, and as it did, the house responded. The walls groaned and creaked, as if alive, as if they too were reaching for something, pulling him closer. The blood, the thick black substance, began to pool beneath Carl, rising like a tide surrounding him. It was suffocating, drowning, as though the house itself were trying to consume him, to pull him into its endless depths. "You cannot escape now," the figure murmured, its voice dripping with satisfaction. "You are the key to the house. The house is you." Carl's vision blurred. He tried to resist, tried to break free, but it was futile. His body felt heavy, too heavy to move. The blood, the darkness, it was in him now, suffusing his very being. The house was inside him, and he was inside the house. There was no separation anymore, no boundary. The two had become one, and in doing so, Carl had lost himself. The last vestiges of his humanity had been consumed, swallowed by the very thing he had unleashed. And then he felt it. Down his arms, him entirely. His body twisted, reshaped, as though the house itself were remaking him, tearing him apart and putting him back together again in its own image. He screamed, though he barely recognized the sound as his own. His throat felt raw, his body racked with pain as his skin stretched and contorted, his bones groaning under the pressure. The figure watched him, its dark eyes glowing with a sick satisfaction. "You will be the one to guide them," it whispered, its voice almost tender now, as if speaking to a child. "You will be the one to lead the lost souls who come here. You will be the one to ensure that the cycle never ends." Carl's vision flickered. He could feel the house inside him, feel the pulse of its heartbeat, the steady rhythm of its hunger. His body, no longer his own, obeyed the will of the house. He was reborn, not as Carl, not as the man he once was, but as something else, something monstrous, something that could never leave. He was both a prisoner and a keeper, bound to the house forever. The blood continued to rise, pooling around him until it covered him completely. He was no longer a man. He was the house. He was the blood. He was the endless darkness that had once been a home, a place for those who had been lost. The whispers returned, louder now, and Carl realized with a sense of horror that they were no longer whispers. They were his voice. The house had consumed him entirely, and now he was its vessel, its harbinger. The curse had been passed down, and now Carl would be the one to carry it. As the house bled, as the walls pulsed with the very essence of its hunger, Carl realized that there was no escape. There would never be any escape. This was his life now. This was his eternity. Carl, now a part of the house, could feel the door closing behind him, forever. The house had fully consumed Carl now. There was no trace left of the man who had once lived here, who had once stumbled upon the cursed chest and set in motion the unraveling of his own existence. There was only the echo of a name, a memory, buried beneath layers of shadows and blood. His body, twisted and malformed, had fused with the walls, the blood, the darkness becoming a part of something far older and far more malevolent than he could have ever understood. The house was no longer just a building. It was an extension of Carl himself, and he was an extension of it. He could feel the structure in his bones, in his every breath. It pulsed with life, its walls vibrating with an unearthly rhythm, as though it too were alive, and the two of them, the house and the thing Carl had become, were bound together in a twisted symbiosis. The very air was thick with the weight of it all, like a suffocating cloud of pressure that pressed in on him from all sides, reminding him constantly of his prison. The whispers were no longer fragmented, no longer voices echoing in his mind. Now they were his thoughts, his new voice. They swirled in his head, rising and falling like the waves of some great ocean. They spoke in unison, an eternal chorus that had claimed his soul and bound it to this place, to this dark, never-ending cycle. You belong here, Carl. You are part of us now. The words filled his mind, invaded his thoughts. The truth of it all became clearer with each passing moment. He had never had a choice. There had been no turning back, no escaping once he had crossed that threshold. The button, the attic, the cursed letter, everything had been designed for him, for this dot, and now that the transformation was complete, Carl could feel the power of it thrumming through his veins. He was no longer just a man. He had become the house, the keeper of its dark, unyielding power. He could feel it everywhere, the blood, the darkness, the echoing void that had swallowed him whole. Every inch of the house was part of him now. His heartbeat was its heartbeat. His breath was its breath. But the most terrifying part, he knew that it wasn't over. The curse would never be over. There was no end to this. Not for him. Not for anyone who stepped through the door. Carl could feel the restless souls that had come before him, trapped, lost, and now part of the house. They whispered too, their voices tangled with the others, calling out to him, urging him to carry out the endless cycle. He could feel them, their confusion, their terror, their despair. They had once been like him, innocent, unaware of the fate that awaited them, drawn into the house by the very same pull that had lured him in. But Carl's eyes, or what remained of them, no longer saw the house as it had been. He didn't see the crumbling walls, the decaying floorboards. He didn't see the attic, the hallway, the rooms where he had once lived. Now all he could see was the vastness of the darkness that stretched infinitely around him, an endless void that was both home and prison. The house was everywhere, and it was nowhere. The walls, the blood, the floors, they were him now. And he was them, he was the house, and the house was him. But even in the deepest recesses of his being, even now that he was consumed, there was still a faint, flickering ember of awareness. A trace of the man he had been, of the life he had once had. It was weak, so weak it barely registered. But it was there, like a whisper beneath the avalanche of noise, and it terrified him. He was no longer capable of experiencing the world as he once had. There was no outside, no sun, no sky. There was only the ever-present darkness, the pulse of the house, the endless void of the curse that had swallowed him whole. And yet, the echoes of what had once been still haunted him. How had it all gone so wrong? His memories flickered like the dying embers of a long-extinguished fire. Faces, friends, family, people he once knew blurred and melted into shadows. Every attempt to grasp at his past was met with the cold, unyielding hands of the house, dragging him back into its grasp. It was as though he had never existed as he was. The man who had walked into that attic and discovered the box, the man who had made the fatal choice, was a ghost now, a fleeting image that would fade away, lost in the deepening darkness. But there was more. The house was not only consuming him, it was creating something else. Something that would continue the curse, that would carry it forward. Carl could feel the shift, the subtle changes in the air. The walls vibrated a low hum of energy building, coiling through the structure like electricity. And it wasn't just the house that was changing. It was the souls, the lost souls of all who had come before him. They were waking, stirring, rising, becoming a part of the house, becoming part of him, in the deepest recesses of his mind. Carl could hear their whispers growing louder, their voices joining the chorus that had already claimed him. And in that moment, he understood. He was not alone. The house had claimed him, but it was also preparing to claim others. The whispers, the souls, the darkness, they were all part of the grand cycle. The curse was alive. It was a living, breathing entity that needed to feed, to expand, to grow, and Carl would be the one to feed it. He would be the one to call the next soul, the next lost wanderer, to step into the trap, to become part of the house. His body, or whatever was left of it, trembled as he felt the weight of his new role. He wasn't just a prisoner of the house anymore. He was its guide, its harbinger, its keeper. The floorboards groaned under the weight of the unseen, forces that churned beneath them. The walls trembled, and Carl could feel them bending, shifting, reshaping themselves to accommodate the new souls that would come. The house was alive, hungry, and it was no longer content with just him. It needed more. It needed more victims to feed its endless hunger, and Carl, now a part of it, would be the one to bring them. A sudden realization hit him with brutal force. He was the door. The house had no need for a key anymore. He was the key. The house's blood pulsed again, flowing through the walls, feeding on the darkness that had wrapped itself around his soul. He could feel it inside him, this sickening, twisting hunger that never ceased, that could never be satisfied. And as the walls bled again, he knew the truth. The house would never stop. The darkness would never let go. He was both a prisoner and a warden now. He had become the very thing he had feared, the very thing that would never let go. The curse had transformed him, and now he would transform others, guiding them, trapping them, consuming them. The cycle would never end. The house would always be hungry, and Carl was its newest servant. Carl's existence had been reduced to a haunting echo. No longer truly human, no longer truly anything. He was a part of the house, a vessel, a conduit, a keeper of something dark, something ancient. He could feel the transformation deep in his marrow, the way his body had warped to the will of the house. His skin no longer clung to him as it once had. It felt thin, translucent, like the very essence of him had been stretched across the bones of this place, pulled tight by some unseen force. The blood, the ever-present blood, coursed through the walls and floorboards, leaking from cracks and seams, as though the house itself were a living thing, bleeding from wounds too deep to heal the hunger. Carl could feel it. It had become the pulse of his existence. It was inescapable, gnawing at him from within. It was no longer a distant thought, a passing desire. It was the air he breathed, the foundation beneath his feet, the voices in his head. He had become part of it, and the hunger had become a part of him. Every fiber of his being screamed for more. The house was starving, and Carl could feel it, a vast, insatiable emptiness that stretched beyond the limits of his understanding. It was in the very walls, the floors, the ceilings, this hunger that could never be sated, this thirst for something he could never quite name. And now Carl's existence was bound to it. He was a part of that endless void the whispers told him so, and they filled him with a strange, dark pride. He was the keeper now. The guide the house had claimed him, but in return, he would claim others. Carl stood in the center of the house, if you could still call it a house. It had become a distorted, shifting thing, an entity with no real form. The walls groaned, the floors pulsed. His very surroundings seemed alive, moving, breathing, the air thick with decay, with memories of those who had come before him. He could feel the meech of the souls trapped in the endless spiral of the house, each one lost to its grip. They whispered to him, their voices muffled and distant, rising in a chorus that only he could understand. They were part of him now, part of the house. Carl's steps echoed through the hollow hallways. Every movement felt deliberate, as though he were walking through a dream that he could never wake up from. His eyes, or whatever remained of them, stared ahead into the endless blackness. There was no light, no warmth, only the unyielding, suffocating dark. And yet Carl was no longer afraid, no longer terrified of what he had become. He was the house, he was the door, he was the keeper of the curse. The sound of footsteps behind him startled him, but it was not the footsteps of the living. It was the echo of footsteps, of things that were long gone lost souls, who had walked these halls long before him, their spirits forever bound to the house. They came to him, they reached for him, but they never truly touched him. They were trapped in their own loop, in the same cycle he had now become a part of. They were whispers, shadows, remnants of something that had long since ceased to be. Carl did not look back. There was no need to dot. As he moved through the endless corridors, the house seemed to open before him. The walls parted like the flesh of some great beast, the space growing wider, deeper, darker. It was as though the house had a mind of its own, shifting to accommodate the hunger that now lived inside him. And then he saw it. The door, it stood at the far end of the hallway, a dark silhouette against the darkness, its frame twisting, its edges writhing as though the door itself were alive. The door had always been a part of the house, a portal to something beyond, something that could never truly be understood. And now Carl knew what it was for. It was the gateway for the next soul, the next unwitting victim who would be drawn into this nightmare. He could feel it, the pull, the same pull he had felt when he first laid eyes on the chest, when he had first discovered the buttons. It was the same primal hunger, the same instinctive need to take. Carl approached the door, his feet moving as if guided by some unseen force. His fingers reached out, trembling, towards the handle. His heart, if it could still be called a heart, thudded heavily in his chest as he grasped it. The handle was slick with the coldness of the house's blood. Its surface warmed to the touch, as though the very door was alive with a pulse. With a heartbeat of its own, the door opened with a slow, deliberate creak, the sound of ancient wood, protesting against the intrusion. As the door swung open, the air shifted. A chill, sharper than any Carl had ever felt, swept through him, raking through his mind, sending a shiver through the very marrow of his bones. The hallway beyond the door was black, its edges indistinct, fading into the void. The darkness seemed to move within it, swirling, shifting, like something living, something hungry. Carl could feel it, the power beyond the door, the souls trapped. Within it, the endless tide of the lost. This was what the house had become. This was the fate he had been bound to. This was what he was meant for. The whispers swirled around him, louder now, their voices urging him forward, filling him with an overwhelming sense of purpose. He was the keeper, the harbinger. He had opened the door, and now he would guide others to it. And it was then, as Carl stepped across the threshold, that the door closed behind him, and everything went silent. For a moment, Carl could only hear his own breath, the sound echoing in the hollow space. The whispers had quieted, And for the first time since his transformation, he felt a strange stillness, a quiet that stretched on for eternity. The pull of the house, the insatiable hunger that had always driven him, had been momentarily silenced. But only for a moment. The silence shattered with a sudden, deafening sound, a heavy, sickening crack. The walls shook. The floor beneath him trembled violently, as if the very foundations of the house were splitting apart, and then he saw them. Figures, shadowy forms, barely tangible, moving through the thick darkness. They were coming for him. The souls. Lost souls pulled into the house just as Carl had been. They were drawn here, guided by his presence. By the door he had opened, Carl had become the door. And they were his now. The house had claimed him, and now he would claim them. They reached out for him, their voices a chorus of desperation, of despair. Carl could feel them, their souls brushing against his, like cold fingers sliding across his skin, and he could feel the hunger return, the unyielding gnawing need to consume, to feed, to take. The house had become a prison, a tomb, a never-ending cycle of death, rebirth, and consumption. And Carl was both its keeper and its prisoner. He was the door. He was the house. And as the souls surrounded him, as the darkness consumed him once more, Carl felt the weight of it all, the endless, crushing weight of the hunger. He had opened the door, and now there was no going back. The cycle had begun again. Carl felt the weight of the house press down on him as he stood, surrounded by the shadows of the lost souls. The air in the room was thick with their whispers, their desperate, broken pleas for release, for an escape that could never come. They moved around him, silent but insistent, like a tide of phantoms that had been trapped here for eternity. Each one was a fragment of something once alive, once real, but now they were nothing more than shadows. Memories forever caught in the grip of this place. Carl was no longer the man who had once stumbled into this hell. He was the keeper of it now. He had become the vessel for the house's hunger, the one who would bring in the next lost soul, the next victim who would be swallowed by the darkness. The door had closed behind him, and he felt its finality. It was not just the door to the house, it was the door to his own damnation. He could feel the weight of the souls around him, their cold, formless presence pressing against him. They were not there in any true physical sense. They were mere echoes, fragments of people who had once lived, but who had been consumed by the house's insatiable hunger. And Carl, now a part of this endless cycle, could feel every one of them. Then he could feel their desperation, their fear, their helplessness. It was all part of him now. Every soul that had ever walked through the door and become part of this eternal prison was bound to him. The hunger had returned, a gnawing emptiness that reverberated through him, filling every inch of his being with the same terrible craving. He had been consumed by it, yes, but now he was its servant, its guide. And it was not just the house that demanded sacrifice now. It was he who called to the next soul, the next lost soul, who would wander into this cursed place unaware of the fate that awaited them. It was he who would carry them to the door, to the threshold that would mark their descent into the house's dark maw. The walls, once static and silent, began to shudder, and Carl felt the familiar, unyielding pulse. Deep within them, it was the heartbeat of the house, the sound of its dark life, its endless hunger, its drive to grow, to consume, to never stop. He felt it in his chest, too. It throbbed in time with his own pulse, a reminder that he was one with it now. "You are the keeper," the whispers spoke, their voices rising in a haunting harmony, mingling with the groans of the house. "You are the key. You are the one who will bring them all." Carl's hands shook, though he barely felt them anymore. His skin had grown thin, like parchment, stretched tight over the bones of something that should no longer be alive. His eyes, now black and empty, stared ahead into the darkness of the house, and for a moment he could see them, the souls, just beyond his reach, like distant, flickering stars in a void. Some were still faintly human, their forms flickering in and out of reality, while others were barely more than shapes, formless masses of shadow and broken thought. They were all trapped in the same space, the same time, bound together by the curse of the house. The hunger gnawed at him again, this time so intensely that Carl could almost taste it. It rose up from the pit of his stomach, filling his chest with a terrible pressure, until he thought he might burst from it. He could feel the blood that soaked the very walls of the House the Black, pulsing blood that ran through every crack, every crevice, its thickness palpable in the air around him. It wasn't just the walls that bled anymore. It was the souls. It was everything that had been claimed, everything that had entered this place. And it had all merged into one insatiable force. "They are waiting for you," the voice whispered. "The next one. The one who will step into your trap." Carl's body lurched forward, his legs moving instinctively, as though the house were guiding him now, as though it were telling him where to go. His mind screamed in protest, but it was buried beneath the endless chorus of voices, buried beneath. The hunger that had become his every thought, he moved, drawn toward the door, the same door that had once sealed him into this fate. The door had become his prison and his purpose. He could feel its call. It was as though it had been waiting for him all along. The moment he had opened it, it had opened him. The threshold between the house and the outside world had blurred, and now there was no line between them. The house had claimed him, yes, but in return he would claim others. His hand reached for the door's handle. His fingers, skeletal and trembling, brushed the cold surface, and as they did, a jolt of energy shot through him. The house responded. The blood began to rise again, the pulse of it quickening, building, until Carl thought the house itself might explode with the force of it. But it was not the house alone that had awakened. The souls were waking too. They had always been awake, but now they were restless. Behind him, he heard the faintest sound like footsteps, the sound of someone coming, the sound of another soul approaching. Carl didn't turn to look. He didn't need to. He could feel it. The presence at the threshold. It was someone who had stepped into the house. They were his dot. The door creaked open, slowly, agonizingly so. Carl's breath, if it could still be called that, came in ragged gasps as the figure on the other side of the door emerged. It was a woman, her face pale and trembling, her eyes wide with confusion and fear. She had come to the house, seeking something answers, perhaps, or some solace. She had no way of knowing that she was now trapped, that there was no escape from the pull of the house. From the grasp of the curse, Carl stepped aside, motioning toward the door, a grotesque mockery of hospitality. She looked at him, her mouth opening, but no sound came out. Her eyes scanned the room, the walls, the darkness, and Carl could feel the fear radiating from her. She sensed it too. She knew she was not alone. "Welcome," Carl murmured, his voice a hollow, empty thing. "Come inside." The woman hesitated, her body trembling. She was on the cusp of realizing her fate, but it was too late now. Carl could feel her soul already caught in the grip of the house, already being drawn into the never-ending cycle. She would be a part of the house now, part of the blood, part of the hunger. There was no escape, and as she stepped forward, crossing the threshold, Carl felt the house consume her feel, the way she became a part of the endless web that had ensnared so many before her. She was the next victim, the next sacrifice. And Carl, the keeper of the curse, would ensure that the cycle continued. He could feel it, deep within him, the satisfaction of the house's hunger, the feeling of another soul lost, another victim. To add to the endless procession of the damned dot, the door closed behind her, and the house was once again whole. But the hunger never ceased. The door slammed shut behind her, but Carl didn't need to hear it. He could feel it. She was now a part of it, become her terror, her confusion, All of it was fading, subsumed by the hunger that lived within these walls. And as her presence began to meld with the house, Carl felt a fleeting, strange sense of something stirring deep inside of him. It wasn't regret, it wasn't fear, but it was something. Something that clung to him like a fog, tugging at the fraying edges of his consciousness. For a brief moment, he felt a memory. It was distant, as if from another lifetime. But it was there, flickering. Like a dying ember, he saw a familiar face. Someone he had known, a woman, her eyes full of life, full of hope. A smile that seemed to melt away the shadows. Carl felt a sharp pang, a sickening twist deep inside. As the memory burned bright before disappearing like mist before the sun. And just like that, the hunger returned, overwhelming and relentless. His purpose was clear again. He was the keeper, the guide, the door. He was the house. The walls now slick with the blood of so many lost souls, pulsed and writhed as though the house itself were breathing, inhaling the new arrival, absorbing her into its ever-growing darkness. The air around him thickened, the whispers, like a choir of spirits trapped in eternal torment, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony of grief. Another has entered, the whispers said, and Carl could feel them see her, feel them consume her along with him. They were all one now, and Carl knew with a grim finality that there was no going back. But something about her struggle lingered in the air. A tremor ran through Carl, as if the house itself had taken a moment to consider the newest soul, its newest acquisition. The souls that had come before her, those lost wanderers, those broken spirits who had stumbled into this cursed place, were becoming less distinct, their presence fading. The house was devouring them, but not in the way it had with Carl. There was no longer any need for their resistance. They had been absorbed into the house's insatiable hunger, their identities, their memories erased by the void. But her, this woman, she was different. Carl could sense it, and then, like the breaking of glass, the house shuddered. A violent tremor ran through its bones. The walls bent inward, the floor cracking open, as though the structure itself was struggling to contain something that was never meant to exist within it. Carl's heart, if it could still be called a heart, stopped. The house was changing. Something was wrong. It was no longer just the house anymore. It was as though the house was fighting itself. The blood, the walls, an unholy symphony of chaos that reverberated deep within Carl, deep within the house. What is this? The whispers chanted, dissonant, their voices quivering with uncertainty. Carl stepped forward, his movements slow, deliberate. He could feel it, the strain within the house, the growing fracture. It was as though the very core of the darkness, the very force that bound the house together, was splintering. Something had changed. The hunger that had once been insatiable, all-consuming, was suddenly uncertain. Weak. The air around Carl shifted. It became thinner, colder, a deep, oppressive. Silence fell. The whispers were gone. The house was holding its breath. Carl moved through the darkened halls, the temperature dropping with every step. He felt it, the fading energy, the weakening pulse of the house. It was collapsing, breaking apart. The very walls seemed to crumble beneath his feet, as if they were made of dust instead of stone. And then he saw her again. She was standing at the far end of the hallway, bathed in an eerie light, as though she were a beacon in the abyss. Her eyes were wide with confusion, her face pale with fear. But there was something else there, something deep within her gaze that Carl hadn't expected. Strength. It wasn't a strength born of resistance, of defiance. It was something older, something deeper. It was the strength of someone who knew what was coming. And in that moment, Carl understood. The house had been waiting for her. It had been waiting for the moment when the darkness would consume everything. Every soul, every life band, She would be the one to stop it. She was the key, the final piece of the puzzle that Carl had been part of. She was the one who would tear it all apart. The hunger that had once ruled him, ruled the house, began to wane. For the first time since Carl had crossed the threshold, he felt the weight of something else. Not fear, not hope, but something deeper, something primal. The house had made a mistake. Carl stumbled toward her, his body heavy, his movements sluggish. He could feel the walls collapsing behind him, the floor beneath him crumbling into the abyss. The house was unraveling. It was dying. And with every step, he realized with a horrifying clarity that he was dying too. "You will not stop me," Carl whispered, his voice rasping thin. But the woman didn't respond. She simply watched him, her expression unreadable. There was no fear in her eyes, no desperation. She simply watched as the house around them began to collapse. And in her gaze, Carl saw something terrifyingly familiar. A door, a way out. The house's house had never truly been alive. It had been a prison, a trap. But it had been a trap that was no longer necessary. The woman, the one who had come here unknowingly, had broken the cycle. She was the key. And Carl, as much as it tore him apart, understood that now. The house had been feeding on him, feeding on the souls, but it had always been meant for something. Bigger dot, the walls of the house cracked apart, and the air began to ripple. Carl's skin pulled tight against his bones, the hunger inside him finally stilling, as though it were being drained away. The pull of the house released him just as the woman had been released, and the curse that had gripped him, that had bound him to this place, began to unravel. For the first time in what felt like eternity, Carl was free, and the house, once a monument to the darkness, collapsed in on itself, its final breath fading into nothingness. The air outside was clear, fresh, and Carl could feel it. He could feel the world beyond the house calling to her. But as she crossed the threshold, Carl felt the last sliver of his humanity, the last trace of his former self, vanish into the wind. He was no longer Carl. He was no longer anything. The echoes of the house would fade, and with them the hunger. The echoes of the house lingered, but they were fading, losing their power with each passing moment. The once deafening hum of the house's heartbeat, the oppressive weight of its darkness, began to dissipate like fog under the warmth of a sun that would never set. The blood that had once flowed through its veins, the walls once alive with whispers and movement, now stood still, silent monuments to the curse that had long since taken root. The air, thick with decay, seemed to thin, like the house was breathing its final breath, painful wrenching within him. The woman, standing in the doorway that had appeared before her, was the last of the souls who would ever cross that threshold. She stood still, as if contemplating the enormity of what had just transpired, her eyes filled with something not quite sorrow, nor joy, but a quiet understanding, looked into the depths of the house, seeing the end of a cycle that had consumed so many lives before hers. The door that had opened for her was not just a physical doorway, it was the closing of a chapter, the last thread unraveling. Carl the keeper, the guide, the door was free, though not in the way he had hoped. He had served the house for so long, been swallowed by its hunger, had become the embodiment of its curse. And now, as it all faded, as the house crumbled away into nothing, there was nothing left for him to hold on to. Not his name, not his past, nothing. He felt a strange, suffocating peace settle over him. He could no longer hear the whispers that had followed him for so long. The hunger had been extinguished, and with it, so had the force that had driven him for eternity. The house had been consumed by its own darkness, its own curse. The blood that had once flowed endlessly through the walls, the echoes of countless souls, had been silenced. And Carl no longer, the man who had once been stood alone in the remnants of that place. The house had died, but so had he. Carl's form flickered, uncertain, like a fading shadow, a fading memory. His eyes, once black and empty, seemed to have no focus, as though they were no longer capable of seeing. His body was transparent now, a faint outline of a figure that had once been alive. He could feel the last vestiges of his human consciousness, slipping away like water flowing through cracks. The cycle had been broken, and yet Carl had no place in the world beyond. He was not a ghost, he was not a memory. He was simply ... nothing. But still, he felt something. A whisper of warmth, a whisper of light, even though it was so far beyond his reach. He felt it in the corner of his fading Minda presence. A quiet, gentle force that had always been there, buried deep beneath the hunger, beneath the shadow, beneath the hunger that had consumed him. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Carl felt human. The woman, the last soul to step into the house, still stood by the door, her back to the collapsed remains of the cursed mansion. The air around her was heavy with the scent of damp earth and old wood, but the darkness that had once gripped everything was gone. The silence now was profound, a quiet so pure it felt like the end of all things. She looked back once, as if sensing Carl, though there was nothing left of him to see. And as Carl stood on the precipice of his own dissolution, something shifted. A final breath, a fading heartbeat that was no longer his own, passed through the air. A final soft voice reached him from beyond the shadows, from a place he had long ago abandoned. "You're free now," it whispered. Carl felt that warmth again, that presence. It wasn't the house. It wasn't the darkness. It was something beyond, something pure, something ... whole, his memories. Fractured and dim, swirled together, and in them there was a flicker of light that had been buried for so long, a flash of a life he had forgotten, a life before the house. His chest tightened, not from pain, but from something else, something like relief, and then, slowly and possibly, Carl felt the weight of his past, of his soul, return to him. Not all at once, but in fragments, memories, faces, moments of joy and loss, laughter and pain, all those fleeting things that had been buried beneath the curse. He was no longer the keeper. He was no longer the door. He was a man who had made choices, who had been consumed by something greater than himself, but had found his way out of it for the first time. Carl, the last shadow of a life he could no longer fully grasp. Smiled. The woman, still standing in the doorway, didn't move. She didn't speak. But in her stillness, in her quiet acceptance, Carl understood. She had known all along. She had come to the house for something, perhaps answers, perhaps escape, but she had left with so much more. The door had not been merely a passage. It had been the end. It had been the end of the house, the end of the cycle. And with it, Carl's role was over. Carl felt the final tendrils of the house's darkness fade from him. The blood ceased to pulse. The walls stopped bleeding. The house, no longer a living thing, crumbled into the earth, disappearing from the world as though it had never existed. The cycle had finally broken. The door had closed for the last time, and in the silence that followed, Carl was no more. The woman stood alone now, her back to the crumbled remains of the house, her figure silhouetted against the twilight. She breathed in deeply, her eyes closing as if to say goodbye to the place that had once trapped her. But there was no sorrow, no regret, just the finality of it all. The last breath of the house had been taken, and with it, the curse that had defined so many lives had been extinguished. For Carl, for the lost souls. For the house, it was over. The world beyond the door awaited, quiet and still, as it always had been. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in, the terror continues. Story 2. The rain fell in thick sheets, pressing against the windows of Mara's cottage as she sat by the fire, her thoughts drifting. It had been months since her sister's death, yet it still felt like only yesterday that she had watched her life slip away so suddenly, so violently. The doctors had called it an accident, a slip in the dark while hiking near the cliffs. But Mara knew better. She had seen the fear in her sister's eyes just before it happened. She had sensed weight of something dark, something that wasn't supposed to be there. A knock at the door startled her, sharp and demanding. She hadn't expected company, and the village was quiet, too quiet. She hesitated for a moment, the fire casting strange, flickering shadows against the walls. The last time someone had knocked like that was, well, she couldn't recall. Maybe never. But it seemed foolish to ignore it. When she opened the door, the cold gust of wind caught her off guard. No one was standing there. Instead, on the doorstep lay a small wooden box adorned, but for a faint, intricate symbol carved into the lid. Her fingers hovered over it for a moment, hesitation creeping in. She didn't want to touch it. She could almost hear her sister's voice, calm, always calm, warning her not to, telling her there was danger in things that appeared without reason. But Mara picked up the box. A sense of inevitability gnawed at her, and her heart quickened as she closed the door. No one had left it. No one had seen her open it. Inside was a hat. It was worn old, with a broad brim and strange patterns etched into the fabric patterns that seemed to shift when she glanced at them. She took it in her hands, the fabric cold and strangely heavy. The moment her fingers brushed against the brim, she felt a chill pass through her like a shadow in the room. She froze. The room felt suddenly too still. The fire had quieted, its crackling nothing more than a distant echo. And then the sound of a breath, soft, barely perceptible, whispered from the darkness of the room. She knew she wasn't alone, but there was nothing there. Mara set the hat down, her hand trembling as she backed away. A feeling of dread spread through her chest. She wanted to throw the box into the fire, to destroy the thing that had brought her back to this place of uneasy memories. But she didn't. Instead, she turned toward the window. The village seemed too quiet now, too still. Her eyes caught a shadow in the distance, lurking just out of sight, moving slowly, deliberately. Watching her, the door, which she had closed just moments ago, creaked open again. Mara woke with a start, her breath ragged and chest-tight, as if she had been running through thick fog, struggling against an unseen force. The room was dark, save for the pale light filtering in from the window, where the rain still fell relentlessly. She couldn't shake the sense that something had changed. Something had shifted the very air around her. For a moment, she thought she'd dreamed it all, dreamed the hat, the shadow in the window, the feeling of being watched. But the faint weight pressing against her side reminded her otherwise. She had placed the hat next to her bed last night, but now it was draped across her lap, as though it had moved of its own accord. The cold fabric seemed heavier than it had been the night before, and the embroidered patterns that had once seemed subtle were now more pronounced. They swirled and twisted in ways that made her head ache, as though they were alive. The symbol, so faint and cryptic, was no longer just an imprint on the fabric. It felt like it was pulsing, shifting under her fingertips. Her hands shook as she lifted the hat, but it felt oddly familiar. Her sister Charlotte had always been the more daring one, the one who'd been drawn to the mysteries of the world, the one who had never backed down from anything. Charlotte had always been the fearless one, the one who ventured where Mara would never go. It was no surprise then that Charlotte had been the first to notice the subtle disturbances in their family's home when they were younger, the cold spots, the strange whispers late at night. She'd been the one to seek answers, diving headfirst into the folklore of their village, looking for reasons behind the oddities. Mara had followed her in hesitant steps, drawn to the safety of her sister's conviction. But it wasn't until that final night that Mara understood the cost of curiosity. The door had been open when Mara arrived at the cliffs, the air thick with fog, her sister nowhere to be found. The sky had been a strange shade of red, and the waves crashed against the rocks with an unnatural ferocity. It was as if something had drawn Charlotte to the edge. Something had beckoned her to the very spot where the earth itself seemed to tremble. Mara couldn't shake the guilt. She should have known, should have seen the signs earlier, should have done more to stop it. She had been too scared, too blind, but Charlotte had pressed forward, and now she was gone. Mara had tried to dismiss the feeling that Charlotte's disappearance had something to do with the strange occurrences in their home. But the presence of the hat, the symbol of her sister's endless pursuit of knowledge, was a reminder of the unspoken truth. Charlotte had known something, and now, so did Mara. The moment the hat touched her lap, the shadows in the corners of the room deepened, stretching like reaching fingers. It was as if the darkness itself had been waiting for her attention. Her heartbeat quickened. She stood up abruptly, placing the hat on the nearby chair, turning her back to it. The shadows followed her, twisting, stretching unnaturally across the room. They seemed to flicker with the light from the fire, like ghosts. Caught in the flames' dance, the room was suffocating. The silence was oppressive. Even the crackling of the fire sounded muted, distant, as if it were happening in another place entirely. The walls seemed to close in on her, and for the first time in months, Mara felt truly alone, trapped inside a world that wasn't entirely hers anymore. The knock at the door came again, soft, deliberate, as though it were waiting for her. But she didn't dare move. The first knock had been unsettling enough, but this one held something else, a promise, a warning. She couldn't help but imagine Charlotte standing outside, calling her to the door. Mara's mind spun with possibilities. What if Charlotte was still out there, lost in some dark corner of the world, trying to reach her? What if it wasn't a knock at all, but the sound of the world trying to break through the fragile barrier between life and death? Mara stepped toward the door slowly, cautiously, her fingers tingling with an unfamiliar sense of dread. She had been here before, at this threshold, though the details escaped her. She was almost certain that, just beyond the door, the thing waiting for her would not be human. With a trembling hand, she reached for the doorknob. The air around her seemed to hum, like the room itself was holding its breath. The house was old, the wooden floorboards creaking under her weight. The door heavy and reluctant to open, as if it too feared what lay outside. The door swung open, and Mara's heart skipped a beat. There was no one there, but the rain had stopped. The air was still. The silence was oppressive, but not of the comforting kind. It felt like something had been lost. Something important had slipped away unnoticed. And then, as if to confirm her suspicions, she saw it. A mark, barely perceptible, burned into the threshold of the doorframe. The symbol, the same symbol that had been etched into the hat, the same symbol that had appeared, impossibly, in her sister's journals, those journals she had tried to keep hidden, the ones that Mara had only read after Charlotte's death. The pages had been filled with sketches of dark symbols, of lines and shapes that seemed to shift as they were read. Charlotte had been obsessed with the idea that certain objects, certain places held the key to the unknown, to something that could not be explained. She had believed the hat was a conduit, a key to unlocking whatever lay on the other side. Mara's blood ran cold. She took a hesitant step back into the house, closing the door softly behind her. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end, the air thick with an unspoken presence, something watching her from just beyond her perception. She wanted to scream, she wanted to shout for help, but she couldn't. Something held her tongue. Something made it impossible to call out, to reach for the comfort of another human being. Whatever had begun with the arrival of the hat, it was already too far gone. And deep down, Mara knew she had crossed some threshold, one from which there would be no return. Mara stood frozen, her back pressed against the door, as if the simple act of standing still might prevent the darkness from claiming her entirely. The room was impossibly still now, the oppressive silence growing heavier with each passing second. She could feel the faintest tremor under her feet, the house itself alive in ways she couldn't explain. It was as though the very walls were watching her, listening, waiting. Her breath came in shallow gasps, her mind racing, caught between the need to understand and the desperate urge to flee. Every inch of her body screamed at her to live, escape, don't look back. But there was no escape from this, not now. The hat had already claimed its place in her life, and with it, whatever forces had once drawn Charlotte into the darkness seemed to be drawing Mara in too. She couldn't leave. Not when she felt the weight of those eyes, invisible yet ever present, following her every movement. The very air around her hummed with something unnatural, vibrating with an energy that felt far older than the house itself. Mara turned slowly, her gaze falling once more on the hat. It sat there on the chair, untouched, but it was no longer the simple worn item she had first found. It was different. The symbol seemed to pulse with a subtle, living rhythm, and the fabric, once dull and faded now, gleamed in the dim light. There was an almost ethereal quality to it, as though it wasn't made of earthly materials at all. She couldn't tear her eyes away from it, despite every instinct screaming for her to run. Something inside her was drawn to it, as ancient and inescapable as gravity. She took a step forward, each movement slow and deliberate, as if she feared the ground beneath her might give way at any moment. Her fingers brushed against the brim of the hat, and at once a sharp sensation shot through her like an electric jolt. She gasped, pulling her hand back instinctively, but it was too late. The moment her skin had made contact, something had changed. The room seemed to shift, to tilt ever so slightly, and in that instant, Mara felt a rush of memories flooding. Overwhelming, impossible to process. She saw Charlotte's face, pale and scared, locked in a moment of frozen terror. But it wasn't just a memory. It felt like Charlotte was standing right there, her breath cold against Mara's skin. She heard her sister's voice, faint and distant, speaking in a language Mara couldn't understand, but somehow felt she should have told you. I should have told you. The words echoed in Mara's mind, disjointed, twisted, like a message left behind just for her. But before she could fully process what was happening, the vision faded as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving her reeling, breathless, her heart racing. The hat, now undeniably the focal point of everything, was no longer an innocent object. It was the gateway to something else, something that had once belonged to Charlotte, but now seemed to belong to Mara too. And something dark had followed it, a force that Mara could barely comprehend, one that had been lurking in the shadows for much longer than she realized. Shaking, she moved toward the small wooden desk in the corner, the one Charlotte had used when she was still alive. It had been left untouched since her sister's death, the dust a testament to the void that had opened up in their family since then. But now, as Mara sifted through the papers, she found herself drawn to a stack of journals. Mara hadn't been able to bring herself to open them after the funeral, too afraid of what she might find, but now she couldn't ignore the gnawing need to understand. She flipped through the first few pages, her fingers trembling. As she scanned the notes, the handwriting was frantic, uneven, a reflection of Charlotte's growing obsession with the mysterious and the unknown. There were mentions of dark rituals, of things that didn't belong in the world, things that moved between realms, crossing over when the veil was thinnest. And then there it was, a drawing and illustration that mirrored the symbol on the hat, a rough sketch of an altar, a figure with hollow eyes standing in the shadows, surrounded by a circle of sigils. The page seemed to vibrate with an energy Mara could feel deep in her chest, as though the very paper was alive. The sensation was suffocating, and she had to fight the urge to tear the page out and burn it. But she forced herself to keep reading, to understand what had led her sister to this point. I saw it, the journal entry continued. I saw it in the place between places. The hat is not just a thing, it is a key. A bridge it can open, doors that should never be opened. I shouldn't have gone looking for answers, but it called to me, and now it calls to you. Mara felt her heart race again, her breath shallow, her mind spiraling. It couldn't be true. This wasn't real. Charlotte had been searching for meaning, for something to explain the unexplainable. But this was madness. Yet the more she read, the more she felt the weight of the truth pressing against her chest, suffocating her, wrapping itself around her like a shroud dot. And then her eyes fell on the last sentence. Do not wear the hat. It will take you places you don't want to go. And once it has you, it will never let you go. Mara's fingers trembled as she closed the journal, her mind reeling. It all made sense now. Charlotte's obsession, her disappearance, the way the house had seemed to change after that night, the strange events that had followed her sister's death, the lingering feeling that something had come back with her, something not quite human. But it was too late now. The moment she had touched the hat, she had crossed a threshold. There was no turning back. And the shadows, the ones that had always been just out of sight, were now creeping closer, filling the room with their oppressive weight. Mara's pulse quickened, and she spun around, expecting to see something, anything, but the room remained unchanged. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, yet the air had grown colder, the room quieter, as if holding its breath. And then she heard it, the softest whisper, as though someone were standing right behind her, breathing in her ear. Join us. The voice was familiar, too familiar. It was Charlotte's voice, but it was distant, strained, as though it were being pulled through 1,000 miles of thick fog. Mara's heart skipped a beat, and she turned sharply, but no one was there. She was alone. The whispering continued, though swirling around her, filling her head with thoughts and images she didn't want. The shadows seemed to move, forming shapes, figures, people, or something like them. She couldn't make them out clearly, but their presence was undeniable. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the whispering stopped. For a moment, there was only silence. A silence so profound that it felt like the very fabric of reality was stretching thin, like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Mara closed her eyes, her hands shaking violently as she held onto the edge of the desk, grounding herself. She couldn't let herself fall into whatever was happening. She couldn't let the darkness claim her as it had claimed Charlotte. But the pull was growing stronger, the pressure building in her chest, like something was trying to claw its way out from within her. The hat, she had to get rid of it. But the moment the thought crossed her mind, she knew it was futile. The hat was no longer just an object. It was a part of her now, a part of this place. And once you let it in, there was no escaping. Mara reached for the door, her fingers brushing the handle, but the room seemed to shift again, distorting her sense of space and time. She wasn't alone. Something was in the house with her. Mara's hand hovered over the door, the cool metal handle slick with sweat from her trembling fingers. She didn't want to turn the knob, didn't want to face what lay beyond the threshold. It felt as though the house itself were holding its breath, waiting for her to make her move. The walls seemed to pulse, the air thick with tension. The faint hum of something unseen vibrated in her bones, gnawing at the edges of her mind, drowning out all rational thought. Behind her, the shadows seemed to stretch longer, darker, like they were reaching for her, drawing her closer to the center of whatever had awakened in this place. Mara could hear faint noises in the corners of the room, scraping sounds like claws against wood, scratching just out of view. Her heart raced, each beat like a drum of impending doom, each breath a struggle to maintain control over the panic rising within her chest. She had to leave. She had to get out of here. But the whispering had come back. Soft. At first, just a faint murmur, like the rustle of paper in the wind. But as she listened, it became clearer, more distinct. A voice, it wasn't Charlotte's this time. Not exactly. No, it was deeper, thicker, older, more ancient. It was as though something was speaking from within the walls of the house itself. A language she didn't understand, but felt deep in her bones. It was the kind of language you'd hear in a dream, one that slipped through the cracks of sleep and into your waking thoughts, leaving you unsure of where it had come from or if it was real at all. Mara's breath hitched. She spun around, her heart slamming against her ribcage, her eyes scanning the room in a frantic, desperate search for the source of the voice. But all she saw were the shifting shadows, the dark corners that seemed to stretch and bend at impossible angles. Join us. The voice was clearer now, more urgent, closer. It felt like it was right behind her, a breath on her neck. She could almost feel the coldness radiating from it, the chill of something not of this world. Mara whipped around, but there was nothing. Just the stillness of the room, heavy with silence. Her skin crawled. The shadows, though they were different, more solid now, as though they had gained mass, become something more tangible. Something, ... Alive, the faint scratchings from the corners grew louder, more insistent, like fingernails digging into the walls, desperate to break through. And then the floorboards creaked beneath her feet, the wood groaning under an invisible weight. Mara staggered backward, her eyes wide with terror. She wanted to scream, to run, but the air was thick, suffocating. It pressed down on her chest, making each breath harder to take. And then a low, guttural growl came from the far side of the room. Her heart stopped. The growl wasn't from an animal. It was deeper, resonating in the very foundation of the house. It was the sound of something not meant to be in this world. The shadows in the corners seemed to shift again, and then, slowly, they began to take shape. At first, her eye, but as the seconds passed, the figures became clearer, more distinct. Human-like shapes, but wrong. Distorted, their bodies were twisted and angular, as if they had been pulled from the very fabric of the house itself, made from the shadows and the dark. Mara's breath caught in her throat. She knew, deep down, that these were not people. They were something else, something ancient, something tied to the hat. The thing that had claimed her sister, and now, it seemed, was claiming her. She took a step back, her mind scrambling for any kind of rational thought. The hat, the symbol. Charlotte had written about it. She had warned her not to wear it. Mora's hands shook as she gripped the edge of the desk for support, her knuckles white with the effort. Charlotte had always been the brave one, the one who had sought out the mysteries of the world, determined to understand the things that lurked just beyond the veil. But it had cost her. She had gone too far. And now Mara could feel at the pull of that same darkness, like a magnetic force drawing her toward the unknown. But she couldn't give in, not like Charlotte had. She couldn't become one of them, one of the shadows. She looked back at the chair, where the hat sat, still and silent, but now it felt as though it were calling to her. The symbol on the inside of the brim glowed faintly, pulsing with an eerie rhythm like a heartbeat that wasn't her own. The figures in the shadows were closer now, their distorted faces barely visible in the dim light. Their eyes gleamed with an unnatural, light-tempting, hollow, yet filled with a hunger that made Mara's stomach churn. They weren't just watching her, they were waiting for her to join them, join us. The voice came again, more insistent, closer now. Mara's body froze. She felt a sudden, crushing weight press down on her chest, as though the air itself had become too dense to breathe. It felt as though the walls were closing in around her, the floor rising up beneath her feet. She couldn't breathe. A sharp pain shot through her chest, and she gasped for air, clutching at her throat, her vision blurring at the edges. Was she suffocating? Was she dying? The darkness seemed to swallow her, the room shrinking in on itself, until there was nothing but the oppressive weight of the shadows. And then, just as quickly as the pressure had come, it released. Mara collapsed to the floor, her body trembling, uncontrollably, the room spinning around her. She could barely hear through the ringing in her ears, but somewhere in the chaos, she heard it again, the whisper. Join us. The words weren't coming from the shadows anymore. No, they were, inside her head. They were everywhere, swirling around her like a storm. It was as if the very house had become one living, breathing thing, and it was calling to her. Mara couldn't think clearly. She couldn't make sense of anything anymore. She couldn't distinguish between what was real and what was a hallucination, between the voices in her head and the figures in the shadows. All she could hear, all she could feel, was the pulsa irresistible, suffocating pull of the darkness. She couldn't stay here. She couldn't let them take her. With a surge of adrenaline, she scrambled to her feet, her body still weak, her limbs unsteady. She staggered toward the door, her fingers fumbling for the handle, the shadows stretching to meet her. She could feel them closing in, could feel the cold, clammy fingers of the unseen figures reaching for her dot, and then, just as her hand touched the door, a voice, not the whisper, but a clear, distinct voice, spoke from the shadows. You can't leave, not now. Mara froze. The voice was familiar. Too familiar. It was Charlotte's voice. Charlotte, she whispered, her voice cracking. For a moment, there was silence. Then, the shadows shifted. Slowly, like a tide receding, the figures began to withdraw, their presence shrinking, drawing back into the corners of the room. And then, from the darkness, Charlotte's figure emerged. But she was different, changed. Her skin was pale, her eyes dark and hollow, her face twisted into a grimace that barely resembled the sister Mara had once known. Why didn't you listen? Charlotte's voice was low, strained as though it were being pulled from deep within her. Why didn't you listen when I warned you? Mara's heart pounded in her chest. I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't know. Charlotte took a slow step forward, her movements unnatural, like a puppet on strings. You should have known. It's too late now. You're already one of us. The words hit Mara like a punch to the gut, and she staggered backward, her mind reeling. The shadows loomed larger now, pressing in on her, surrounding her. She was trapped. There was no escaping it. She had become part of the darkness. Mara couldn't breathe. The room felt like it was closing in on her, shrinking with each passing moment, the walls constricting until there was no room left to move. Her heart hammered in her chest, pounding with a deafening urgency that drowned out everything else. The world around her had turned into a nightmare, and in this nightmare, the shadowy figures that had once been nothing but shapes in the corner of her vision were now closing in. Solid and real, their presence palpable and suffocating. Charlotte's figure stood before her, an eerie mockery of the sister she once knew. Her face was twisted, gaunt, and hollow, her eyes dark pools of nothingness. Yet, despite the distortion, there was something familiar in her expression, something that reached out to Mara, lingering trace of the woman she had loved, the woman who had been her world. But it was buried beneath the layers of darkness that had consumed her. Charlotte. No, this can't be happening, Mara whispered, her voice trembling, barely a breath. She took a step back, her body shaking with fear, as if the simple act of moving could keep her from succumbing to the nightmare. But Charlotte didn't move. She just stood there, her hollow eyes locked on Mara, her gaze piercing through the veil of fear and uncertainty. You shouldn't have worn it. Charlotte's voice was no longer the soft, reassuring tone that Mara had grown up with. It was cold, distorted, as though it had been twisted by the very forces Mara was now tangled in. The hat, it changes you. You're already changing. Can't you feel it? The darkness is inside you now. You're bound to it, bound to me, and there's no going back. Mara shook her head desperately, trying to hold on to some shred of reality, some fragment of her old life that hadn't been tainted by the shadows. The room was spinning, her vision swimming with spots of blackness, but beneath it all, she could feel it, the cold, gnawing presence in her chest, the pull of something ancient and insidious, like a force that had always been there, just waiting for the right moment to awaken. I didn't want this. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to understand. Her voice was hoarse, a whisper carried by the weight of her despair. Charlotte's lips twisted into a semblance of a smile, but it was wrong, cruel. You should have left well enough alone, Mara. You were never supposed to find this. You were never meant to be part of this. The darkness that had been lingering in the corners of the room seemed to shift and grow, as if it were alive, feeding off her fear. The figures in the shadows, if they could be called figures, at all began to writhe and move, swirling like smoke in the dim light. They were the same, yet not. Their outlines were vague, their forms ever-changing, impossible to define. But Mara could feel their eyes on her, could feel them pressing in from all sides. Charlotte, Mara's voice cracked, a sob breaking free before she could stop it. She reached out toward her sister, but as her hand neared, the figure recoiled, the air around her sister rippling, distorting like a mirage. The air grew heavier, the shadows stretched and twisted, their forms becoming more defined, more corporeal, until they were standing around Mara, silent. She could feel their cold breath on her skin, could feel the tension in the air, thickening until it felt like her very soul was being suffocated by their presence. Join us. The words came from everywhere at once, their voices layered upon one another, a chorus of dark promises. Mara's breath hitched, her chest tightening. She couldn't escape them. She couldn't escape this. Please, no. I don't want this. She fell to her knees, her hands gripping her head, the pressure inside her skull threatening to split her apart. Her mind was racing, spiraling out of control. The memories of her sister, the warnings Charlotte had left behind, the hat, the symbol, it was all coming together, converging on her, overwhelming her with its sheer weight. It's too late for that now. Charlotte's voice was close, so close that Mara could feel the chill of it against her ear. You have already crossed over. You don't even know it yet, but you're already here. This is where we belong now. This is our place, Mara. Darkness, the shadows, the forgotten things that lingered just outside of reality. This is where you will stay. The words cut through Mara's soul, each one a dagger of ice that twisted deeper into her heart. The shadowy figures surrounding her began to step forward, moving as one, their shapes undulating, their presence like a tide that was rising to drown her. No, Mara cried out, her voice desperate, frantic. She scrambled backward, her hands sliding on the wooden floor, searching for something, anything that might pull her free of the nightmare she was trapped in. But there was nothing. The room had become a prison, the walls closing in, the shadows consuming everything in their path. A low, guttural sound rumbled through the air, a noise that seemed to come from deep within the very house itself. The floor beneath Mara's hands groaned, and with a terrible crack, the wood split open, a dark, oily substance seeping up from the cracks like blood from an open wound. The air was thick with it. The stench of decay, of rot, filled her lungs, making it impossible to breathe. She gagged, struggling to escape the overwhelming sense of dread that was seeping into her very bones. And then, from the center of the room, the hat moved. Mara's gaze snapped toward it, her eyes wide with disbelief. It was no longer still, no longer just an object. It floated in midair, spinning slowly, its edges flickering with a strange, unholy light. The symbols on the brim glowed faintly, pulsating with an unnatural rhythm, as if they were alive, responding to the darkness that surrounded them. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, filling her mind with thoughts that were not her own. She could feel herself slipping, losing her grip on reality, as though the hat was pulling her deeper into the world it had opened. And then Charlotte's figure stepped forward, reaching out toward her, her hands cold and clammy. "You have to wear it, Mara. You have to become one with it. The only way out is through. The only way to survive is to accept your place here." "No," Mara whispered, shaking her head, her voice barely audible over the din of the whispers. "I won't." But Charlotte's smile deepened, her hollow eyes gleaming with an unholy light. "You already are, Mara. You've always been one of us. You just didn't know it until now." The darkness surged around her, swallowing her whole. The shadows closed in, and in the distance, beyond the veil of darkness that had overtaken the room, Mara could see the flickering shapes of people's shadows, figures from her past. They were there, watching, waiting. Charlotte's laughter echoed in her ears, a sound that was both sorrowful and triumphant. Mara's vision blurred. She could no longer tell where the room ended and the darkness began. The shadows seemed to consume everything in their path, warping and distorting reality until she could no longer recognize the place where she had once lived. She was lost in the darkness, and in the distance, she could hear Charlotte's voice growing fainter and fainter with each passing second. "Join us." The world seemed to flicker and fade around Mara, like a candle flame on the verge of going out, caught in the winds of an unseen storm. She could still hear Charlotte's voice, but now it sounded distant, muffled, as though it were coming from the very depths of the earth, from beyond the walls of the room that had once been her sanctuary. The darkness, the shadows, had swallowed everything whole, and in their place there was nothing but an endless void of space where time no longer mattered, and where the very concept of reality had ceased to exist. She could feel herself slipping, her mind unraveling like thread pulled from a spool. Her fingers trembled, gripping the edges of her consciousness. But each time she tried to hold on, the shadows seemed to pull her further into the depths. The whispers were constant now, relentless, burrowing into her thoughts, stripping away the last of her sanity. They were no longer just voices. They were memories old, forgotten pieces of herself that she had buried long ago. They were her regrets, her fears, her unresolved guilt, and they were growing louder, becoming sharper. Sharper than the very air that pressed in around her. She could hear her sister's laughter calling, distorted, like a ghost trapped in an endless loop of sorrow. "You should have listened, Mara," it said, over and over again. "You should have known." Mara squeezed her eyes shut, willing herself to wake up, to tear herself free of the suffocating grasp of the shadows. But when she opened them again, the room was no longer the cottage she had once known. It was something else, something darker, colder. The walls had disappeared, replaced by an expanse of black, stretching out infinitely in all directions. The only light came from the faint glow of the hat, which now hovered in the center of the space, spinning slowly, as though it were waiting. For her, the whispers came from all around her, a cacophony of voices, each one overlapping the other. Some were familiar, others strange, foreign and alien, but all of them were urgent, pleading, demanding. "Join us." She wanted to scream, she wanted to run, but her feet felt frozen, like they were anchored to the ground, unable to move, unable to escape. The air was thick with the smell of decay, of something long dead but refusing to stay buried. And in the distance, beyond the hat, Mara could see Flicker's figures moving, shadows reaching out, their faces impossible to make out, but their eyes gleaming with a hunger that made her blood run cold. They were coming closer. Her mind flashed back. To the night, Charlotte had disappeared, the feeling of dread that had hung in the air like a storm waiting to break, the way the earth had trembled beneath their feet, as if it too had been aware of the things that lurked in the dark. Mara had tried to stop her sister, tried to warn her, but Charlotte had pressed forward, insistent, determined to uncover the truth, even if it meant walking into the very mouth of the abyss. And now Mara understood. She had made the same mistake. She had opened the door, stepped over the line, and now she was here, in the very place Charlotte had warned her about. The veil between worlds had been torn, and she was caught in the middle of it, suspended between two realities 1 foot, still in the world of the living, the other already crossing over into the realm of shadows. The shadows moved closer, their forms becoming more defined. They were figures, but not human. They were twisted and wrong, their bodies contorted in unnatural ways, like marionettes strung together by invisible strings. They reached for her, their hands cold and clawed, their eyes wide and unblinking, hollow but filled with a desperate need. Join us. Their voices were louder now all around her, inside her head, in the very fabric of the world she once knew. She could feel their pull, their grip tightening on her soul, trying to drag her down into the depths of the darkness. She could feel the weight of it, the crushing pressure of the void, like it was pressing down on her chest, suffocating her dot. Mara stumbled backward, her feet dragging on the cold, unseen floor. Her mind was spinning, her thoughts a blur. The darkness was swallowing everything. She couldn't think. She couldn't breathe. The shadows were everywhere, pressing in from all sides, closing in around her. And she knew deep in her bones that there was no escape. Charlotte, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the growing chorus of whispers. What do I do, please? Tell me what to do. But Charlotte's face, her sister's face, was still there, floating in the darkness, a distorted image that flickered and faded, like a dream unraveling. Her eyes were empty, but there was something in them, a flicker of something that resembled pity. And in that moment, Mara understood. Charlotte had been trapped in this place, this in-between, and now Mara was too. There was no way out, no way to undo what had been done. The shadowy figures were closer now, their hands reaching. For her, their cold, clammy fingers grazing her skin. Mara screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the darkness, lost to the endless void. And then, as if in answer to her scream, the hat began to glow brighter. The symbols on it flickered like embers, burning with an intensity that seemed to burn through the very air. The shadows recoiled, their forms rippling and distorting, as if they were afraid, as if they were being pushed back by the power of the hat. The light from the hat grew stronger, until it filled the entire space, drowning out the darkness. Mara blinked, her vision blurred, and then, suddenly, the light receded, leaving behind a profound silence. The figures, the shadows, were gone. The whispering had stopped. Mara's breath caught in her throat as she realized what had happened. She was standing in the center of a vast, empty space. The walls had returned, but they were different, now distorted, warped, as though the very fabric of reality had been torn and mended together again, but imperfectly. The hat was still hovering. Before her, its glow fading, its power ebbing away. But Mara she knew, that it was not the hat itself that had been controlling the darkness. It had been the force behind it, the entity that had been waiting, patiently, in the shadows. For someone to unlock the door, Mara reached for the hat. She wasn't sure why. Maybe it was because she thought she could control it now, tame it, somehow. Or maybe it was because, deep down, she knew that it was the key to her survival. Her fingers brushed against the brim, and the instant she touched it, a wave of energy surged through her. She gasped, her body seizing, as if her very soul was being torn from her, stretched across the very fabric of reality itself. And then she saw it. The darkness was not just a place. it was not just a force. It was alive. The entity was here. It had been here all along, waiting for the right moment to awaken. And now it was waking up. It was no longer just a whisper in the shadows. It was no longer an abstract fear, a vague terror lurking just beyond the veil dot. It was in her dot. It was inside her. Mara staggered back, clutching her chest, her breath coming in sharp gasps. She could feel it pressing against the walls of her mind, its cold presence seeping into her thoughts like ice running through her veins. The entity had claimed her. She was no longer just an observer. She was part of it now. And with that realization came the crushing weight of what she had done. She had crossed the line. There was no going back. The room swayed beneath Mara's feet, the floor shifting like soft earth under a storm, as though it too were struggling to remain solid beneath the pressure of what had just been unleashed. The air was too thick, saturated with an unnatural chill that seemed to freeze her lungs as she tried to take a breath. Her body felt strange, heavy, and light all at once. It was as if her own skin were no longer entirely hers, as if something within her was moving, pulling, slithering in the dark corners of her soul, trying to break free. The damned, cursed thing still floated before her, its symbols, now burning with a quiet, steady glow. It hummed, resonating with the same deep vibration that had filled the house when the darkness first touched her. But now it was different. Its pulse felt far more sinister, more alive, as though it were feeding off the very essence of her being. As though it had tasted her fear and was savoring it, Mara reached for it again, drawn to it in the same way a moth is drawn to a flame. Not knowing why, only knowing that she had no choice. Her hand hovered over the brim, the warmth of the symbols, seeping into her fingers like liquid fire, searing her skin. She hissed, pulling back instinctively, but her eyes never left it. The glow from the hat seemed to grow brighter in response, swirling like smoke in the air, curling toward her, embracing her with an eerie familiarity. This is what it wanted, she realized suddenly. This is what it's been waiting for. Her mind buzzed with the revelation, but it wasn't her thought. It wasn't hers at all. The voice, the thought, it crawled through her like a whisper in a forgotten language, something ancient and old, as though it had always existed in the spaces between the edges of her consciousness. You have crossed the threshold, Mara. There is no undoing what has been done. The voice, soft but pervasive, seemed to seep through every pore of her body, its words vibrating in her bones, in the marrow of her very soul. She could feel it now, feel the presence of something far older than the house, than the hat, something that had been waiting, biding its time, hidden in the fabric of the world itself. Something tied to her, tied to her sister, and tied to the curse that had followed them both. Mara's vision blurred, her body swayed again, and she felt herself tumbling, falling into a bottomless void. There was no ground beneath her feet. Now only darkness, only the pull of the abyss. But the pull of the hat was stronger, stronger than any fear she could possibly feel, stronger than any instinct to resist. She reached for it again, her fingers wrapped around the brim this time, and as they did, something inside her snapped. The room around her tilted violently, and she heard herself cry out, though she couldn't tell if it was in pain or in fear. The ground beneath her feet buckled, as if the very house itself were crumbling, as if the fabric of the world was being torn apart at its seams. The hat's symbols burned with intensity now, so bright it was as if the very essence of her world was being consumed by its fire. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, everything went black. Mara gasped for air, but the darkness was suffocating, pressing in on her from all sides. She couldn't see, couldn't hear, couldn't move. She was suspended in some formless space, lost in the void, as if the very concept of time had been erased. The silence was deafening. Her own heartbeat was the only thing she could feel, a dull thudding in her chest. a rhythm that echoed through her like a drum, relentless and rhythmic. Her fingers trembled as they instinctively reached up to touch her face, and she felt nothing. No skin, no warmth, just a cold, empty sensation. The void stretched on, infinite and empty, and Mara realized she wasn't alone. A presence, a cold, palpable presence. It was all around her now, pressing in on her from every direction, filling every corner of this void. She could feel its weight in her mind, in her soul, gnawing at her thoughts, weaving itself into her every memory. It was like a shadow within her, a darkness that had always been waiting, lurking, hungry. Then came the laughter. It was a sound that chilled her to the core. It wasn't the laughter of Charlotte. It wasn't even a human laugh at all. It was something deeper, something far darker, a sound that echoed with centuries of torment and hunger. The laugh came from everywhere, reverberating through the very fabric of this place, twisting the air around her, cutting through her consciousness like a knife. Do you understand now, Mara? The voice, deep and distorted, sent a shiver down her spine. It was a voice she knew, and yet it wasn't. It was 1,000 voices, all layered upon one another, speaking with one unified tone, cold, detached, and ancient. You sought the truth. You sought knowledge. You wanted to understand the darkness, to grasp the edges of what lay beyond the veil. And now you are mine. Mara tried to scream, but her voice was swallowed by the suffocating silence, as if the very act of crying out had been forbidden in this place. She tried to move, to run, but there was no ground beneath her. She was no longer sure where her body ended and the darkness began. She was in the dark, but she was also of the dark. Her thoughts scattered like leaves in the wind. Was she still herself, or had she already been consumed, absorbed into whatever this was? The knowledge, the truth she had sought, had it come at such a terrible cost? Was it worth it? Was it worth it? The voice echoed through her mind, twisting her own question into a mockery. No, it was never worth it. And then Mara understood the truth. The thing she had been seeking, the knowledge Charlotte had died for, it wasn't meant for human minds. It wasn't meant to be understood. The veil between the living and the dead wasn't just a boundary, it was a prison. A prison to keep out the things that should never cross into this world. And now she was part of that world. She could feel it in every fiber of her being. The hat. It was all woven into her now, tangled into her very soul. She wasn't just a vessel for the darkness. She was the darkness, and she was never going to leave. Mara's vision cleared slowly, though it was not world she had known. She was no longer in her house, no longer in the realm of the living. She was somewhere else, somewhere vast, infinite, and cold. The space was filled with shifting shadows, swirling, writhing, as though the darkness itself were alive. She looked down at her hands, no longer flesh, but shadows, drifting like smoke. Her fingers moved of their own accord, as though they no longer belonged to her. She was something else now, something not entirely human, not entirely dead, but something in between. And then the shadows parted. Charlotte stood before her, but not as she had been alive, full of life, twisted by the same darkness that had consumed Mara. Her eyes were hollow, empty, like the eyes of the other figures that had surrounded her. She was the same, but different. Her form was stretched, elongated, as though her very being had been stretched thin across the void. "Join us," Charlotte whispered, her voice hollow and distant. "You have already." Mara reached out toward her sister, but her hand passed through Charlotte's form like smoke. There was nothing to touch, and then the void consumed her once again. She was no longer herself, no longer a person, but an echo, a shadow in the dark, bound to this place. Mara's existence had become a blur of shifting shadows and half-formed memories. She no longer knew how long she had been here, In this place between the worlds, time seemed irrelevant. There was only the ever-present pull of the void, in endless, suffocating blackness that stretched out infinitely, pulling at her very essence, eroding whatever humanity remained inside her. Her mind, too, had begun to fragment, scattered pieces of herself clinging to what little remained of her former reality. But the darkness seemed intent on erasing them. One by one, at first, she had fought it. She had struggled against the emptiness, against the shadows that curled around her, trying to keep her thoughts together, trying to remember who she was. But as the days, or were they years, passed, she realized the futility of her resistance. The more she resisted, the stronger the pull became. She could feel herself losing touch with the world she had once known, the world of flesh and blood, of light and warmth. All of it had slipped away like sand through her fingers, leaving her with nothing but this, nothing but the shadows. And yet, even in this dark place, there was something else, a whisper, a voice that hummed just beneath the surface of the void. It was familiar, a voice she had heard before, but it was no longer just a memory. It had become part of her, interwoven with the fabric of her being, like an insidious echo that refused to be silenced. "You're not alone, Mara," the voice said, its tones like a soft caress, soothing and maddening all at once. The voice, it was Charlotte's, but it wasn't Charlotte anymore. Not the sister she had known, not the woman who had once been her closest friend and companion. No, this voice belonged to something else, something more. It was the echo of Charlotte's soul, twisted and stretched, caught in the web of the same curse that now bound Mara. Mara had long stopped trying to speak to her sister. She had stopped calling out, stopped reaching for the fragments of her past that she once clung to so desperately. There was no point. No one could hear her. No one could save her from this place. But still, the voice persisted. "You know why. You're here, don't you?" Charlotte's voice whispered, just a thread in the darkness. "You sought to understand, and now you are part of it. Part of the thing that lurks between the cracks in the world, waiting for the right moment to slip through." Mara wanted to shut it out. She wanted to curl into the corner of this vast, empty space and block out the words, block out the weight of the truth, but she couldn't. There was nowhere to hide. The void surrounded her, pressing in from all sides, suffocating her thoughts, her breath, her very soul. "You should have listened," Charlotte's voice continued. But this time, it wasn't just words. There was something else there. Something far darker, far colder. The very space around Mara seemed to ripple, the shadows shifting, becoming more real, more tangible, as though they were no longer just empty space, but something that could touch her. You wanted to understand the darkness, and now you will become part of it. And suddenly, Mara understood. It wasn't just that the hat had opened the door to this place. It wasn't just that the symbol had led her here, to the very heart of the abyss. It was that the hat itself, the thing that had once seemed so innocuous, was not a mere object. It had been a doorway, a vessel, but not for just anyone. It was tied to something far older, far more powerful than she had ever realized. The shadows, the darkness, the creatures that lingered in the corners of her mind, they had been waiting. And now they had her. The realization struck her like a physical blow, knocking the breath from her lungs. The entity that had been whispering. To her, the thing that had claimed Charlotte and now claimed her, this force, had been using the hat all along. It had been using Charlotte, and now it was using her. The symbols, the glow, the weight of the hattit wasn't just a tool. It was a part of this thing, part of whatever had been waiting for the right person to wear it, to unlock the door between worlds. But Mara had thought no, hoped that she could control it, that she could harness whatever power lay inside. She had been wrong, and now the shadows were swallowing her whole. "You can't run from it, Mara." The voice had become something else. Now it wasn't just Charlotte anymore. The entity was speaking through her sister, using her voice, her memories, as though it had consumed them completely. The words were no longer human. They had a cold, unearthly quality, as though the language itself had been twisted and bent by something alien. It's not about control. You never had control. You never could. Mara tried to fight the pull. She tried to resist the pressure that was building in her chest, the feeling that something was growing inside her, twisting and turning, becoming a part of her very being. It was a feeling she couldn't describe, like she was being consumed from the inside out. Her thoughts and emotions twisted, warped, until they no longer resembled anything human. And then, for the briefest of moments, everything stopped. The world or whatever was left of it stilled. The shadows hung suspended in the air, their forms frozen in place. The hum of the entity's presence faded, leaving only an eerie silence that stretched on for what felt like eternity. And then, as if a switch had been flipped, but not her own, she saw images, Charlotte's memories. She saw the woman she had once known standing in the cottage, the same one Mara had lived in, but it was different. The walls were decaying, the air thick with dust. Charlotte was there, her face pale and drawn, staring at the hat that lay on the table just as it had been when Mara first found it. Charlotte's hand reached for the hat, trembling, her fingers grazing the brim. The same pull that had taken hold of Mara took hold of her sister. The shadows in the room stretched toward her, curling around her like snakes, and for a moment, Charlotte's eyes flickered, her gaze distant, as if she were somewhere else, somewhere not quite here. And then, there was the moment of choice. Charlotte had looked back, her eyes meeting Mara's with a look that was both full of sorrow and defiance. She had whispered something, but it wasn't for Mara, too. Here, it was for herself, a message from the darkness that had already claimed her. But it wasn't just the memory of Charlotte. It was the entity that had taken root within her sister. The same thing that had followed Charlotte into the darkness now followed Mara into this twisted place between worlds. The hat was just a gateway. The entity, the shadow, the force that had been waiting it was using them both as vessels, puppets, to do its bidding. And it was only getting stronger. Mara tried to scream, but the words were trapped in her throat. Her body trembled as she felt the shadows merge with her, slipping beneath her skin, inside her soul, taking control of everything she had once been. And then, the weight of the darkness pressed down on her again, a suffocating force that filled her mind and soul with its cold, unforgiving power. "Join us, Mara." The voice, no longer Charlotte's, whispered in her ear, cold and malevolent. "You're one of us now." And for the first time, Mara realized that there was no escaping it. Mara could no longer tell where her body ended and the void began. It felt as though she were dissolving into the darkness itself, her limbs no longer functioning as they once had. Her skin seemed to melt away, leaving only the cold pressure of the shadows pressing against her from all sides. But it wasn't just her physical form being consumed. It was her very essence, her soul, unraveling thread by thread. The darkness was inside her now, woven deep within her very being, as though it had always been there, waiting for the moment when it would claim her completely. The thought of fighting it, of trying to claw her way back to the world she had once known, felt absurd now. There was no escaping this. She was no longer just a woman in a room. She was part of something far older, far more powerful, something that had existed long before her and would endure long after she was gone. But as the last vestiges of her humanity slipped away, Mara felt a flicker of something else, a faint spark of resistance. It was so weak, so small, that she almost didn't notice it at first. But it was there deep inside her, a whisper that refused to die, that refused to be consumed by the overwhelming tide of shadows. She clung to it. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep her tethered, to remind her that she had once been something else, something human. something that had once laughed and loved and felt warmth under the sun. She held onto that memory like a thread in the darkness, and for a moment it was enough to push the shadows back, just slightly. But the pull of the darkness was relentless. The whispers came again, this time louder, more insistent. Not just voices now, they were thoughts, ideas, emotions flooding her mind like a torrent of water breaking through a dam. They were the lost souls that had come before her, trapped in the void, their cries echoing in the endless expanse. And then there was Charlotte. Mara's mind shuddered, as if the very thought of her sister brought a chill that sank deep into her chest. Charlotte, who had once been the brave one, the one who had sought the unknown, the one who had unwittingly opened the door to this darkness. Charlotte, whose body now hung suspended somewhere between the realms, her soul twisted and distorted by the very thing they had both sought to understand. Charlotte was still here, still a part of this place, a part of the void. She was everywhere, her presence seeping into Mora's thoughts, into the very fabric of the darkness. You shouldn't have come looking. Charlotte's voice whispered in Mara's mind, soft but relentless. You should have stayed away. Now you're just like me. Mara felt a pang of sorrow, a deep ache in her chest. She wanted to cry out, wanted to reach for her sister, to undo everything that had happened, but there was no way back now. The door had been opened, and the darkness had poured through, claiming everything in its path still. That small spark of resistance remained. It was fleeting, but it was enough. With it came a realization, slow and torturous, like a stone sinking into the ocean's depths. Mara understood now that this darkness was not simply a force, a thing that could be defeated or escaped. No, the darkness had its own purpose, its own hunger. It was a parasite, feeding on the souls of the living, but it was not just a devourer. It was a keeper of the lost, of the forgotten, of those who had sought too much. It claimed the souls of the curious, the desperate, those who reached too far into the unknown, and it kept them. Trapped in this place, in this endless void, Mara wasn't just its prisoner, she was its new keeper. The thought nearly broke her. It was a suffocating weight. The realization that she had become part of the thing that had consumed her sister. She was a vessel for the darkness now, just as Charlotte had been, and there was no escape. But even in the face of that terrible truth, Mara felt the spark flare once more. It was a bitter, stubborn thing, but it was there. And this time, it was more than just resistance. It was acceptance. She couldn't fight it. She couldn't escape it. She couldn't change the past, but she could still make a choice. With trembling hands, she reached out into the void, reaching for that small, flickering part of herself that still burned with the memory of who she had been. It was dim, so faint, but it was real. She had been human once, and that humanity, that essence, could never be erased completely. The shadows screamed, angry at her defiance, and they closed in, pressing against her mind, pushing her toward the brink. But she didn't give in. She focused on the spark, on that last thread of resistance, and she pulled Dot in her mind's eye. Mara saw it the doorway. It was a faint shape, just a shadow within the darkness.
But it was there.
A door, an exit, the one thing she had been searching for in the depths of this endless void. It wasn't the way out. It wasn't a return to her old life, but it was a way to make it stop. The entity, the shadow, the thing that had claimed Charlotte, that had claimed hurt, was closing. Its influence was everywhere, suffocating her, erasing the last remnants of her will. But Mara couldn't stop herself. She reached toward the door, and in that moment, the shadows faltered. They recoiled, as if afraid of the very thing she was reaching for. And then, with a force she could not understand, the door opened. A blinding light poured through, and Mara was pulled toward it, her body no longer truly her own, collapsing under the weight of the light. The shadows screamed again, angry, furious, but the door was already closing behind her. She felt herself drawn into the light, her body dissolving once again, but this time it wasn't the void. It was something else, something different. The darkness had been defeated, but the price was high. Mara was falling, and then, just as quickly as it had begun, everything stopped. For a moment there was nothing, no light, no darkness, no void, just silence. Absolute silence. Mara opened her eyes, but she wasn't sure where she was. The ground beneath her was soft, familiar earth grass. A soft breeze brushed her skin, and for the first time in what felt like eternity, she could breathe. Without feeling the weight of the shadows pressing against her chest, she was somewhere else, somewhere real. But as she took her first breath, as the reality of her new existence began to sink in, she realized one thing. The darkness had not been entirely destroyed. It had not been vanquished. It had simply changed form. The door had closed, yes, but something remained, something inside her. It was only a matter of time before it would come back. Mara's eyes opened to a world that was both familiar and foreign all at once. The soft rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant chirping of birds, and the cool touch of the earth beneath her fingertips. These were the things that grounded her. These were the things she had longed for in the endless abyss, where time had no meaning and the shadows had clawed at her soul. It felt real, tangible, like a dream finally becoming reality. But the feeling of reality was fleeting, just like the faint memory of warmth on her skin. Her breath caught in her throat, and she lifted herself shakily from the ground, her body still feeling foreign, as though the very act of existing again had cost something essential, something irreplaceable. She brushed her fingers through the grass, watching as the blades bent under her touch. The scent of earth, fresh after the rain, filled her nostrils, bringing her back to life, or so it seemed. Her limbs were stiff, her movements slow, but with each breath she felt the pulse of life returning, or what she thought was life. She stood, but the world around her was wrong. The sky above, though blue and vast, had an unnatural stillness to it. The trees swayed too perfectly in the wind, as though they were only a silhouette of the real thing. The air was too still, the silence too profound, and then the weight. It settled in her chest. The same pull, the same gnawing presence was there, deep in her bones, tethering her to something unseen, something that watched. It wasn't gone. Not really. Mara stumbled backward, her heart pounding against her ribcage. She had thought, in the moment when the door had closed, that she had escaped, that she had found the escape from the curse, from the shadows, from the terrible force that had claimed her. She had thought that she had severed the bond that had tied her to the entity, the darkness that had consumed Charlotte and herself. But now, in the stillness of the place that should have felt like salvation, she understood the truth. The door hadn't ended, the curse, it had transformed it. The shadows no longer lurked in the corners of the world, not the way they had before. They had become something else, something subtler, something that could move between spaces, between moments. And it was inside her now, no longer a presence that filled the void, but a thread woven into the very fabric of her existence. She could feel it just beneath her skin, like a pulse in the blood. It wasn't a hunger, not exactly it, was a gnawing awareness, a cold, creeping sensation that the darkness was waiting, biding its time, pushing against the edges of her mind. It was there, but it was patient. It knew her. It had shaped her. And though she had thought she had escaped its reach, it was clear now that the darkness had never truly left her. It had just changed shape. Mara's hand instinctively went to her chest, her fingers pressing against her heart, as though she could press it out of existence, as if by willing it away she could reclaim the fragile humanity she had fought so hard to hold on to. But it wasn't going anywhere. The mark had been made. The thread had been tied. The entity had been bound to her, and in some sick way she had become bound to it. It never ends, the voice whispered through her mind. Not Charlotte's, but the voice of the thing that had claimed them both. You thought you could escape? You thought you could lock the door. But the door was never the problem. It was the key. And now you are the keeper. The words wrapped around her like chains, heavier than before, but more precise. She could feel its presence, clearer now, as though it were watching her from within, waiting for the right moment to strike, to tear her apart again. The sensation twisted inside her, making her skin crawl, the weight of its presence pressing down on her thoughts, warping them, bending them to its will. Mara took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. She couldn't let herself be consumed again, not after everything she had endured. She had fought to escape this, fought to push the shadows back. But the very thing she had sought to destroy was now within her, an indelible part of her being. But she wouldn't be its prisoner again, not like before. It was a world that seemed to belong neither to the living nor the dead, a place suspended, like a dream caught between waking and sleeping. The grass, the trees, the distant hills, they all looked real, but too perfect, too still. It was like standing in the middle of a painting where nothing was alive except the idea of life itself. The light, as though it had been manufactured for her to believe in it, to make her think she had returned to something normal, something safe. But there was no safety here. The darkness had made sure of that. She began walking, her legs feeling unsteady beneath her. She couldn't stay here, not in this false place. She had to find a way out, a way to escape, to break free. But with every step, she felt the pull, the weight of the darkness dragging her back. It was subtle at first, a tug at the back of her mind, a whisper that wasn't quite a voice. It didn't speak in words anymore. It was something more primal, more visceral. The air grew colder, the trees stretching taller, their shadows long, and crooked, curling toward her as if they had come alive, their roots deep in the soil of this place. It wasn't just a place. Mara's heart skipped a beat as she realized the truth. This was no ordinary world. This wasn't just a dream or a trap. This was the same place, the same void she had been in before. She had thought she had crossed through the door to escape, but the door hadn't led her anywhere. She hadn't. Left, she had returned. The curse had folded back in on itself, and the cycle had begun again. The entity hadn't been banished. It had merely been locked away inside her, hidden in the corners of her mind, waiting for the moment it could make itself known. And now it had found its way back, dragging her into a reality that was just as false as the one she had just escaped. You thought you could change the ending, the voice murmured again, its presence growing stronger, more insistent. Thought you could break free? But there is no end, Mara. There is only the cycle. Mara looked at her hands again, her fingers trembling as she took a step backward. The shadows were growing around her, the edges of the world blurring and twisting, their shapes taking form, becoming more defined with every passing second. She could see them, no figures in the distance, moving toward her with deliberate slowness, their eyes gleaming with an ancient hunger. They were the same as the ones she had seen in the void, the same as the shadows that had once surrounded Charlotte. They were her past, and they were her future. They were the things that would never leave her, the things that would never let her go. Mara had escaped the darkness once, but she had never truly escaped it. And now she understood. The circle had never been broken. It was an endless loop, a cycle that fed on the very souls of the curious, the lost, the broken. And she had crossed the line. She had become part of it, and now she would never leave. The shadows moved closer, encircling her, and as their cold hands reached for her, as they whispered her name in a chorus of hollow voices, she realized the truth. There was no escape. There never had been. The darkness had won. The shadows enveloped Mara, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that seemed to bend the very air around her, warping the light, bending the space in unnatural ways. It was as though they weren't bound by the same rules that governed the world she had once known. The figures that moved toward her weren't human, no. They were something else entirely. They were the lost, the forgotten, and the damned. Creatures of the darkness that had crossed the threshold with her. Now free to move between this world and the next, her pulse quickened, her breath shallow as the cold, clammy hands of the shadows reached for her, brushing against her skin, making her skin crawl. They didn't touch her directly, not yet, but their presence was enough to send a shudder down her spine, a gnawing fear that burrowed deep within her. Their eyes, empty and hollow, watched her with an insatiable hunger, as though they were waiting for her to make the wrong move, to falter, to give in. She wanted to scream, to run, but she couldn't. Her body felt like it belonged to the shadows now, like the very essence of her soul was tangled in the darkness that had claimed her. The pull of it was undeniable, the sense that it was everywhere, that it was inside her, twisted into the very fabric of her being. Mara, a voice hissed, and it was not just one voice. It was a chorus, a low, guttural murmur that reverberated through her bones. You are mine. The words slithered into her mind, sinking deep into the cracks where her resistance once had been. She had thought that she could fight this, that she could tear herself free from the grip of the shadows. But now, in the face of it all, she realized the terrible truth. Not anymore. The world around her seemed to stretch and pull, growing more distorted with every passing moment. The ground beneath her feet no longer felt solid, but a slick, shifting surface, as though it were alive and moving beneath her. The trees, blending into the darkness, becoming part of the void. But in the midst of it, one figure remained clear. Charlotte. Mara's breath caught in her throat, her eyes locking onto the familiar silhouette that stood before her, its form indistinct, hazy, but unmistakable. Her sister's presence radiated from the figure, but it was not the same Charlotte Mara had known. No, this version of Charlotte was a shadow of her former self, pale, translucent, her eyes black and hollow, her face frozen in an expression of sorrow that seemed to stretch across eternity. Mara, Charlotte's voice whispered, but it wasn't the voice Mara had once known. It was a hollow echo, stretched thin by the weight of whatever dark forces had claimed her sister. Do you understand now? Mara's heart clenched at the sight of her sister, but the sensation quickly faded, replaced by a crushing realization. Charlotte wasn't here, not truly. She was a part of the shadows, just as Mara was. She had been swallowed by this place, by the thing that had consumed them both. She was no longer a person, no longer the sister Mara had grown up with. She was a shadow, a wraith, caught in the endless cycle of darkness that had no end. The figure of Charlotte took a step forward, but her movement was slow, mechanical, as though she were being dragged by invisible strings. We are bound together. Now, Mara, she whispered, we are the watchers, the keepers. Mara's voice faltered, barely a whisper. Her words choked by the suffocating weight of despair that crushed down on her chest. I can't be like you. But Charlotte's eyes didn't soften. They remained cold, unblinking, like two voids staring into her soul. It was never a choice, she replied, her voice distant, as though the words were coming from far, beyond her. You belong here now. We all belong here. We are the watchers, the eternal guardians of the threshold. Mara took a hesitant step back, her limbs heavy, sluggish. The shadows were closing in, the creatures from the darkness pressing. Forward, their forms melding together as if they were all one singular entity bent on consuming her mind and soul. But she couldn't tear her eyes away from Charlotte, from the figure of her sister, lost to the darkness forever. But I don't want this, Mara cried, her voice breaking. I don't want to be a part of this. Charlotte's form flickered, like a candle flame caught in the wind, her features distorting for a moment before solidifying once more. You don't have a choice, Mara. Her voice was now cold, commanding. The darkness has chosen you, just as it chose me. The shadows surged forward, their cold, clawed hands reaching for Mara, their fingers brushing against her skin, making her feel as though they were pulling her into the depths of their existence. The pull was overwhelming, like a weight dragging her under the surface of an ocean, suffocating, drowning her in the vastness of the void. And then it hit her, the truth. Charlotte wasn't just a victim of the darkness. She had become part of it, and now she was calling Mara to join her. Mara's pulse raced, her breath shallow, but as the shadows pressed closer, wrapping around her, suffocating her in their grip, she realized there was no running. There was no fight left to be had. She had already given in. She had already been claimed. She was part of this. Her body moved on its own, a puppet of the darkness, her arms outstretched toward her sister's wrath-like figure. There was no stopping it, no going back. The shadows surged around her, lifting her, pulling her into their embrace, and as they did, she felt the weight of eternity press against her chest. The entity had consumed her, just as it had consumed Charlotte, and now they would both watch, forever trapped in the cycle of darkness, bound together as the eternal guardians of the threshold. The darkness was a prison, and it had no doors. It was endless. It was forever. Mara's mind fractured, splintered, her thoughts becoming lost in the overwhelming flood of shadows. And then, as the final pieces of herself were devoured, she became one with the darkness, one with the eternal watcher. Mara's last breath was nothing more than a whisper, stolen by the darkness that had consumed her. She had ceased to exist in the way she had once understood existence. Her body, once solid, now felt fluid, suspended in an endless ocean of shadows, stretching, twisting, bending in ways that made no sense. She was no longer human, no longer a person who could feel the warmth of the sun or taste the salt of the sea. She had become something else, something caught between the worlds, suspended in an eternal moment that had no end. She tried to call out, to reach for something, anything, but her voice didn't come. There was no sound here, no echo, only the oppressive silence of the void that swallowed all. It wasn't the silence of peace. It was the silence of something waiting, waiting for something to break, waiting for something to return. But what was there left to break? Mara realized then, in the stillness that pressed against her, that she was no longer Mara. She was a fragment of something larger, known extension of the entity that had pulled her in, of the darkness that had taken everything. She was no longer an individual with thoughts and desires. She was part of the darkness, part of the vast, endless watch. She could still feel it, the pull. It was like a thread woven into the fabric of her soul. It wasn't pain, exactly. It was something worse, an empty hunger, a longing that could never be fulfilled, a thirst that could never be quenched. She didn't need food or water or any of the things that had once sustained her, but this emptiness that she couldn't escape was far worse. It was a thirst for knowledge, a thirst for understanding. It had all started so innocently, hadn't it? The search for truth, the curiosity that had once been a flickering flame of hope and wonder, now twisted into something dark, something consuming. It wasn't just the hat or the shadows or the strange symbol that had beckoned her. It was the darkness itself, an ancient force that had fed on the desperate, the curious, the lost. And once it had taken them, it kept them. It never let go. The price of knowledge was steep, and Mara had paid it, just as Charlotte had before her. But it wasn't over. That was the worst part. She realized now, with a sickening clarity, that she wasn't just a prisoner of the darkness. She was now part of it, woven into it. She had become its keeper, as Charlotte had become before her. In this place, this between place, Mara could feel the pulse of the shadows. She could sense the currents of time and space bending around her, like an unseen ocean, its tides shifting endlessly, taking everything with it. The shadows, the lost souls, the ones who had crossed the threshold before her, they were all here, woven into this vast net of oblivion. They were trapped, like her, in the eternal watch, bound to the entity that ruled this place. It forever. And then, in the midst of the crushing silence, she felt something shift. It wasn't physical, not in the way Mara had known reality to be. It was more like a shift in perception, a flicker at the edges of her consciousness, something too subtle to grasp but impossible to ignore. The weight of the entity that had taken her was still there, pressing down on her mind, but now there was something else, a disturbance, a ripple like a stone dropped into still water, spreading outward, pulling her toward it. She felt free, but it was only the illusion of freedom. And in that moment, she realized that this was the trap. The entity had allowed her this glimpse, this fleeting moment of clarity, to remind her that there was no escape. There was no freedom in this place. There was no way out. Her thoughts spun wildly, each one colliding with the next, fragmented and incoherent. She thought of Charlotte, of the warnings she had ignored, the signs she had dismissed. The darkness had waited patiently for her, for Charlotte, for all the lost souls who had dared to look too far into the unknown. It had been waiting for them to make the same mistakes. And now, as she stood now, existed within the dark expanse of this twisted place, Mara understood what it was to be the shadows, to be the watcher. The watcher did not watch in the way a living being would. There was no curiosity, no desire to understand. The watcher was the one who waited, who held the darkness, who ensured that the cycle could never end. There was no beginning, no end, only the eternal middle, the endless loop of the cursed, the lost, and the damned. The entity that had consumed her, that had turned her into this thing, was not a god. It was not something that could be defeated or escaped. It was a force, a thing that lived in the space between worlds, between everything. It wasn't bound by time, by space, by the physical world. It was the space between things, the empty place, the forgotten place, the place where all that was once known could slip away. And Mara was here. She was now a part of it. Her thoughts flickered toward her sister again, and with a sickening twist, she realized that Charlotte had known all of this. She had understood the truth before Mara ever had. Charlotte had become the watcher. She had crossed into this place willingly, had sought it out, believing that understanding the dark was the key to controlling it. But there was no controlling it. There was no understanding it. There was only becoming it. Mara had become a part of the dark. She was bound to the shadows now, tethered to the entity, her soul etched into the fabric of this place. She could feel the pull of it, feel it calling to her with each passing moment, urging her to join the endless, silent vigil. And she would join. She had no choice. She was the keeper now, the watcher, the eternal guardian of the threshold between the worlds. There was no escape. There never had been. Mara's mind swirled in a feverish haze, fractured and bleeding through the seams. She no longer knew where she ended and the darkness began. Her existence a thin membrane stretched too tightly between worlds. The feeling of loss that had clung to her since the moment the entity first reached for her was now a gnawing, aching weight, something that pressed deeper with each passing moment. Her thoughts, her memories, were fading like whispers in the wind, lost to the vast nothingness of this place. It wasn't just the darkness that was consuming her now, it was time. The very concept of it was slipping away, as though she were standing outside the flow of existence itself. There were no days, no nights, no moments where the world seemed to pause and breathe. There was only an endless, timeless stretch of nothingness, infinity, where everything was both present and absent, where memories blurred into the present, and the future felt like a distant echo. But there was something else, something lurking at the edges of Arminda's sensation, as familiar as it was terrifying. The binding dot, it had always been there, lurking beneath the surface of everything. Mara had experienced in this place an unspoken truth, a law of the void that held everything in place. It wasn't a force in the sense that gravity was, nor was it the entity itself. No, the binding was the law of continuity. The cycle that had begun with Charlotte had not been an isolated event. It wasn't just a curse, it was the foundation of this entire existence, a truth Mara had begun to understand too late. The entity had not simply consumed her sister, it had taken her soul and woven it into the fabric of the dark. It had given Charlotte a purpose, a function, a place in the grand design of the cycle. Charlotte had become the first watcher, the one who held the threshold, the one who kept the flow between worlds in check. And now, Mara was in the same position, not by choice, but by fate. The dark had claimed her, just as it had claimed Charlotte before her. The binding was not a curse, it was the anchor that held everything together. It kept the watchers, the guardians, tethered to the dark, bound to the space between worlds, locked in an endless loop, unable to leave, unable to break free. It was the soul's prison. Her soul, now bound to the threshold, would never know peace again. Her body, her consciousness, had become an instrument of the void, a part of the endless cycle that fed on those who sought the truth. It wasn't just her memories that were fading, it was her very identity, slowly but surely being erased, until nothing of Mara remained. Only the shadow, the watcher, the keeper. The darkness inside her would become her, until she was nothing but an extension of the entity, a part of the never-ending chain of lost souls that had been swallowed by the abyss. She felt the pull of the binding once again, this time stronger than before. The weight of it wrapped around her chest like chains, tightening with each breath she took. The cold emptiness surged through her veins, as if the darkness had become a part of her blood, circulating through her, entwining with her every thought. She tried to fight it, tried to push against the pull, but it was no use. She was already part of the web, caught in the intricate design of something far older and more powerful than herself. In the distance, she could sense the presence of Charlotte, no longer a figure, but a shapeless shadow, woven into the same dark threads that now bound Mara. Charlotte's essence was with her, not as a separate entity, but as something fused with her, as though they had become one. The bond between them, this shared fate, was palpable, a tether that could never be severed. "You cannot escape," the voice whispered, but it was no longer Charlotte's voice, nor the entity's. It was the voice of the binding itself. It was the cold, indifferent voice of eternity. "You belong here now. We all belong here. You will remain, as I remain, forever." Mara wanted to scream, but there was no sound. She wanted to cry, to plead, to beg for release, but the binding had stolen her ability to feel anything other than the pull of the darkness. She felt nothing beyond it. The terror she had once known, the fear that had driven her to fight for her life, had been stripped away. The void had consumed it all, leaving her with nothing but an overwhelming, suffocating sense of inevitability. The darkness had claimed her. She was no longer Mara. She was no longer anything at all. Her consciousness swirled in a vortex of emptiness, the edges of her awareness blurring as the binding tightened around her like a noose, choking the last remnants of herself. She had become part of the endless cycle, the eternal watchers who stood at the threshold between worlds, bound to the dark for eternity. She could feel the others now, could sense their presence, their souls trapped in the same eternal vigil. There were thousands of them, perhaps millions, but they were not alive in the way Mara had known life. They were shadows, echoes, remnants of those who had crossed the line, those who had sought the truth and found it far too late. Her thoughts shattered, Her sense of self dissolved. She was no longer human. She was a watcher, a keeper, lost in the infinite loop of darkness. Mara closed her eyes. There was no escape. There was only the void, the endless, all-consuming dark. And she was its guardian now. But then, through the infinite distance of her shattered mind, she heard it. A soft whisper, faint and barely perceptible, but unmistakable. It was her sister's voice. "Mara, I'm sorry." Mara's heart shuddered. A tremor of something, anything, that might have once been a human feeling. Charlotte's voice fragile, full of sorrow, but somehow familiar. Mara couldn't respond. She didn't even know if she could feel anymore. But somehow, the whispering continued, a faint thread that seemed to anchor her in the depths of the dark. "Together, we'll watch. We'll be free." For the first time since the binding had taken hold of her, Mara felt something stir within her, flicker of resistance, a question. Could there be more? Could there be a way out? A way to break the cycle, to destroy the darkness that had consumed them both? The answer wasn't clear. It was a distant possibility, a fragile hope clinging to the very edges of the void. But for the first time in what felt like forever, Mara wanted something more, and for the first time, the binding seemed to loosen just slightly. Mara could feel it, a tremor, subtle yet undeniable, rippling through the very fabric of the void. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make her hesitate. The feeling wasn't unlike the flicker of a candle's flame dancing in the wind, threatened by the darkness around it. But it was something that had once seemed like an impossible dream, a whisper in the void, now growing louder. A spark of defiance buried deep beneath layers of sorrow and despair. She was still bound to the shadows, still a prisoner of the dark, but there was a part of her, a small, fragile part, that refused to be completely consumed. It was like an ember in her chest, burning quietly but persistently. It wasn't the fire of rebellion that had driven her once, the fire of desperation, but something deeper, something she hadn't understood until now, the quiet will to exist, to choose to be. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make the binding tremble. Mara tried to focus on it, that fragment of awareness that still clung to her, like the last remnant of a dream on the edge of waking. The darkness didn't want her to have it. The shadows were trying to swallow it, to crush it under the weight of everything they had become. The entity that ruled this place, the one that had claimed Charlotte and countless others before her, fought to extinguish that fragile thread of defiance. But Mara could feel it, could sense that there was something different this time, something that she couldn't quite name. The dark was shifting, the cycle was shifting. Mara's mind burned with the knowledge, the understanding that the binding, the thing that had held her for so long, could be broken. It wasn't a question of strength. It wasn't about power or will alone. No, it was about awareness. It was about seeing the threads that held everything together, the invisible strands that bound the watchers to the shadows, the eternal cycle of the cursed and the lost. And with that awareness came the terrible realization that it wasn't just the darkness that held her in place. It was the very need for the cycle itself. The shadows were fed by it. They were nurtured by it. And breaking it meant shattering the system that had kept it alive for so long. But what would remain after the cycle was shattered? What would remain after everything she had become was torn apart? It was hard to think through the fog of the dark, but one thing became clear. She could feel it now. The presence that had always lingered on the edge of her consciousness. The other watchers, Charlotte was just one of them, a piece of a greater whole. But they had all been forgotten, absorbed into the shadows, into the binding that held them there. She could sense them now, the lost souls who had joined this eternal vigil long before her. They weren't truly gone. Mara's chest tightened as the weight of this realization settled in. They were still there, still present in the dark. They were waiting, just as she had been waiting, trapped bound by their own inability to break the cycle, their own refusal, or perhaps their own inability to leave this cursed place. They had become part of the Watchers, part of the void itself, lost to the darkness, bound to the shadows for eternity. But could she break free? Could she be the one to end it? The thought sent a shudder through her. It felt like a forbidden truth, something she wasn't supposed to know. The entity, the thing that ruled the dark, had relied on this. It had relied on the Watchers being content with their purpose, with their endless vigil. It thrived on their sorrow, on their despair. It fed on the belief that they were trapped, that there was no escape. It was the cycle, the need, that kept the entity strong. And without it, she had to desire it, not just freedom for herself, but for the others, for the countless souls lost in this place. She had to be the one to break the cycle. With a deep, shuddering breath, Mara closed her eyes. She felt the presence of the shadows around her, but she also felt the pull of something else, the fragile thread of resistance she had found, the spark of awareness that had ignited within her. It was like an itch beneath her skin, a fire that had been buried for so long, but now it was burning hot, fierce, relentless. She reached for it, reaching deep into the darkness, pulling at the threads that held her bound, the threads that held all the lost souls trapped here. It wasn't easy. It wasn't quick. Each thread she tugged on burned her, singed her very being. It was a pain that stretched across the fabric of her soul, tearing at the very foundation of everything she had become, but she couldn't stop. She couldn't turn back now. The darkness fought back, the entity itself pushing against her, filling her mind with visions of what she had once been, of the life she had lost. It tried to draw her back, to pull her into the endless cycle of Watchers, the endless cycle of torment. But Mara refused. She pushed against it. The power of the binding, the weight of the cycle, grew stronger and stronger, but the more Mara resisted, the more she understood. She was part of it, yes, but she was also more than that. She was the catalyst. She was the spark that could ignite the fire that would burn it all down. And then, just when it seemed like she would break under the strain, she felt it. The binding snapped. A violent shudder ran through the void, like the fabric of reality itself was tearing apart. The shadows screamed, but there was no sound. The darkness howled, but there were no words. There was only the feeling of everything that had once held her in place, unraveling, unspooling into the vast emptiness. The cycle was breaking. Mara felt herself falling, but not into the void, not into the abyss. This time, she was falling out. She was leaving. The weight of the darkness began to lift. She could feel at the pressure that had kept her in this place. The force that had made her part of the eternal watch was finally loosening. She could feel her body again. There was no need for her to remain. Mara's mind cleared for the first time in what felt like an eternity. She could feel the light again, far off, beyond the reach of the shadows. And for the first time, she could see it, the doorway, as a path to the void, not as an escape into the unknown, but as an opening to freedom. She was free. The cycle was broken, but there was one final choice. Mara's heart beat wildly in her chest as the decision pressed against her mind like a weight. She could leave. She could walk through that door, through that gateway to the world beyond, to the life that had been taken from her. She could finally be free. But there was a part of her that hesitated. The Watchers, the others. Charlotte, she could leave. But if she did, they would be trapped here. The cycle would continue. Mara took one last shuddering breath, and she understood. What had to be done, she would stay. She would be the one to guard the door, and the Watchers would be free. Mara stood at the threshold, her body trembling with the weight of the decision that hung before her, suspended in the vast, eternal space between all that was and all that would never be. The door, the one that had appeared before her like a beacon of light flickered before her, its edges shimmering like a mirage in the dark. Beyond it lay freedom from the endless void, freedom from the endless pull of the shadows. Beyond it, Mara could almost feel the warmth of the world she had once known. The world where the sun rose, where the wind carried the scent of earth, and where life pulsed with meaning. But freedom was not the only thing the door promised it. Was a choice, a final choice, one that had been thrust upon her the moment she had been claimed by the darkness. Mara's heart thudded in her chest as she realized the gravity of what she was about to decide. The cycle, the one that had trapped her, that had ensnared Charlotte, and so many others before them, was on the verge of being broken. And it was her choice that would determine whether it remained shattered, or whether it would reset, latching them all back into the same inescapable loop of torment. Behind her, the vast void stretched out endlessly, the darkness that had once consumed her, that had torn apart her sense of self, now feeling like an old and familiar weight on her chest. The shadows reached out toward her, their tendrils of cold wrapping around her ankles, tugging at her like the hands of forgotten souls, the watchers, the ones who had crossed the threshold before her. They had been waiting in this place, trapped, in the same dark cycle, their lives reduced to nothing more than memories, lost pieces of a forgotten story. Charlotte's face flickered in her mind against her sister's twisted form, hollow eyes staring at her from across the endless void. But this time, Charlotte wasn't a figure of torment or regret. No, Charlotte had become something else, something that had transcended the pain, the shadows, the cycle. Charlotte was part of it now. She was part of the darkness, part of the endless vigil that watched over the threshold. Mara, you know what you must do, Charlotte's voice whispered through her mind, soft and mournful, but steady with the weight of inevitability. You've always known. You've always been the one who would stand in the dark. I couldn't, but you can. You're stronger than I was. Mara's heart clenched at the sound of her sister's voice. But the pull of the darkness, the pull of the void was still there, not as a force, but as a need. She understood it now, deeply and painfully. The entity, the dark force that had claimed them both, wasn't just an external power. It had become a part of who they were. It was woven into their souls, a thread that ran through every part of them, and while the door promised escape, a return to the life they had lost, the choice was more complex than mere freedom. She could take the door. She could walk into the light, leave this place behind, leave the eternal cycle to those who still clung to it. She could leave the shadows behind and live again. The memory of her sister and the others fading into the distant dark, as though they had never existed. But then the cycle would continue. The darkness would always be there, waiting for the next curious soul, the next seeker of truth. It would claim them, just as it had claimed Charlotte. It would pull them into the cycle of watchers, and they would be trapped here forever. Mara could feel the eyes of the lost souls upon her, their gazes heavy and full of expectation. They had been here for so long, waiting for someone to make the right choice, to end it. She could hear their murmurs, their whispers in the dark, urging her forward, as if they too understood that the cycle needed to be broken. But the question loomed larger now than it ever had before. Could she truly break it? Mara could hear her own voice in her mind, asking the question again and again. Could she break the endless cycle of shadows? Could she destroy the entity that had fed on souls, that had feasted on their desperation, their curiosity, their very lives? Could she destroy it for good, or would the darkness simply return once the door was opened, a new seeker stepping in, unknowingly ready to replace the old? The weight of responsibility pressed down on her like an iron chain. Her decision was not just for her own freedom, was for the freedom of everyone who had ever fallen prey to this cycle. It was for the watchers who had waited too long, their souls fragmented and lost. It was for Charlotte, who had already given herself to This fate, who had already accepted that her role was eternal, and now it was Mara's turn, her choice. Mara's fingers trembled as she reached out for the door. The light shone brighter, almost painfully so, its edges beckoning her forward, like a lover offering warmth and comfort after years of cold. But as her hand moved toward the threshold, she paused. There was something else there. It wasn't the light. It wasn't the darkness. It was a filling a pulse, a beat deep within her chest, like the fluttering of wings or the beating of a heart. It was the knowledge that there was no simple answer, no clear path. The light was a promise, yes, but it was also a lie. And the darkness, as oppressive as it had been, was also a part of her one she could never completely escape. There was no simple choice between light and dark. There was no clear boundary between life and death, between freedom and bondage. There was only the endless cycle. Her hand hovered just above the door now, her heart racing in her chest. She closed her eyes, her mind swirling with the faces of those who had come before her, the ones who had walked through this door and never returned. And then, in a sudden burst of clarity, Mara understood. The cycle was never truly meant to be broken. It wasn't about ending it. It was about choosing it, about accepting the role of the watcher, the keeper, the guardian of the threshold. She wasn't meant to escape. She was meant to stand here, to watch over the dark, to hold the boundary between the worlds so that others would never be lost to the shadows. It was a choice. It had always been a choice. Mara took a deep breath, and with a steady hand, she pushed the door open, stepping into the light. But the door did not close behind her. It remained open, a pathway that led not to escape, but to an eternal vigil. She would stay. She would guard the threshold, just as Charlotte had before her. And so, the cycle would continue. The door remained open behind Mara, its light no longer blinding, but softly glowing with a gentle, inviting warmth, beckoning her toward the unknown. She could feel the weight of its promise, the temptation of freedom pulling at her like a distant memory, but she knew now that it was not for her to take. The threshold, the line between worlds, was where she belonged. The watcher's role was hers, passed down from Charlotte, passed down from the many before them. It was her responsibility, her choice, and her burden. Mara stepped through the threshold, her heart heavy with the knowledge that she was not leaving the darkness behind. She had come to understand that the light and the dark were not opposites, but two sides of the same coin, both necessary to the cycle that governed the fate of the lost. The watchers, the keepers, were the ones who stood at the intersection of the two, guarding the place where souls passed through, ensuring that the darkness did not bleed too far into the world of the living, and that the light did not become a beacon for those who would get lost in it. Her footsteps were quiet on the ground, but the air around her felt charged, as if the very space she inhabited were aware of her presence. The threshold stretched out before her, endless and empty, a space between spaces, a place where time had no meaning and existence was a fluid concept. The light at her back grew dimmer, but it did not fade entirely. It clung to her like a memory she could never forget. The darkness was not gone. The void that had swallowed her, that had consumed her sister, was still present in the far corners of her mind, lurking like a shadow that would never leave. She could feel it. She could feel the pull of it, the hunger that was always just beneath. The surface, the entity, the ancient force that had claimed her was not gone. It was still waiting just outside of her reach. Like a storm on the horizon, always threatening to return, Mara walked deeper into the threshold, her mind already adjusting to the strange, otherworldly space she now inhabited. The other watchers were with her, their presence lingering in the space like echoes of lost voices. She could feel them in the air, like whispers just out of reach, their souls tethered to the same eternal cycle that bound her. The watchers, before her Charlotte among them, were still here, their consciousnesses stretched across the void, caught in the never-ending task of guarding the threshold. But they were not silent. They were there in the corners of her thoughts, their voices like a chorus of memories, indistinct but ever present. "Welcome home, Mara," Charlotte's voice whispered, soft but full of emotion. "It's been a long time coming." Mara closed her eyes at the sound of her sister's voice, feeling the weight of their shared bond, their shared fate. Charlotte had chosen this path. She had walked through the door before her, and she had never looked back. Now Mara understood the price. The cost of being the keeper, the one who stood between worlds, was not just the sacrifice of freedom, it was the sacrifice of identity. But the darkness Mara could feel it again, the cold tendrils creeping at the edges of her mind. It was always there, patient and waiting. She had hoped that by taking the role of the keeper, she would somehow be able to control it, to keep it contained. But the reality was harsher. The darkness would never be defeated. It would never be gone. It would always be part of her and part of this place. Mara opened her eyes and looked around her, but she saw nothing but the same endless expanse. The threshold stretched out forever, a liminal space that neither belonged to life nor death. It was a place where the lost wandered, and the watchers, those like her, stood vigilant, watching for those who might stumble upon it, drawn to the doorway. They couldn't resist. In the distance, she saw figures, ghostly shapes, moving in the void, figures of the lost. They were like her, trapped between worlds, their souls caught in the same endless cycle. Some of them were familiar, their faces blurred and indistinct, their names lost to time. Others were strangers, lost souls from other times, other places. But they were all here, bound to the same fate, the same vigil. Mara understood now. She was not alone, but she was isolated. She was part of something far greater than herself, something ancient and eternal, and it was her duty to guard it. She could never leave. She could never escape. Her breath caught in her throat as she realized something else. The watchers, the ones who had come before her, the ones who had walked the threshold before her, were not entirely lost. They were here, still present, still part of this place. They were the guardians, the keepers, the eternal watchers who stood between the living and the dead, and Mara was one of them now. She could feel the weight of their gazes upon her, their quiet voices calling out to her, urging her to take her place, to accept her role as the keeper. There was no escape. There was no freedom. The door that had once offered her the chance to leave had not been a door to another world. It had been a door to this world, the world of the Watchers, the world of the Guardians. Mara took a step forward, her heart heavy with the understanding of her new existence. She was the keeper now. She would stand guard over the threshold, watching for the lost souls who would cross it, unable to stop them, unable to save them. She was a part of the cycle, now and forever. And as she stood there, in the endless, shifting expanse of the threshold, she felt Charlotte's presence beside her, a silent companion, a reminder that she was never truly alone, but she was still. The keeper and the door, the doorway that had once offered an escape, was now just another part of the cycle that would never be broken. And so she waited, like all the others who had come before her, and like all those who had come after, for eternity. Mara's feet moved through the emptiness, the weight of the decision pressing down on her every step. The threshold stretched endlessly before her, but as she walked deeper into the infinite expanse, the oppressive silence was now something she could never escape. She could feel the presence of the other watchers in the periphery of her mind-faint echoes, silent observers, like ghosts caught in an endless loop of waiting. Their souls were tethered to this place, unable to move forward, unable to retreat. They were the guardians, the eternal watchers who had stood in the same position for untold eons, their memories fading into the dark, their identities lost to the void. And now Mara was one of them. her breath caught in her throat as the magnitude of her new existence settled over her. She had chosen this, but now that it was done, she wondered whether she had truly understood what it would mean. The door that had once promised freedomscape from the darkness, from the shadows, had been a lie. It had been a test. A choice that she had made without truly knowing its consequences. The cycle had never been about breaking it. The cycle had always been about continuing it. The darkness would always remain, feeding on the lost, the curious, the seekers who ventured too far into the unknown. The watchers were the only ones who could stand between the worlds, between the light and the dark. The weight of that responsibility pressed heavily on her chest. She could feel the shadows all around her, even though they were not visible. They were inside her, now whispering, waiting for something, anything, to break. The thing that had consumed Charlotte was still here, but Mara knew something. Now that she hadn't understood before, it was not just an entity, it was the darkness itself. It was not something that could be defeated, not something that could be banished. It existed as a part of the world, as a natural force that could never be destroyed. It was always here, just beneath the surface. Waiting for those who dared to seek answers, Mara had once believed that the key to breaking the cycle was to destroy the darkness. But the truth was more subtle and far more insidious. The darkness was not just an external force, it was an integral part of the cycle. The watchers, the keepers, the ones who guarded the threshold, they were part of that cycle. They were the guardians of the dark, the silent sentinels who watched for those who might wander into this place. And now, Mara was the next in line to take that role. She could feel the pull of the void again. It was subtle, like a distant hum, vibrating just beneath her skin, pulling her deeper into the endless, shifting world that surrounded her. But it was no longer a terrifying force. It was familiar now, like a piece of herself that she couldn't let go. It had become her. She had become part of it. The watchers were not just standing guard. They were the keepers of the stories, the holders of the memories of those who had passed through this threshold before them. And with each new soul that entered, with each new moment that passed, the cycle would continue, and they would be forced to watch, forced to wait. And yet, it was the feeling of something changing, something shifting, as though the very foundation of the threshold was beginning to crack. Mara's pulse quickened. Was it possible? Could it be that after all this time, after all the years of waiting, the cycle was finally starting to unravel? She paused, standing at the center of the threshold. Her mind was awash with the quiet stirrings of the other watchers, their thoughts, their memories swirling around her. Caught in the same space between worlds, she could feel their presence, like a chorus of lost voices, each one whispering in the back of her mind, urging her to understand, to see the truth. The cycle is endless. Mara, Charlotte's voice, spoke softly, as if coming from the very fabric of the threshold itself. It is not something you can break, not something you can destroy. It is something you must carry. It is the price we pay for our existence. Mara's heart trembled at the sound of her sister's voice, but it was no longer full of sorrow or regret. It was calm now, resigned. Charlotte had become one with the threshold, just as the others had, just as she would. But there was something different now. Mara could feel it deep within her bones. A stir, a shift in the air around her. The presence of the entity, the shadow that had once threatened to consume her, was no longer as oppressive as it had been. It was still there, yes, lurking in the background, but it had lost some of its power, some of its weight. Her thoughts raced. What did this mean? Was the cycle truly ending? Had something changed in the balance between the light and the dark? Was there someone that had begun to disrupt the equilibrium of the void? The sensation was growing stronger now. The hum, the pull of the void, was no longer just beneath her skin. It was around her, inside her, vibrating through every cell in her body. The shadows in the corners of her mind were shifting. They were waking up. And then she heard the sound of footsteps, soft but growing louder, echoing in the distance. Mara turned, her heart pounding in her chest, and there at the edge of the threshold, not one of the watchers, a living person. Her breath caught in her throat. How could someone be here, in this place, the place? Between worlds, the threshold had been closed, had it not? No one was supposed to be able to pass through unless they were meant to become a part of the cycle, a part of the endless watch. The figure stepped forward, and Mara's mind scrambled, trying to place the face she saw in the dim light. Features were hazy, shifting, as though they could not decide whether they were real or imagined. "Mara," the figure whispered, its voice carrying an eerie echo, familiar yet alien. "I've come to take you home." Her heart skipped a beat. Home. Mara's mind reeled. Who was this person? And why did the sound of their voice feel like a distant memory? She had no answers, only the certainty that this figure, this presence, was the reason for the shift in the cycle. This person had broken through the threshold, had disrupted the delicate balance that had kept the darkness at bay. And now Mara understood. The cycle was not just a prison, it was a trap. And this person, whoever they were, had come to set them all free, but at what cost? The figure's hand extended toward her, beckoning her to step forward, to cross the threshold into whatever awaited on the other side. And for the first time since she had arrived in this place, Mara felt the pull of true freedom. The figure stood before Mara, their hand extended, an invitation of beckoning toward something far beyond the threshold. The air around them seemed to shimmer, the shadows themselves growing restless at the sight of the living being who had somehow found their way into this place. Mara could feel the tremors in the dark, the subtle shifting of the cycle as it responded to the figure's presence. It was as if everything had begun to move again, as though the gears of the universe had shifted and someone had disturbed the delicate balance between the light and the dark. Her heart pounded in her chest, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Mara felt the cold grip of fear tighten around her. The decision that had seemed so clear, the path she had chosen when she had become the Watcher, now felt impossibly distant. The shadows whispered again, their voices a chorus of lost souls who had become part of this place, urging her to stay, to remain where she was, to continue the cycle. The figure before her, though this living person, this outsider, was the first disruption she had felt since becoming the guardian of the threshold. They were an anomaly, a crack in the fabric of the world between the living and the dead. They should not have been able to enter this place. No one could pass through the threshold unless they were destined to become a part of the eternal cycle, a part of the Watchers. The figure spoke again, their voice now clear and resonant, almost familiar. "I know you're here. I know you remember. You don't belong here. You never did." The words sent a shiver down Mara's spine. She didn't understand. The figure's voice, it was so familiar, but she couldn't place it. It was as though the voice had once belonged to someone who had known her, someone from her past, someone she had lost long ago. She took a tentative step forward, the shadows at her feet flickering as she moved. The cycle, the dark, had become a part of her, had shaped her into the being she was now. She had accepted the role. She had become the keeper, the Watcher. But now, standing before this figure, that choice felt fragile, like a thread that could unravel with the slightest tug. "Who are you?" Mara's voice trembled, and her words seemed to fade into the void around her. She took another step, closer now, feeling the presence of the figure pressing against her, calling to her with an intensity that felt like home, but it was a home she had never known, a place she had never been. The figure's face was still indistinct, shifting as if their identity was not fixed, as though they were a dream halfway forgotten. But their eyes, those eyes were unmistakable. They glowed with a warmth, a light, that pierced through the shadows and filled her with an overwhelming sense of recognition. It was a face she knew, a face she had not seen in so long. Charlotte. Mara's breath caught in her throat. She reached out toward the figure, her hand trembling, unsure if she was seeing what she thought she was seeing. Is it really you? The figure nodded slowly, their expressions softening as the distance between them closed. It's me, Mara. I've come for you. I've always been here, waiting. And now, the time has come for you to leave. Mara shook, her head, her mind spinning. But I can't leave. I can't. I'm part of the darkness now. I have to watch over the threshold. I have to. Charlotte's hand reached out to gently touch Mara's cheek, her fingers warm, grounding her, and a soft smile played on her lips. No, Mara, you don't have to do this anymore. You've been trapped in the cycle for so long, but it's time to let go. The words felt like a punch to the gut. Let go of everything she had become. Let go of the role that had been passed down to her, that she had accepted with so much fear and sorrow. The duty to the other watchers, to the souls lost in the dark, to Charlotte herself had it all been a lie. Mara took a step back, her heart racing. I don't understand. If I leave, what happens to the others, the watchers, the souls trapped in the dark? Charlotte's expression softened, and for the first time since they had met again in this strange, shifting world, Mara saw the sister she had known before the shadows had taken her. You don't leave them behind, Mara. You're not abandoning anyone. You're releasing them. You're releasing yourself. The cycle can't continue if you let go. The darkness can't keep feeding on those who are willing to give everything. To it, the watchers. They've waited long enough. They are ready to be free. Mara's breath caught in her throat. She felt the weight of the words like a stone sinking deep within her. The watchers were ready. They weren't lost anymore. Then, the endless vigil, the curse that had been placed upon them, it could end. And it could end with her. Mara felt the pull of the threshold again. It was not the cycle now, not the duty. It was something more, the desire for peace, the desire for release. Her soul had been shackled to the darkness for so long, but now the chains were weakening. Charlotte was there, leave-on with her. Mara felt the first real taste of what it meant to be free. Mara stepped forward again, her heart pounding as she reached out to Charlotte. The void around them seemed to recede, the oppressive shadows lifting like the first rays of sunlight breaking through a storm. The world was still dark, still empty, but it was no longer cold. It was warm, safe. She felt herself being pulled toward Charlotte, toward the light in her sister's eyes, as their hands touched. The void shattered, and for the first time since Mara had crossed the threshold all those years ago, she felt alive again. The shadows receded, no longer a part of her, no longer a part of anyone. Mara looked at Charlotte, her sister's smile now a beacon of warmth and hope. The shadows, the watchers, the darkness, they had all been part of the same cycle. But the cycle was ending. It was over. Mara and Charlotte stood together at the edge of the threshold, and as the light of the door faded behind them, they both stepped forward. They stepped into the unknown, into the world beyond the cycle, into a life they had been denied for so long. And as they crossed the boundary between the worlds, they knew that they had finally broken the chain. The watchers were free, and so, for the first time in eternity, there was... You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 3. The air inside the house was dense, like it hadn't been properly aired in years. Sarah stood frozen in the doorway, the dim light from the hallway barely penetrating the suffocating gloom. Her parents had insisted she move into the old family home after her mother's death, the house where they had grown up, where memories lingered like forgotten echoes. But something about this house, it felt wrong. She hesitated for a moment, holding her breath as the first wave of silence washed over her. The wind outside howled softly, brushing against the windows like a muted whisper, as if it knew something she didn't. She shook the thought away, trying to ground herself. It was just an old house, nothing more. Yet, the moment she stepped inside, a strange heaviness clung to her chest. The walls, cracked and peeling, seemed to loom over her, watching. She slowly closed the door behind her, the creak of the old wood vibrating through the air. The house groaned, almost in recognition of her presence. A faint whisper reached her ears, but when she turned, there was no one there, just the hollow emptiness. A flicker of movement caught her Aja's shadow darting at the edge of the hallway, swift and fleeting. She blinked. She didn't want to believe in the stories, the ghostly tales whispered by neighbors about the house being haunted. But the chill creeping along her spine and the unsettling feeling of being watched told a different story. She took a deep breath and walked deeper into the house. The familiar scent of dust and old wood mingled with the faint, almost imperceptible scent of something metallic. It reminded her of copper, but she couldn't place it. The smell was strange, almost out of place. In the kitchen, the old clock on the wall ticked erratically, like it was struggling to keep time. Its hands were stuck, frozen at 3 o'clock, though it continued to echo its hollow beat. She wondered, briefly, if it was a broken mechanism, but the sound, how it reverberated through the house, seemed to grow louder, almost oppressive. Suddenly, the overhead light flickered, casting erratic shadows along the walls. The whispers began again, louder now, circling the edges of her mind. Sarah felt a prickle of dread skitter up her spine. But before she could process the sensation, the sound of the front door creaking open broke through the tension. Her pulse quickened. She spun around, expecting to find someone standing there, but there was nothing. Only the oppressive silence that now felt too heavy, too still. Something was wrong. Her eyes caught a glint at the far end of the hallway, a mirror, reflecting only shadows. Yet, the reflection seemed off. For a split second, she thought she saw a face in the glass, a pale, contorted figure staring directly at her. She blinked again, and it was gone. A cold breath hit the back of her neck. Sarah spun around, heart pounding in her chest, but there was no one there. Only the creaking house, settling into its silence. Sarah could feel the weight of the house pressing in on her, each creak and groan reverberating through the floorboards and up her spine. She wasn't sure how much time had passed since she first entered, but the air felt thicker now, more oppressive. Every breath she took was heavier, as though the very air was laced with something old, something bitter. It was more than dust and neglect. It was something worse. She forced herself to move forward, telling herself that she was overthinking it, that grief had made her too sensitive to the house's quirks. It was easy to forget how old the place was when she'd spent so many summers there as a child. Back then, it had felt like an adventure, the house standing tall on the hill like some ancient fortress, full of hidden passages, forgotten corners, and secret rooms. But now, it felt like a trap, and she was caught in its web. The hallway stretched out before her like a darkened tunnel, lined with portraits of long-forgotten relatives. Their faces were painted in meticulous detail, their eyes unnervingly lifelike, following her every step as she walked past. The walls seemed to close in with each footfall, the shadows deepening around her, curling like living things that might reach out and touch her if she didn't keep moving. She walked past the staircase, its old wooden steps creaking under an invisible weight, and approached the living room. She paused for a moment at the doorway, the floor beneath her suddenly feeling unstable, as though it might give way. The air in there felt colder than the rest of the house, and the flickering light from the nearby fireplace cast long, strange shadows against the walls. The room was empty, save for a few pieces of furniture, draped in dusty sheets. Her grandmother had once sat in that room, sipping her tea from an old china cup, telling Sarah stories about the house's past, stories about the land, about the people who had lived here before. She used to say the house had a memory, that it remembered every person who had ever passed through its doors. At the time, Sarah had laughed, dismissing it as an old woman's fanciful imagination. But now she wasn't so sure. Something was watching her. She turned quickly, the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. But again, there was nothing, just the dim, flickering shadows cast by the fire. Her mind was playing tricks on her. She told herself there was no one here but her dot. Sarah stepped into the room and moved to the center of the floor. The old rocking chair in the corner seemed to beckon her, the motion of its arms swaying gently in the draft. She frowned. The chair hadn't moved when she entered, but the soft, rhythmic rocking continued. It was as if it was trying to lull her into a sense of calm, to soothe the unease growing within her. She took another step, but her foot caught. Something on the floor, something hard, something small. She knelt down to find a small wooden box, its surface worn with age, almost blending in with the dark floorboards. It wasn't the type of object she would have expected to find here, tucked away beneath a forgotten piece of furniture. It was too deliberate, too out of place. Curiosity drove her to open it. The lid creaked as she lifted it, revealing a small collection of objects still. Rusted keys, a tarnished pocket watch, a faded photograph of a man she didn't recognize, and something else. A thin, brittle envelope, sealed shut with dark wax, dot her. Fingers trembled as she reached for the envelope, the weight of the air around her suddenly becoming unbearable. She wasn't sure why, but she knew she had to open it. It wasn't a question, more like an instinct. She slid her finger under the edge of the wax seal and carefully pulled the letter free. The handwriting was uneven, old, almost frantic in its looping strokes. Sarah's eyes scanned the words, but the further she read, the more her stomach tightened, as if something inside her was trying to stop her from understanding the message. The letter was dated nearly 50 years ago. It spoke of a family curse, of an ancient wrong that had been committed in the house, a wrong that could never be undone. The house remembers, it said. It remembers every soul that walks through its doors, and it will never let you leave. Not truly. We are bound. Here, all of us. The price of the past is paid in shadows, and they will come for you. They will come for all of us. She froze, a chill running down her spine as she stared at the last words, written with a sense of finality. There is no escape. The room seemed to close in on her, the air thick and suffocating. The shadows in the corners of the room moved, stretching like fingers, as if reaching toward her. The rocking chair's motion had intensified, its creaking growing louder, more insistent. A soft whisper, barely audible, slid through the cracks in the walls. Sarah stood, heart pounding, the letter trembling in her hands. She needed to get out of here, to leave, but something inside her voice, deep and persistent, kept her rooted to the spot. The house is alive. It seemed to whisper, its breath rising and falling with the wind. It knows you. It remembers you. The fire flickered violently, casting strange shadows across the room, and Sarah heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from upstairs. She hadn't heard anyone enter the house. She was alone, wasn't she? She took a step backward, eyes scanning the empty room. The house felt colder now, darker, as if the very walls were pressing in around her. She needed to leave. She needed to crash. A loud, sharp sound echoed from upstairs, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone moving in the hallway above. The footsteps grew louder, closer, as if whatever it was had been waiting for her to hear. It, Sarah's breath caught in her throat, and for a moment she stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. The shadows moved again, and then, with a sudden surge of panic, Sarah turned and fled from the room, her heart hammering in her chest, her footsteps echoing through the empty halls. She reached the stairs, her hands gripping the banister as she began to ascend. But before she could reach the top, the door at the end of the hallway creaked open. There, standing in the doorway, was a figure pale, gaunt, and unnaturally still. Her pulse skipped. Her breath caught in her throat. It was her mother, but something about her was off. The woman in the doorway smiled, a thin, eerie expression that didn't reach her eyes. Her face was too pale, her skin drawn tight over her bones, her hair dark and matted. But it was her voice that sent a wave of terror over Sarah. Soft, distant, barely a whisper. It echoed through the house. "Sarah, you've come home." The words seemed to hang in the air, their meaning impossible to decipher. Sarah's heart pounded so violently she thought it might burst. The figure in the doorway, her mother, stood motionless, her face an unsettling mask of familiarity, and something darker, something that twisted at Sarah's soul. Her breath came in shallow, panicked gasps as she backed away from the door, every instinct in her screaming to run. But she couldn't move. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the woman who should be her mother. "Mom," the word came, out in a strangled whisper, but it felt foreign on her tongue, as if she were calling out to someone she didn't know. The woman in the doorway didn't respond immediately. Instead, she tilted her head, that eerie, two-eyed smile spreading across her face, and then her voice echoed through the hall. "Why did you leave me?" The words were soft, too soft, and yet they struck Sarah like a slap. The air around her seemed to thicken, the room closing in, and her skin began to crawl. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. A part of her, a terrified part of her, wanted to run. Another part, the part that still clung to the memory of her mother's warmth, wanted to reach out and beg for answers. But how could she? Thing couldn't be. The pale figure stepped forward, its footfalls disturbingly silent, as if it floated across the floor rather than walking. Sarah's eyes darted nervously toward the stairs, and instinct screamed for her to turn and flee, to escape, but her body betrayed her. She stood there, rooted to the floor, paralyzed by fear and confusion. "Don't you recognize me?" The voice crooned, the familiar tone warped and wrong. It was as though her mother's voice had been stretched and twisted like taffy. Stretched too thin, too stretched out of shape. "I've been waiting for you, Sarah, all this time." The words pierced her thoughts like nails scraping along glass. A shiver racked her body. She opened her mouth to speak, but her throat constricted. She tried to call out to the woman in front of her, but the words were lost in the empty space between them. The figure took another step forward, its hands twitching at its sides, as if uncertain of what to do with them. Her mother's eyes, if they could even be called, that seemed to flicker. One moment they were wide and glassy, the next they narrowed like a predator assessing its prey. "Mom," Sarah finally managed to rasp, her voice trembling. She swallowed, hard, fighting against the crushing weight in her chest. "What happened to you? Where are you? What are you?" The figure tilted its head again, this time with a slow, deliberate motion, as if savoring the question. It spoke then, but its voice was different, its tone colder, detached, almost mocking. "You left me," it whispered, its voice laced with something unholy. "You and your father. You abandoned me. You left me to die, just like everyone else." The words struck Sarah like a physical blow, and her breath caught. The silence between them felt suffocating now, each heartbeat growing louder in her ears, pounding like a drum in the oppressive stillness. Her mother had died when Sarah was just a child. A sudden, unexplained illness that had taken her from the world. She could still remember the last time she'd seen her weak, pale, lying in that sterile hospital bed, surrounded by the scent of antiseptic and death. But this thing in front of her couldn't be her mother. It couldn't. As if sensing Sarah's rising terror, the figure took another step toward her, and the door behind her creaked open, casting long shadows across the hallway. The temperature dropped with a violent rush, a cold so intense it stole the breath from her lungs. The warmth she had once known in the house, the warmth of home, was gone, replaced by a suffocating chill that clung to her bones. "I never wanted to be alone," the thing whispered. "I never wanted to die alone. I didn't ask for this." Its voice grew louder, more insistent, now an agonized, sorrowful wail. The words twisted and writhed in Sarah's mind, distorting into something incomprehensible. "Don't leave me." Suddenly, there was movement. The thing, her mother, whatever it was, moved faster now, its hands reaching for her. They weren't hands anymore. No, they were claws-long, jagged fingers that seemed to stretch unnaturally long, each one tipped with a sharp, silvery gleam. Sarah stepped back, but the hallway stretched endlessly before her. She couldn't go anywhere. The walls felt like they were closing in. The shadows twisted, reaching out for her, grasping her arms, pulling her into their depths. But just as the clawed hands were almost upon her, there was a noise, a crash, a loud bang from above. The thing halted, its hands twitching in the air, its head snapping toward the ceiling. For a moment, the silence that followed was unbearable. Then it let out a low, almost guttural hiss, like something angry and wrong. Sarah used the moment of distraction to turn, sprinting toward the stairs, her heart hammering in her chest, her legs weak with fear. She was about to race up them when she heard a voice, low and filled with panic. A voice she recognized, her father's. "Sarah, you have to leave." The shout echoed down the stairwell, filled with desperation, her breath caught in her throat. He was here, but that voice, it sounded wrong too. It didn't sound like him. It was distant, detached, as if it were coming from someone else entirely. "Sarah," the voice called again, its tone desperate, but there was something almost pleading, like the voice of a person who knew something terrible was about to happen. Sarah's feet moved on their own, propelling her up the stairs, despite the terror swirling around her. She had to find him. She had to find her father. As she reached the top of the stairs, the temperature in the house dropped further. The air grew thick with a sense of wrongness. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and the whispers returned low, haunting murmurs that sounded like they were coming from all directions. "Sarah," the voice was softer now, distant, her father's voice, but it was accompanied by something else, something that made her skin crawl. There was a sound behind it, a low, guttural growl that made her stomach lurch. She pushed open the door to the room where the voice had come from. There was no one there. The room was empty at first glance, but as she stepped inside, she felt a rush of cold air behind her. Her pulse quickened, and she turned, but no one was there. Yet there was a presence of pressure in the air that she couldn't explain. Then she saw it, the mirror. It hung on the wall opposite the window, slightly askew, and as she stared into its reflection, she saw herself, standing in the room, but behind her, standing just inches away from her, was the shadow of her mother. The pale, gaunt figure of her mother, its face twisted with rage. Before she could scream, the door slammed shut behind her. The door slammed with an unnatural force, the sound echoing through the room like a clap of thunder. Sarah jumped, her heart pounding in her chest, and spun around, desperate to escape the suffocating atmosphere that had settled in the room, like a living thing. But as she turned, her eyes were drawn back to the mirror, where she had just seen the impossible reflection of her mother. The mirror seemed to pulse with a strange energy, the surface rippling like disturbed water, as if something beneath it was stirring. She swallowed hard, her throat dry, and backed away slowly, her hand still pressed against the cold, hard surface of the door. The room seemed to stretch around her, expanding and contracting with each breath she took. Every noise, every whisper seemed to come from somewhere deep within the walls, the ceiling, the very foundations of the house. It was as though the house itself was alive, watching her, waiting. A soft click echoed from the far corner of the room. The air shifted, and Sarah's pulse quickened. Her eyes darted to the source of the sound, where the old wardrobe stood against the wall. Its once polished wood now dull and cracked with age. The doors, which had been closed when she entered, were now slightly ajar. The voice she had heard earlier, her father's no, not his voice, came again, distant but sharp, like the crackle of static on a radio. Sarah, ... She stepped toward the wardrobe, every instinct screaming at her to turn and run. But she couldn't. Her feet moved of their own accord, dragging her forward. The voice, her father's voice, pulled her in, beckoning her closer. She reached the wardrobe and hesitated, fingers trembling on the edge of the door. The shadows within seemed to pulse with life, shifting as if something were moving in the dark. Something that had been waiting for her to open the door. Open it. The voice, it could even be called, that spoke directly into her mind. The command was so clear, so insistent, that she couldn't help but obey. She pulled the door open with a slow, creaking motion, the hinges groaning in protest. The room around her seemed to contract with the sound, and the temperature dropped further, until her breath misted in the air before her. Inside the wardrobe was not the expected emptiness. No, there was something else there, something much darker. The walls of the wardrobe had been lined with old photographs, their edges frayed, their surfaces stained with time. Faces stared out at her from the dark, eyes cold and unblinking. But it was the last photograph, the one at the very back, that caught her eye. It was a picture of the house taken from the outside. The windows were dark, as though there was no light within, but it was the sky in the background that unsettled her. The sky was thick with clouds, a deep, unnatural black, and in the distance she could see someone standing. In the doorway, a tall, slender figure with long, flowing hair, their face obscured by shadow. But what truly horrified her were the eyes, pale, hollow, empty. They seemed to be looking directly at her, staring straight into her soul. Sarah recoiled, stepping back from the photograph, but her foot caught something on the floor. She stumbled, falling backward, her hand outstretched to catch herself. Her fingers brushed against something cold and hard. She froze. Her eyes flicked down, and her breath hitched as she saw what her hand had touched, a small, polished stone. It was smooth, almost too smooth, like something carved by hands long dead. The stone was dark, an obsidian black, and as she stared at it, she felt a chill creep into her bones, deeper than the cold of the house itself. The voice whispered again, not in her mind this time, but right behind her, so close she could feel the breath on her neck. She whipped around, but there was no one there, only the oppressive silence of the room. The stone, however, remained at her feet, just within reach. Against every instinct, Sarah bent down and picked it up. The moment her fingers wrapped around the stone, a rush of cold shot through her, like she had plunged her hand into ice water. The temperature in the room plummeted, and she could feel the air grow thick, suffocating. She gasped, pulling her hand back, but the stone was stuck to her palm, as though it had fused with her skin. The room began to spin around her, her vision blurring, the walls closing in. The whispers rose, louder now, a cacophony of voices, all speaking at once, their words incomprehensible. She stumbled backward, her head spinning, and collided with the wardrobe. The impact jolted her back to reality, but the voices in her head didn't stop. If anything, they grew louder, more desperate. She could hear her mother's voice again, but this time it was twisted and broken, like the sound of someone drowning. You left me, you left me, you left me. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the words, but it was no use. The air, Around her felt like it was pressing in from all sides, pushing her deeper into the grip of something ancient, something far older than the house itself. She tried to tear the stone from her hand, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if the stone was alive, its grip tightening around her, feeding off her fear. Her desperation died in the distance. She heard something else, a soft, rhythmic sound, like footsteps moving in the hallway, slow, deliberate. The door at the far end of the room, the only exit, stood ajar, a sliver of light cutting through the dark. The footsteps grew louder, closer, and Sarah's breath quickened. She could feel the pressure of the stone in her hand, pulsing now, as if it were alive. Suddenly, a sharp, sickening crack echoed through the room. The door slammed open, and standing in the doorway was it. The creature was tall, impossibly tall, its body stretched and warped like a distorted reflection. Its face was the worst of all. The skin was pale, stretched tight over its skull, its eyes deep, black pools of nothingness. Its mouth hung open, its lips curled into a grotesque smile, revealing rows of jagged teeth. The thing didn't move, but it didn't need to. Its presence filled the room like a shadow, casting its darkness over everything it was watching her. It was waiting for her. The air grew heavier, the oppressive weight in the room making it harder to breathe. The whispers, now a cacophony, clawed at her ears, at her mind. They spoke of things that didn't belong in the world. They spoke of hunger, of death, of a past that would never let go. The creature took a step forward. Its movements were slow, deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. Every step seemed to make the shadows around it grow deeper, darker. The floorboards creaked beneath its weight, but there was no sound of footsteps, no echo of its passage only. The terrible weight of its presence. Sarah tried to move, but her feet felt glued to the floor. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't run. The stone in her hand seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, its dark surface absorbing the light around it. It was as if it was feeding on her fear, growing stronger with each passing second. "Don't look away," the voice whispered again. This time, it wasn't a command, but a warning. Sarah's eyes remained fixed on the creature in the doorway, and she could feel the weight of its gaze. It was looking into her soul, seeing the deepest parts of her guilt, her grief, her fear. It was feeding off of everything she was. And then, just as she thought she might break under the pressure of its stare, the door slammed shut behind her, and the creature vanished into the dark. The room was deathly silent. The creature, whatever it was gone, and yet its presence lingered like a stain on the air, thick and suffocating. Sarah stood frozen in place, every muscle locked in terror, her heart pounding in her chest like a drum. Her hand still clutched the cold stone, the weight of it growing heavier with each passing moment, as though it were trying to pull her into the darkness that had just consumed the room. For several long seconds, she simply stood there, her breath shallow, her gaze fixed on the now closed door. It was absurd, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something else was in the room with her. Something watching, waiting. A low guttural hum filled the silence, a sound that seemed to rise. From the very floor beneath her, it was deep, vibrating in her bones, and it sent a cold shiver through her spine. Slowly, cautiously, Sarah turned her head. She had to know what was happening, what had just happened. The walls, once a safe structure, now felt alien, suffocating, like they were closing in on her. It was impossible to make sense of it all. The house had been her home, once a place of comfort, of warmth, but now it felt like something out of a nightmare. She took a step forward, her legs trembling, and the floor creaked under her weight. The stone in her hand grew colder still, and the whispering voices began again, swirling in her mind like a distant storm. She couldn't understand what they were saying, words, fragments, like the cries of 1,000 souls trapped in torment, but it didn't matter. They weren't meant to be understood. The sound of a door creaking open broke her out of her daze. It was a door at the end of the hallway, one she hadn't seen before, and it was ajar just enough for a sliver of light to spill into the dark room. That same cold, suffocating chill emanated from the crack, and Sarah knew, without thinking, that she had to go toward it. Her mind screamed at her to leave, to run, but her body moved on its own, the stone in her hand pulsing with an eerie rhythm as if calling her toward the door. The hallway beyond the door was thick with darkness, deeper than anything she had encountered. In the house so far, the shadows seemed to stretch and shift. Her breath hitched as she stepped forward, every instinct telling her to turn back, but she didn't, plunging her into an eerie silence, broken only by the faint sound of her own breathing. The hallway seemed endless, winding like a maze, and every step she took made the oppressive silence grow heavier. The walls seemed to press in closer, and the air grew thick, suffocating her. The stone in her hand felt heavier now, its cold surface pulsing with an almost rhythmic thrum that matched her heartbeat. She could feel it pulling her, urging her forward, but what terrified her the most was that the deeper she walked, the more familiar everything seemed. The dark wood paneling, the worn carpet beneath her feet, the low-hanging light fixtures flickering in and out of existence. This was the house, yes, but it wasn't. Not anymore. This was something different, something older. A version of the house that had existed before her birth, before the years of dust and decay had taken their toll. As she rounded a corner, she caught sight of a door at the end of the hallway, an old wooden door with a brass handle. It was the same door from the photograph, the one she had seen earlier, the one that had appeared in the image of the house taken so many years ago, the same door her mother had once passed through. Her heart skipped a beat as she approached it, the stone in her hand now cold to the point of pain. It was as though it were alive, responding to something in the house, something waiting for her. Her hand trembled as she reached for the handle. The door opened with a soft groan, revealing a room she hadn't expected to see. It wasn't a bedroom. It wasn't a living room. It was a study, a library, old and filled with dusty bookshelves that stretched up to the high ceiling. The air was thick with the scent of old leather and yellowed paper. It was as though time had stood still here, like no one had stepped foot in the room for decades. She stepped inside, her footsteps muffled by the thick carpet that covered the floor. The stone in her hand seemed to pulse with increasing intensity, almost as if it were reacting to the presence of the room, to the heavy silence that weighed down on everything around her. The bookshelves were filled with ancient tomes, their spines cracked and faded. There were no windows in the room, only a dim light emanating from the far corner, where a desk sat beneath a dusty lamp. The desk was cluttered with papers, some old and some new, as though someone had been working here recently. Sarah approached the desk cautiously, her fingers grazing over the papers. Some were written in a language she didn't recognize, the letters flowing in strange patterns that seemed to swirl and shift as her eyes scanned them. Others were familiar letters from her father, from her mother, but they were dated long after their deaths. She could feel the bile rise in her throat as she flipped through the pages. The handwriting was hers. Her hand trembled as she reached for a particular sheet of paper, one that had fallen to the floor near the desk. It was torn at the edges, yellowed with age, but the words were clear. "The house calls to you." The words were scrawled hastily, the ink smeared in places. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she read the rest of the note. "It remembers you. It remembers what you did. You cannot escape," she gasped, the paper trembling in her hands. The walls seemed to close in even tighter, the air growing more suffocating, more oppressive. A noise, a faint creaking sound came from the far end of the room. It was soft at first, but it grew louder, and Sarah's heart began to race once more. Something was moving, something behind her. She turned slowly, the stone still in her hand, its surface now slick with cold sweat. The shadows in the corners of the room shifted, and for a moment, she thought she saw someone moving, just out of the corner of her eye. A figure, tall, pale, gaunt, her breath caught in her throat. The thing from earlier, the one that had stood in the doorway, the one with the hollow eyes, it was here. It was in the room with her. Its presence was suffocating, overwhelming, and the room felt as though it was shrinking around her. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. The figure moved forward, its footsteps deliberate, slow, like it had all the time in the world. It came closer, its face still obscured in shadow, but the closer it came, the more it felt like her mother. No, not her mother. Not anymore. The house remembers. The stone in her hand pulsed again, this time with a violent surge of energy. The walls around her began to twist and bend, the bookshelves warping and melting into the floor. The figure drew closer, its face now visible, a twisted, grotesque reflection of her mother's face, pale and contorted with a terrible smile. Sarah couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. The figure spoke in a voice that wasn't hers, wasn't anyone's, but it was a voice she knew well. You left me, and then the world went black. The darkness was suffocating. Sarah's body felt heavy, weighted down by something unseen, something ancient, something that had been lurking in the deep corners of the house all along. Her mind was suspended in a void, lost in a haze of nothingness. There was no light, no sound, just the weight of silence pressing against her from every direction. She didn't know how long she had been in that darkness. Hours. Her limbs felt numb, as if they didn't belong to her. She could barely feel the stone anymore, though she was still clutching it. Her fingers locked around it as if it had fused with her skin. She tried to let go, tried to free herself from its icy grip, but it was as though it had become part of her, a part she couldn't escape. No matter how hard she tried. Suddenly, a sound broke through the void, a distant, whispering voice, low and guttural, like the murmur of wind through the trees. But it wasn't wind, it was something else. The voice, it was calling to her. Sarah, ... The name echoed through her mind, reverberating in the silence, like a bell tolling in a distant cathedral. It wasn't a voice she recognized, but somehow she knew it was meant for her. The darkness around her seemed to stir with the sound, as though it were alive, twisting and shifting in response. The temperature plummeted, and Sarah shuddered, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She tried to speak, to ask where she was, but no words came out. The air around her was thick with something, a presence she couldn't identify, but could feel pressing against her like a cold hand on her chest. The voice came again, this time louder, more urgent. Sarah, ... Come to me. And then, without warning, the darkness fractured. A sudden burst of light cut through the emptiness, blinding her momentarily. Her body tensed, every muscle screaming in protest, but she didn't resist. The light was a lifeline, pulling her out of the suffocating void. It enveloped her, wrapping around her like a cloak, and for a moment she was weightless, suspended in a space between worlds. The ground beneath her feet solidified, and with it, a sense of reality began to return. She blinked, trying to clear her vision, her mind struggling to comprehend what was happening. The light faded, leaving her in a dim, ghostly glow. She looked around, her eyes adjusting to the gloom, and found herself standing in the middle of a vast, empty room. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, the once ornate designs faded and crumbling. The air was thick with dust, and the floor creaked beneath her feet. Each step a reminder that she was standing in a place long forgotten, long abandoned. The room stretched out before her, filled with shadows that seemed to dance just out of the reach of the faint light. The house ... It was the house, but not the house. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with a slow, rhythmic pulse that felt like a heartbeat. The The shadows in the corners writhed, taking on shapes that seemed to stretch and shift like liquid. Sarah's pulse quickened. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. And then she heard Itha, sound of footsteps, soft at first, but growing louder. With each passing second, the echo of slow, deliberate steps moving across the floor, closing in on her from behind. She whipped around, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the endless, shifting shadows. The air growing colder with each passing moment. Come closer, ... The voice was closer now. It seemed to be coming from everywhere, swirling around her like a storm. It was no longer a whisper, but a low, guttural rumble, as if it were emanating from the walls themselves. The sound reverberated in her chest, making her feel as though the very foundation of the house were shaking beneath her feet. The shadows in the corners of the room began to stretch toward her, curling like fingers, and the temperature dropped. Further, until she could see her breath fog in the air. Her heart raced in her chest, pounding in time with the oppressive beat of the house. It was as if the house itself was alive, and it had been waiting for her to return. She took a step back, her eyes darting around the room, but the shadows kept moving, pressing in on her from all sides. She could feel them, like hands brushing against her skin, like 1,000 invisible eyes watching her every move. She spun around, searching for an exit, but the door she had entered through was gone, replaced by a solid wall of blackness. You cannot escape. The voice rang in her mind, low and chilling, and for a moment she thought she might collapse under the weight of it. Her knees buckled, but she forced herself to stand, gritting her teeth against the rising tide of panic. She couldn't give in. Not now. Not when she was so close to the truth. The stone in her hand pulsed again, sharper this time, like a warning. She looked down at it. It was as if it were alive in a way that she couldn't understand. It was the source of everything that had happened, the key to unlocking the house's dark secrets. The shadows closed in around her, wrapping her in their embrace, and the voice spoke once more, its tone cold, final. The house remembers everything. It remembers you. Suddenly, everything shifted. The walls trembled. The floor beneath her feet cracked open with a loud snap, and the room began to collapse inward, the shadows swallowing everything in their path. Sarah screamed, her voice lost in the rising cacophony, and she stumbled backward, trying to escape the encroaching darkness. But the shadows were everywhere, suffocating her, pulling her down, and the house itself began to scream. Violent, ear-piercing wail tore through the air, a sound of pure agony, as if the very fabric of reality were being ripped apart. The walls warped and bent, the house itself groaning under the strain, and the floor buckled beneath Sarah's feet, sending her tumbling into the darkness below as she fell. The stone in her hand flared to life, its surface glowing with a dark, pulsating light. The shadows reached for her, clawing at her, but she was too far gone. She had already fallen past the point of no return. And then she heard Itha's final, terrible truth. It never forgets. The darkness consumed her, and all that remained was the sound of the house's slow, rhythmic heartbeat, echoing through the endless night. The fall seemed endless, as if the very foundations of the house had split open to swallow her whole. Sarah tumbled through the darkness, disoriented, her body weightless, as though the laws of gravity no longer applied. She couldn't see anything, hear anything, just the relentless pull of the stone in her hand, its cold surface now burning with a fierce, unnatural heat. There was something else, a whisper, faint at first, but growing louder. It came from deep within her mind, from a place she hadn't known existed, a place filled with echoes of the past. It was her mother's voice. Sarah, my sweet girl, you must remember. The voice was soft, like a lullaby, but it carried a weight that she couldn't escape. The sensation of falling continued, but now it felt different, like she was no longer falling through space, but through time, through memories. The house was trying to pull her into its very core, to devour her soul, and yet the whispering voice pulled her in the opposite direction, urging her to hold on to something, anything, to remember. Suddenly, the darkness fractured, and Sarah was plunged into a harsh, blinding light. It stung her eyes, and she raised her arm instinctively to shield her face. But the light grew brighter, hotter, until it seemed to envelop her entirely, and then silence. The light had faded, replaced by an eerie twilight glow. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and mildew, the faintest trace of decay. She was standing in what looked like a long-forgotten part of the house and underground cellar, but different from the ones she remembered. The walls were damp with age, the stone bricks slick with moisture. Shelves lined the walls, their surfaces piled high with strange, dusty objects, old books, rusted tools, and jars filled with things she dared not look at too closely. There was a low, rhythmic thumping in the air, like the beating of a distant heart. It came from somewhere deep within the earth, but Sarah couldn't tell where exactly. The house remembers. The voice returned, the words now a constant hum in the back of her mind. It was like a mantra, repeating over and over, drilling into her thoughts, reminding her of the house's hunger. Sarah couldn't escape the feeling that the very walls around her were alive, that the house itself was watching her every move. The cellar was alive, breathing, pulsing. And then she saw it. At the far end of the room, behind a dust-covered curtain, stood a wooden door, aged and cracked with the passage of time. It looked ordinary enough, but there was something about it that drew her in, a magnetic force that she couldn't resist. The stone in her hand pulsed again, this time with a violent electric thrum that sent a jolt through her entire body. She could feel if the house was calling her to the door. Without thinking, Sarah moved forward, her feet heavy on the ground, as though the cellar itself were resisting her progress. The thumping grew louder as she approached the door, and her breath quickened. "Open it," the voice whispered. "Open the door, and you will understand." The door seemed to call to her with an intensity that shook her to the core. She reached out, her hand trembling as it hovered over the handle. But before she could grasp it, the air around her grew cold. A sharp gust of wind swept through the cellar, sending the curtains fluttering, and for the briefest moment, Sarah thought she saw a shadow and outline standing just beyond the door. But the shadow was wrong. It was twisted, malformed, as if it were only half there, like a reflection in a broken mirror. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she fought the instinct to turn and flee. But the pull of the door was too strong. She gripped the handle and twisted it, the old wood groaning in protest. But it gave way, opening slowly, reluctantly, beyond. The door there was only darkness, a void that stretched far beyond the cellar, a place where light seemed to vanish into nothingness. Sarah stepped through the threshold, her feet sinking into the cold, wet ground, as if the earth itself were swallowing her. She felt a sharp sting in her lungs as she inhaled the stagnant air, the scent of rot and decay. The darkness was almost oppressive, as though it could crush her with its weight. But she had to move forward. She had to understand. The stone in her hand thrummed again, now vibrating with such intensity. And then, just as she thought she might collapse from the pressure, the darkness parted like a curtain, revealing a scene so surreal that it stopped her in her tracks. She was back in the house, but it wasn't the house she had known. The walls were cracked, as though the building itself had been torn apart and reassembled in haste. The floor was uneven, covered in dust and debris. Furniture was overturned, as if a great force had thrown everything aside. And in the center of the room there, it was the thing that had haunted her dreams, the thing that had followed her through every room of the house. It was the creature. Its form was blurry, shifting, constantly changing, as though it were made of smoke or shadow. It was both everywhere, nowhere at once, its shape constantly warping, stretching, pulling itself apart and putting itself back together in a grotesque dance. Its face, if you could even call it that, was a jumbled mass of eyes, mouths, and twisted features. But the most terrifying part was its gaze. It was looking directly at her. "You've come back," it whispered, the voice coming from every direction. At once, "You cannot run from me. You cannot run from the house." Sarah froze, every inch of her being screaming for her to turn and run, but she was paralyzed. The creature moved closer, its form shifting as it reached toward her, the darkness around it twisting and warping with its every movement. "The house has always known you," it continued, its voice growing louder, more insistent. "The house remembers every step you've ever taken, every choice you've ever made, and now it wants you back." Sarah's grip on the stone tightened until her fingers went numb, but it did nothing to quell the surge of terror that ripped through her. She wanted to scream, to flee, but something held her in place. The house, the stone, the memories, they all locked her in this place. "In this moment, the price is paid in shadows," the creature whispered, "and you are the last payment." Before Sarah could process what it meant, the creature lunged, its form contorting and stretching until it was nothing more than a blur of darkness. It enveloped her, and everything went cold. Her vision blackened, the stone burning in her hand, and then nothing. The cold suffocated her, as though she were submerged in an ocean of ice, her body caught in the grasp of something far more powerful than her. She couldn't feel the stone in her hand anymore, but its presence lingered like an anchor, tying her to something unknown. The darkness swallowed her whole, pushing her further into the void, deeper than she had ever been before. Her lungs burned with the need to breathe, but no air filled her chest. No matter how hard she tried to inhale, her body seemed to be rejecting it, drowning in the deep, pressing silence. But there was something else, something more terrifying than the suffocating darkness itself. It was the feeling of falling, of being pulled deeper and deeper into the blackness, as though her very soul were being dragged into an eternal pit. She tried to move, tried to scream, but nothing came. Her body was paralyzed, suspended in this place that wasn't quite the house, but wasn't quite not the house either. It was as though reality itself had been twisted, distorted by the force that had consumed her. And then, just as she thought she might lose herself entirely, a faint glow pierced the void. It was soft at first, a mere sliver of light. It was like a lifeline, fragile, but persistent, as if it were calling her back to something familiar. Her mind screamed at her to stay, to resist whatever force was pulling her, but her body moved of its own accord. She was drawn to the light, compelled to follow it, even though every instinct screamed against it. The glow became more intense, brighter, until it seemed to fill the void entirely. It was warm, the first warmth she had felt since she fell, and with it came a strange sense of calm. The thumping heartbeat of the house had ceased, replaced by a soft hum, like a lullaby, gentle but insistent, calling her home. Home, the word, echoed through her mind, and for a moment she thought she might be able to remember something important. Her memory was hazy, like a fog had descended over it, but as she reached toward the light, fragments began to surface. Faint whispers, familiar faces, the feeling of someone holding her hand, guiding her through the house, telling her stories of things she didn't quite understand. Her mother, remember. The voice was her mother's again, soft and maternal, but it was distant, as though it were coming from a far-off place. The light pulled her forward, and she could feel her body responding, her muscles aching with the effort to move. Each step brought her closer to the source of the glow, each step filled with the unspoken promise of an answer, of understanding. The light shimmered before her, shifting like water, and then it broke. The last barrier between her and the unknown shattered, and she was plunged into a world that was both familiar and alien at the same time. She was in the house, but it wasn't the house she remembered. It was wrong. The walls were different, darker. The rooms were colder, more cavernous. The air hung heavy with dust and the scent of something ancient, forgotten. There was no warmth here, no laughter, no sound but the hollow echoes of her footsteps. The house was silent in a way that felt unnatural, like a place long abandoned, left to rot in its own memories. Sarah's heart clenched, her pulse quickening as she began to walk. She recognized the hallway, the familiar arches, the faint smell of old wood, but something was off. The walls seemed to move around her, shifting imperceptibly, bending in on themselves, like the house was trying to keep her inside. She could hear the soft scraping of nails against the floor, the sound of something or someone dragging itself through the house, the sound of waiting. Her gaze darted down the hallway, but there was no one there, only the heavy shadows, creeping and stretching, clinging to the corners of the walls. And yet, she could feel them, could sense their presence lurking just out of sight, watching, waiting. Sarah. The voice called her name, soft and haunting, echoing in the empty hallway. It was her mother's voice again, but this time it was broken, strained. It was as if the house itself had taken her mother's voice, twisted it, and turned it against her. She turned sharply, looking toward the source of the sound. But again, there was nothing, just the oppressive darkness that seemed to pulse with life, like the very walls of the house were alive, aware of her every movement. "Come to me, Sarah," the voice whispered, and this time it was not her mother. The voice was different, more distorted, like the sound of something decaying, something dying. "Come and understand." The words chilled her to the bone. She couldn't tell if the voice was hers, or if it was coming from something else, something ancient, something that had always been here, buried beneath the weight of the house's memories. The shadows closed in around her, the walls pressing tighter, suffocating her with their weight. She had no choice. She had to follow the voice. She had to understand. With each step, the house seemed to shift, twisting and warping, reshaping itself to trap her. The hallway stretched longer and longer, and no matter how far she walked, it never seemed to end. The stone in her hand pulsed with a sickening rhythm, matching the beat of her heart. Her fingers were numb from gripping it, but she couldn't let go. The stone was a part of her now, as much as the house was. They were tied together, bound by something older than time itself. Ahead, the shadows began to form, twisting together to create a shape of figure. At first, it was just a silhouette, indistinct, but it grew clearer with each step she took. The figure was tall, its body stretched and hunched, limbs twisted like branches reaching toward her. Its face was obscured, but she could feel its eyes on her, hollow eyes, dark and empty, that seemed to pierce her very soul. The voice spoke. Again, "You can never leave, Sarah." The figure stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate, and as it did, the house seemed to groan in protest, the walls cracking and shifting. The ground beneath Sarah's feet trembled, and she staggered, her hand reaching out to steady herself against the wall, but it was no use. The house was pulling her into its depths, into its heart. And then the figure reached out. Its hand door, what passed for a hand closing around her wrist with a grip so cold, so powerful, that Sarah gasped. The darkness swallowed her vision. "Sarah," the voice whispered, its final words a lullaby that she couldn't escape, and then nothing. When Sarah's eyes opened again, she was no longer in the house she had once known, the house of her childhood memories, the house where she had been loved and protected. It was a house of memory now, twisted and warped by something that had far outlasted the warmth of her family, the softness of laughter, the familiarity of simple life. This place was suffocating. The walls were dripping with a black, oily substance that seemed to pulse with its own malevolent energy, as if the house itself were breathing, hungry for more. She gasped as the air rushed back into her lungs, but it was thick with decay, heavy and wet, like drowning in a pit of rot. Her chest tightened painfully, and she struggled to inhale. But the air tasted of mold and something far worse, something ancient. The stone in her hand had grown cold again, but the cold was not like the chill of a winter night. It was the cold of death, of something frozen beneath the earth for centuries. Sarah's fingers tingled, numb from the stone's grasp, yet she couldn't bring herself to release it. It was part of her now, a part of something much older than herself, older than her mother, older than the house itself. She blinked rapidly, her eyes adjusting to the dim, flickering light that seemed to pulse from the walls. The shadows around her danced erratically, as though the house itself were electrifying, shifting in ways that defied logic, as if reality itself were fraying at the edges. Every step she took made the shadows deepen, closing in tighter, pulling her in like an invisible force, urging her forward. She tried to move, but her legs were heavy, as though the very ground beneath her was made of lead. She dragged herself forward, her breaths shallow, her heartbeat thundering in her ears. A sound echoed through the hallway, low guttural hum, like the distant growl of some beast. Something ancient that had been waiting for centuries to awaken. Sarah, the voice came again, soft at first, but growing louder, deeper, more insistent. Her mother's voice. No, it wasn't her mother. Not anymore. The voice called her name again, but this time it was different. It was distorted, jagged, like something being torn apart. It was the house, the heart of the house, trying to take her, trying to pull her into itself, to feed on her soul. The stone pulsed in her hand, the vibrations running up her arm, into her chest, and she gasped as an overwhelming pressure built behind her eyes. It was as if the house were inside her mind, burrowing deep into her thoughts, into the very marrow of her bones. It had been waiting for her. The house had been waiting for her. Her mother's face flashed in her mind, but it wasn't the face she remembered. It was hollow, sunken, her eyes black holes that stared into the very depths of her soul. A grotesque parody of the woman who had once held her and kissed her goodnight. "Come to me, Sarah," the voice beckoned again, its tone a twisted, cruel mockery of everything she had ever known. It wasn't her mother. It was the thing inside the house, the thing that had fed on her family's pain, their loss, their fear, the thing that had infected everything, turning her memories into something terrible, something unrecognizable. The house had claimed her mother's voice as its own. It had claimed everything. She reached for the walls, her fingers brushing against the wet, sticky surface. The feeling was like touching flesh warm, pulsing flesh, the very skin of the house itself. It trembled beneath her touch, as if it were alive, as if it could feel her. "You cannot leave." The voice snarled, now close enough to touch her. Skin, its tone shifting into something low, a rumble that vibrated in her chest. It was close, so close her breath came out in shallow, desperate gasps as her pulse raced. It was trying to consume her, to force her into its depths. Sarah could feel it, the hunger. It was suffocating, pressing in on her from every side. The house was trying to drag her into itself, to swallow her whole and take away the last remnants of her humanity. Her throat tightened with panic as she stumbled backward, her heart pounding, but her legs wouldn't obey. She felt as though she were sinking into the ground, the very earth beneath her giving way. But then something changed. The shadows began to retreat, slithering back into the corners of the room, dissipating like smoke, leaving only the faintest echo of their presence. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. Was it over? She turned, quickly, scanning the room around her, but it was silent. The hum that had filled the air was gone, replaced by a suffocating quiet that threatened to crush her spirit. The walls seemed to breathe still, the dark cracks running through them like veins, but they had stopped pulsing. She was alone, and yet she wasn't. The stone in her hand pulsed again, and this time the light emanating from it was not the faint flicker of before. It was sharp, bright, painful a light that cut through the darkness, blinding her. She had to shield her eyes, but the stone's light only grew stronger, forcing her to look directly at it. The house screamed. It wasn't a physical scream, not one that could be heard with the ears. It was a scream that reverberated in her mind, a soul-rending wail that tore through her very being. The walls trembled, and the floor beneath her cracked, opening wide into a deep, inky chasm. The shadows reached up from the abyss, stretching their long, twisted fingers toward her. But then, amidst the chaos, she saw it in the center of the room. There was a door. It wasn't like the others, old and cracked and warped, but new. A doorway of light, faint but beckoning. It pulsed with a soft, radiant glow that contrasted sharply with the darkness around her. She didn't know where it would lead, but it was the only chance she had. "Leave," the voice whispered one final time, now nothing more than a breath in her ear, like the fading remnants of a nightmare. Sarah didn't wait. She ran. Her legs screamed in protest, her breath coming in ragged gasps, but she ran. The shadows were closing in, reaching for her ankles. She couldn't stop now. She had to reach the door. The stone in her hand flared again, its power surging through her. Pushing her forward, the door was within reach. She stumbled toward it, her body racked with exhaustion, the weight of everything threatening to crush her, but she reached it, her hand outstretched, trembling as she grasped the handle. The moment her fingers made contact with the cool metal, the world around her seemed to collapse. The darkness was no longer pressing on her. The pull of the house had stopped. She was free. With one final push, she threw open the door. Beyond, it was light, a blinding, pure light that washed over her, filling every corner of her being. Her mind exploded with clarity, with peace, and she stepped into it, finally, gratefully, leaving the horrors of the house behind. And then she was gone. Sarah's vision swam with light, blinding and pure, as though she had been pulled from the depths of an abyss and into the brilliant expanse of a new world. She could feel the warmth of the light surrounding her, filling every crevice of her being, and for a moment she thought no. She knew that she was safe. Her body relaxed, and the crushing weight that had pressed down on her for so long seemed to lift, as if the universe itself were exhaling a breath. It had been holding for too long, her lungs filled with air again her. It was fresh, clean, alive. She took a deep, steadying breath, savoring it, the air rushing through her chest like a river, sweeping away the last remnants of her fear. Her fingers, still clutching the stone, had gone numb, but it no longer pulsed. With that unnatural cold, it was simply a stone, ordinary still. She blinked rapidly, trying to clear her head, to make sense of what had just happened. What was this place? What had she stepped into? The world around her was quiet now, a serene calm that she hadn't felt in what felt like an eternity. She could hear the distant rustling of leaves, the soft chirping of birds, and the faint hum of the wind. For a moment, she thought she might be in a meadow or a forest somewhere, untouched by the madness of the house, untouched by its malevolent presence. The air was warm, and though she couldn't see the sun, there was a golden haze on the horizon that hinted at its presence. Everything felt right natural, but as her eyes adjusted to the light, she saw it. In the distance, it was a figure, a shadow, standing just beyond the light, framed by the golden haze. At first, she thought it was a trick of the mind, an artifact of her exhaustion and the chaos that had followed her. But the figure didn't fade. It remained motionless, like it was waiting for her. She stepped forward, her legs moving on their own, her feet sinking into soft grass. It felt strange to be walking again, her body no longer weighed down by the oppressive air of the house. It felt like freedom, like a promise that things could be different now. The figure didn't move as she approached, and for a moment, Sarah hesitated. But then it shifted slightly, just enough to let her know it was aware of her presence. Her heart stuttered in her chest. She recognized the figure, or at least she should have. It was her mother, but not her mother, not the one she remembered. This version of her mother was different, hazy, blurred around the edges, as though she were a memory fading into the past. Her mother's face was soft, peaceful, and her eyes were no longer hollow, no longer blackened with the weight of whatever curse had taken hold of her. "Mom," Sarah whispered, the word trembling in her throat. The figure remained silent, but the air around her mother seemed to shimmer with some kind of energy. Sarah took another step forward, and the closer she got, the more the edges of her mother's form seemed to fade, like smoke drifting into the air. "Mom, where am I? What is this place?" Sarah's voice cracked with uncertainty, the weight of her confusion building. She didn't know what was real anymore. What had been the dream and what had been the nightmare? Was the house truly gone? Had she escaped? Or had she simply fallen deeper into some other form of hell? Her mother's mouth opened as if to speak, but no words came. Instead, there was a sense of calm, quiet understanding, like a presence that transcended speech. And then the figure took a step forward, slowly, deliberately, until it was right in front of Sarah. She reached out instinctively, but her hand passed straight through her mother, as though she were no more than a wisp of smoke fading with the wind. "No," Sarah breathed, her hand falling to her side. The warmth she had felt before began to fade as the figure began to dissipate, its edges turning into mist, scattering into the air. "No, please." But it was gone. Her mother, the one she had so desperately hoped to find in this place, had disappeared. Lingering scent of lavender, the fragrance of old memories trailing in the air. A voice whispered, echoing softly from the depths of the fading mist. Sarah whipped around, heart racing, and her eyes darted across the empty meadow. But there was no one else. Just the sound of the wind, whispering through the trees, like a distant memory, like a dream fading into the night. She staggered back, her mind racing to make sense of the words. The voice wasn't her mother's. It wasn't the creature from the house either. It was something else, something older, deeper, a voice that seemed to know her entirely. The ground beneath her feet trembled as if in response, and the air grew thick again, the warmth leaving her body. The golden haze that had once filled the horizon began to waver and darken, shifting into a shadow that loomed over her. She gasped, a surge of panic rising in her chest. No, she couldn't go back there. She had escaped. But the ground trembled again, this time violently, and the shadows in the distance shifted. From the darkness, she saw it the house, but not the house she had escaped, not the decaying, dark thing that had consumed her. This house was pristine, untouched, bathed in golden light, yet still wrong in its very essence. "It's waiting for you," the voice whispered again. "It remembers you, Sarah. The earth shifted, the grass beneath her feet beginning to crack and peel away, revealing a dark, gaping maw beneath. The walls of the house, now standing in full imposing form, in the distance seemed to loom closer, its dark windows staring at her, pulling her in, calling her back. She spun away from it, her heart pounding in her chest. There was no escape. The voice, the darkness, the house had all pulled at her, tugging at the very fabric of her being. It was inevitable. The pull of the house, the weight of its memory, had never left her. The ground gave way beneath her, and she was falling once more into the depths, back into the place where everything had started. She couldn't breathe, couldn't see. It was as though she were falling into the very heart of the house, back into the place where the shadows had first claimed her, where the walls had first closed in. But even as she fell, something began to change. A faint glow appeared beneath her, faint at first, and then brighter, until it enveloped her entirely. The house, the place that had taken her mother, taken, everything began to recede, breaking apart, crumbling at the edges, the darkness unraveling in on itself. The stone in her hand had turned to dust, the last piece of the house's curse. Disintegrating into the air, she hit the ground, soft and untouched, and the darkness disappeared entirely, leaving only the quiet peace of the meadow around her. And in that silence, the house finally let go. The silence was overwhelming. The world around Sarah seemed to stretch into infinity. The vast expanse of the meadow filled with a tranquility she hadn't felt in what seemed like forever. The ground beneath her was soft, yielding, as though it had welcomed her return. Her fingers trembled as they ran through the grass, the cool blades brushing against her skin. A stark contrast to the suffocating tension she had carried for so long. But it wasn't just the peace that had settled. Over the land it was the absence of the house, the absence of the suffocating grip it had had on her soul, on her every waking thought. The pull of its hunger, its dark, insatiable appetite for memory and fear, had vanished. Gone was the oppressive weight that had threatened to crush her under its terrible might. The darkness that had once lurked in every corner had fled, leaving only an empty space, a space that seemed to be waiting for something. Waiting for her dot, Sarah drew in a slow, deep breath. She could taste the air now fresh and clean, filled with the scent of pine and earth, sweet and untainted. She had escaped. She had left the house behind, and for the first time in what felt like years, she was free. But am I truly free? The thought crept in unexpectedly, like a shadow in the corner of her mind, and she hesitated. The wind that had been gently rustling, the leaves of the trees had stopped, and in that stillness, her thoughts seemed to echo louder, more forcefully. She glanced around the meadow. It was perfect, too perfect. The golden light on the horizon, the warmth that surrounded her, all felt too still, too peaceful. There was something about it that unsettled her, something just beyond the reach of her understanding. Her escape had been too clean, too easy. She hadn't fought her way out. She hadn't earned her freedom, had she? A sudden, sharp pain flared in her chest. She gasped, clutching her ribcage, as though something were trying to tear its way out of her. Her heart thudded loudly, too loudly, in her ears. The stone that had once pulsed with an otherworldly power, the stone that she had thought was destroyed, in her hand, or rather, it never left. She could feel it now, its weight once more familiar, cold, and heavy against her palm. No, Dot, she squeezed her eyes shut, trying to ignore the stone's pull, but it was impossible. The air around her thickened, the peaceful meadow dissolving into a blur of distortion. The edges of reality began to bend, warping in impossible ways, and she stumbled backward, a scream rising in her throat. The very earth trembled beneath her, and the sky above seemed to darken, the golden light fading into an unnatural twilight. The peaceful winds turned into howling gusts, and the ground cracked, splitting open as though it had been hollowed out from beneath. The meadow she had thought was a sanctuary was no more. It was the house. The house was inside her. Her stomach lurched, and she stumbled forward, almost falling to her knees as the realization hit her. She wasn't free. She had never been free. She had merely escaped into another version of the house, a reflection, a fragment, a place birthed from the house's insidious power, its ability to warp reality and memory. It had followed her. It always followed her. The stone in her hand flared, its icy tendrils wrapping around her wrist, forcing her to look down. It pulsed with dark energy, the lines along its surface glowing a deep, menacing red, and in the center of it, where she had once seen a faint Marcan imprint of some forgotten design, there was now a symbol, a doorway. The stone wasn't a relic of the house. It was its heart, its key, its final way of pulling her back in. The door she thought she had escaped from, the one that would never let go. The ground beneath her cracked open, the earth splitting like an open wound, revealing a deep chasm filled with swirling darkness. The stone was pulling her closer, forcing her to step forward, to descend into that abyss. But she couldn't move. She wanted to run, to break free, but her body was frozen, locked in place by the stone's malevolent force. And then, in the distance, she saw it dot the doorway from the vision, the one she had been drawn to before, the one that had called her home, but now it was different. The light was gone, replaced by an endless, suffocating darkness. The house stood before her again, not as a distant shadow, but looming, suffocating, like a tomb that had risen from the depths of the earth. She couldn't escape it. Not now. And then the voice returned. You cannot escape. You never will. It was not her mother's voice this time. It was the house itself, the thing that had devoured so many before her, the thing that had twisted her memories, her life, into its own distorted reflection, the house that had broken her family, her mind, and now it was here to claim her once more. You have always been ours, Sarah. Her breath caught in her throat. She could feel the walls of the house closing in, its oppressive weight surrounding her, squeezing her chest. The shadows from within the depths of the chasm rose toward her, tendrils of darkness reaching for her body, pulling her toward the void. But somewhere deep within her, something stirred. The light, she could feel it, faint but steady, pulsing from within her, from the very core of her being. The warmth of the golden light was still there, buried deep beneath the surface of the shadows. It hadn't left. She had carried it with her all along. This is my fight. The stone in her hand trembled, vibrating violently, as if it were torn between two opposing forces, the darkness that sought to swallow her, and the light that sought to heal her. She gripped it tighter, feeling the surge of energy run through her like electricity, until her very bones hummed with it. The house, the shadows, the hunger could not hold her any longer. She closed her eyes, focusing on the light within, and let it flood her mind, her body, her soul. She felt the warmth spread outward, filling the darkness, pushing it back, erasing the walls that had once imprisoned her. With one final cry, she threw the stone toward the house. The explosion of light that followed was blinding. The ground cracked open, the house shuddered and groaned, and for a moment the world itself seemed to collapse in on itself. The stone shattered in midair, sending fragments of light and shadow spiraling into the void. And then silence. The chasm was gone. The house was gone. The darkness had disappeared. Sarah stood in the empty space, her breath heavy, her body trembling from the energy that had just surged through her. She looked around, the once oppressive weight lifted, and for the first time she saw the world clearly. It was a world without the house, a world without the shadow. She had finally escaped, and as the last remnants of the darkness faded away, a soft voice, faint, she turned, but there was no one there, and this time she didn't have to look back. The silence stretched on, heavy but calming, as though the very air had exhaled with her. Sarah stood alone, feeling the faintest ripple of energy still humming through her veins, like the echo of a distant thunderstorm. Her heart was slowing, the pounding of it in her chest now softer, less frantic, as she adjusted to the quiet that surrounded her. The ground beneath her feet felt solid and true, not the warped, crumbling earth she had left behind in the house. Whatever this place was real. It was pure, untouched. It was freedom. And yet, despite the peace settling around her, despite the absence of the house that had haunted her every step, there was still a feeling deep inside that something was missing. Something was unfinished. She looked around, taking in the world that surrounded her. The landscape was vast, beautiful, yet desolate. It was an open plain, the kind of place where the sky seemed to stretch endlessly, meeting the horizon in a way that made her feel both impossibly small and impossibly free. The air smelled fresh, crisp, but faintly of something else, something old, Something ancient. It was like a dream. She stepped forward, her legs shaky but determined, trying to push past the lingering uncertainty in her chest. Her eyes scanned the empty expanse before her. There was no path, no direction, only the open field that stretched as far as the eye could see. In a way, it felt like an eternal waiting room, like the calm before a storm. Everything was still, but she could sense the edges of something else, just out of sight. But she had to move forward. She had to dot as Sarah walked. Her mind replayed the final moments, the explosion of light, the shattering of the stone, the house dissolving into the nothingness that it had created around her. She had done it. Was this just another illusion? A trap set by the house to keep her from truly escaping? Her breath quickened at the thought, but she forced it down. She wasn't going to give in. Not now. Not after everything. The further she walked, the more she felt something else pull at her, a tug at the edges of her awareness. It was familiar, like a nagging feeling she couldn't shake. At first, she thought it was the lingering remnants of the house's hold on her. But as her feet carried her deeper into the desolate landscape, she realized what it was. She was being followed. She spun around, her breath catching in her throat, and saw nothing but the endless plains behind her. No figures, no shadows. The world stretched out, vast and empty, and yet she felt it. The eyes that watched her, the presence that loomed just beyond her field of vision. It's still here. The realization hit her like a wave. The house, it had been tied to her, bound to her essence in ways she couldn't fully understand. The pull she had felt during the last moments, the way it had tried to drag her back, it wasn't just a force of memory, it was a part of her. The house had become a manifestation of her fears, her trauma, her own shattered pieces, and now that the physical house was gone, its essence, its curse had rooted itself within her. She could feel it now, an ancient, dark energy that knew her, that had always known her, a relentless hunger that had never fully been satisfied, a thirst for control, for possession. The house had wanted to claim her, to make her a permanent fixture in its decaying walls, and even though she had broken free, she could feel its presence, holding her in place. She had escaped. She had destroyed the stone. The house had crumbled, shattered, turned to dust. There was no more haunting, no more pressure, no more presence. But the house had left a mark, a scar upon her soul, and now it lingered there like a phantom, a shadow that would never let go. The earth beneath her feet began to shake again, subtle at first, like a tremor in the distance, but it grew stronger, louder, and the sky above her, which had once seemed so wide and infinite, began to darken. The golden light that had bathed the world began to fade, replaced by an oppressive, unnatural twilight. The shadows stretched, creeping toward her, pulling her in. Sarah's heart raced as she looked around, panicked. She could feel the pull, the gravity of it, trying to reel her back, and she was falling back into it, back into the grip of the house's memory. No, she refused to accept it. She had broken free, but she had underestimated it. The tremors beneath her feet grew violent now, ripping through the ground like the claws of some unseen beast. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of something closing in on her. The horizon blurred, becoming indistinct, and then the ground in front of her cracked open. It split wide, revealing the deep chasm beneath, the same chasm she had seen before, and at the edge of that chasm it appeared, a figure, familiar and terrifying. Not her mother this time, but the thing that had always been there, the true face of the house. The shadow that had whispered her name, that had twisted her memories, that had bound her to its curse. The figure loomed in the distance, its form indistinct at first, a blend of shadow and nightmare. But as it moved closer, Sarah saw its face, true face, and it was familiar. It was her own, a twisted reflection of her face, stretched and distorted by the house's will. Her eyes were wide with fear, with an eternal sorrow, a loss that stretched beyond her understanding. The reflection of her was not just a mirror of herself. It was a monster that had been born from her very soul, a creature of her own creation, born of guilt, grief, and the terror of never truly escaping. "You can never outrun yourself," the voice said, its tone both hers and not hers. It was the house's voice now, but it was always hers at the core. It had taken her thoughts, her essence, and twisted them into a grotesque mockery. Sarah stumbled backward, shaking her head, her chest tight with panic. She had thought it was over. She had thought that if she destroyed the stone, destroyed the house, she would be free. But this was no physical structure she had been fighting. The house had always been inside her, feeding on her fear, feeding on her weakness, and now it had come to claim her. The figure of herself smiled a cruel, twisted grin that was more a rictus of horror than anything resembling Passand, began to move toward her. Her mind screamed at her to run, to escape, but she knew it was futile. There was no escape, not from the house, not from herself. But then something shifted inside her, a spark, a tiny glimmer of defiance, of understanding. The stone may have been shattered, the physical house may have been torn apart, but she was still here. She was still standing, still breathing. She had fought it. She had destroyed the stone, shattered its hold on her. She had the power to end this, to take control of her destiny, to release herself from the curse. The shadows rose, surrounding her like a flood, and she clenched her fists, her arms trembling with the surge of energy that ran through her. She felt the weight of the house, its hunger, its endless desire to control, but she refused to let it have her. Not anymore. With a cry that was both her own and not her own, she lifted her arms toward the sky, toward the fading light. She was done running. The ground beneath her feet began to crack once more. But this time, it wasn't the house that was tearing it apart. This time, it was her. The house had tried to claim her, to turn her into one of its broken pieces. But she wasn't a victim. Not anymore. She had fought, and now she was free. The earth trembled beneath Sarah's feet, but it wasn't the violent rumbling of the house's wrath. No, this was different. This tremor came from within her, from the very core of her being. It was the pulse of power, the defiance filling her veins like molten fire. The darkness around her seemed to recoil from that energy, as if it couldn't comprehend what was happening. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Sarah was in control. The reflection of herself, the twisted mockery that had been birthed from the house's insulted, its face contorting with confusion, rage, and something else, fear. The house had never faced defiance before. It had never encountered someone who could fight back, who could take its hold and refuse to be consumed. Sarah stood tall, her chest rising and falling with each ragged breath. She had faced the darkest depths of the house, the ghosts of her past, the broken remnants of her memories. She had seen it all, and now here she stood, on the edge of the abyss, with the power to decide her fate. With each breath, the house tried to claw its way back into her, tried to drown her in its oppressive pull. But Sarah's mind was clear now. She understood. The house, the darkness, the endless shadows, they had always been a part of her. They were born from the pain, the grief, the guilt she had buried deep within her soul. They were the fears she had never fully confronted, the pieces of herself she had locked away and hoped would stay hidden. But they weren't gone. They were inside her. And now she could feel them, feel all of it rising to the surface, like a tide of memories crashing against the shore. The twisted version of her that stood before her was not a monster. It was her. It was the person she had been, broken, haunted, consumed by the darkness. It was everything she had feared she would become, everything she had tried to avoid. But it wasn't her anymore, not truly. With a deep breath, Sarah closed her eyes and embraced the surge of power within her. She felt the weight of everything she had been carrying for so long, the memories, the regrets, the pain, and she let it all flood into her chest. The stone that had been so cold in her hand, that had been the house's last weapon to control her, cracked with a loud, deafening snap. The power inside her burned hot as she crushed it into nothing, reducing it to dust. The house's last physical form, the symbol that had kept her tethered to it, crumbled away. The shadows around her recoiled. The earth beneath her feet seemed to recoil, as if the house had just been cut off from the very foundation it had claimed. The figure of herself, the twisted reflection of the girl who had once been too afraid to confront her own demon, screeched, its form contorting as if it couldn't hold its shape any longer. It wasn't real, after all. It was a manifestation, a projection. It had no power of its own, and Sarah knew this now. The air hummed with the raw, unbridled force of her will. The very fabric of the world around her bending to her determination. The figure of the house of the twisted thing that had haunted her shuddered, its edges flickering like a flame caught in the wind. "No more," Sarah whispered. With those two words, everything changed. The earth split open once more, but this time it wasn't a dark chasm that swallowed her. This was different. It was a door, her door, a door she had finally created for herself. The darkness tried to swallow her, but this time she embraced it. She let the darkness consume her, not as a victim, but as a survivor. It was her darkness, not the house's. And then, in a single moment, she was no longer standing in that place. The twisted reflection was gone. The house was gone. The weight that had been crushing her for so long had vanished. And for the first time in what felt like forever, she was free. She opened her eyes. The world around her was different. It wasn't the bleak, distorted land she had come to know. It wasn't the suffocating nightmare she had been trapped in for so long. It was a world of light, a world where the air was crisp and clean, where the horizon stretched wide and open, untouched by the grip of the house. Sarah blinked, her mind trying to process the shift. She was no longer standing in that empty plain, no longer tethered to the house's twisted reflection of reality. She was in a place of peace, a place that felt real. The oppressive weight was gone, and in its place there was only calm. The world before her seemed unspoiled, pure, untouched by the shadows that had once consumed her. She took a step forward, and the ground beneath her was solid. The shadows no longer lingered at the edges of her vision. The sense of being watched, the constant feeling of dread that had haunted her for as long as she could remember, was gone. And as she walked forward, Sarah realized something. She had never truly escaped the house, not because it was still in her, but because the house had never been about the walls, the floors, the stone. The house had always been inside her. It was her fears, her guilt, her memories. It was the part of herself she had refused to face, but now she had faced it. She had confronted it. She had won. For the first time in her life, she was free. The chains that had bound her, both the physical and the emotional, were shattered. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Sarah knew that she was no longer defined by the darkness. She was no longer defined by the house. But this time it was different. The landscape ahead was peaceful, calm. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and violet. The winds were gentle, and the trees rustled softly, as if in quiet reverence. This time, when Sarah took a deep breath, she felt the air fill her lungs without resistance, without fear. It was as though her soul had been cleansed, washed of the years of suffering and terror that had built up inside of her. She didn't need to run anymore. She didn't need to hide. She was home finally, truly home. And with that realization, Sarah took the first step into her new life, knowing that she had the strength to shape it however she chose. The house was gone, and so was its shadow. The last remnants of the darkness vanished, leaving nothing but light. Sarah stood there, her feet rooted in the earth. As the quiet winds of the new world whispered through the trees around her, the horizon stretched out before her like an uncharted path, one that could lead anywhere to any possibility. She had no idea where it would take her, but for the first time in her life, she felt a sense of peace, a sense of true freedom. The weight that had once burdened her every step, every breath, was gone. The house, its hunger, its suffocating presence, its twisted grip on her had been nothing but an echo now. Its shadows had finally faded, not only from the world, but from her mind and heart. The cold, creeping fear that had once curled like smoke in her thoughts had dissipated, replaced by the warmth of something far greater. Hope. It was a strange feeling, a foreign one, after everything she had been through. She had spent so long running from the shadows, so long caged by the remnants of the house's influence, that she had forgotten what it was like to feel the sun on her skin, to breathe freely, without the weight of 1,000 fears pressing down on her chest. Now she was alive. The breeze carried the scent of earth and flowers, fresh and vibrant, and she could hear the soft rustling of leaves as they swayed in the gentle wind. It was the kind of natural rhythm that she had been deprived of for so long, like a reminder that life, despite everything, had continued in the world outside the house. The world was still turning, still moving forward, and she, too, was finally moving forward with it. For so long, Sarah had been haunted by the specter of the house, as if it were an inescapable part of her. She had tried to run, to escape, but each time it had dragged her back. She had thought that by destroying the stone, by breaking the physical ties to the house, she would be free. And yet she had discovered that it was never about the house at all. It had been about her. The house had been an extension of her fears, her pain, her unresolved grief and guilt. It had been a reflection of the broken pieces she had never dared to face. But now, standing in this quiet, open space, Sarah realized that she had faced it all. She had confronted the darkest parts of herself, the parts that the house had fed Anand. She had finally let them go. The weight of her past no longer defined her. She was no longer a victim. She was free. Her heart swelled with the possibility of what could come next. The future, once a distant, terrifying concept, now seemed like a blank canvas, waiting for her to paint it. She could go anywhere. She could be anyone. And for the first time, she realized that the power to shape her life was entirely in her. Hands dot the sun dipped lower, casting a warm glow over the land. Sarah had no destination in mind, but she no longer needed one. She was not running from anything anymore. She was walking toward everything. As she took her first step forward, the earth beneath her seemed to pulse with her own heartbeat. The ground felt solid, sure. There were no cracks, no fissures. It was as if the world itself had risen to meet her, offering her stability, offering her strength. The shadows that had clung to her heels for so long were now nothing more than fleeting memories fading like mist in the morning light. Her breath was steady. She walked knowing now that she was not alone. The world was full of possibility, full of life, and she was a part of it. She didn't need to be afraid. The house had no hold on her anymore. And then, as she moved farther, from the place where she had once been bound, Sarah felt a shift in the air around her. It was subtle, like a ripple on the surface of a pond, but it was enough to make her pause and look back. Behind her, the land had started to change again. The world she had left behind, the one full of shadows and terror, began to fade. It dissolved into the distance, retreating like a memory being buried under time. A fading ghost that no longer had the power to haunt her. It was gone, swept away by the power of her own will. But as the old world dissolved, something new began to take shape before her eyes. The landscape shimmered with light, bright and full of life. It was as though the earth itself had been reborn, made new by the very act of Sarah's freedom. The trees stood taller, their branches stretching toward the heavens, their leaves vibrant and green. Flowers bloomed at her feet, delicate petals unfurling to greet her, like the earth itself was celebrating her release. In the distance, a small cottage appeared, nestled at the base of a mountain that rose majestically against the horizon. It was a simple structure made of stone and wood, with a small garden at the front. A thin wisp of smoke curled from the chimney, signaling the warmth inside. She didn't know how long she stood there, simply taking it all in the new world. The new beginning, the sense of peace that had settled around her like a blanket. But when she finally took a step forward, she knew exactly where she was going. The cottage was waiting for her. She wasn't sure if anyone lived there. She wasn't sure if it was real or simply a product of her mind, a symbol of everything she had worked toward. But it didn't matter. It was her home now, her place, a space she had created for herself, a place of warmth and solace, a sanctuary where she could finally be herself. The door to the cottage stood open, welcoming her, and as she crossed the threshold, Sarah felt the last of the weight lift from her shoulders. She wasn't burdened by fear or guilt anymore. She wasn't running from anything. She had found her way to this moment, to this new life, and it was hers to embrace. Inside the cottage, a fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room. The walls were lined with shelves filled with books, artifacts, and mementos, things that held no power over her now, but served as reminders of her journey. There was a table set with fresh flowers, a small vase of daisies, and a bowl of fruit that filled the air with sweetness. Sarah closed her eyes and sighed deeply, her hands resting on the soft fabric of the chair's arms. For the first time in a long time, she felt whole. Her heart was light and her soul was free. The shadows had no place in her life anymore. Outside, the sun began to rise, casting its light over the world as the first rays of morning broke through the sky. It was the dawn of something new, something beautiful, and Sarah was there, standing on the threshold of her future, no longer burdened by the weight of the past. She was free, and with that, she understood the final truth. There was no final door. Anymore, she had created the path before her. She was the architect of her own fate, and for the first time, she walked forward with no fear, only hope. Sarah sat in the chair by the fire, watching as the flames danced with a slow, steady rhythm. The warmth of the hearth wrapped around her like a comforting embrace, and the crackling sound of the wood settling into the fire filled the silence in a way that was peaceful, not oppressive. Outside, the world was quiet, bathed in the soft light of early morning. It was a new day without the looming shadow of the house. For the first time in years, Sarah felt truly at peace. Her mind no longer raced with frantic thoughts, and the memories of the house, the nightmare she had lived, no longer held the sharp sting they once did. The weight of them had lifted, as though a burden she hadn't even realized she had been carrying had simply vanished. The echoes of the pesto, the pain, the fear, the hunger of the house faded into nothingness, like fog dissolving under the rising sun. She could still remember the dark halls, the oppressive walls, the suffocating grip of that endless hunger. But now the memories felt distant, muted, as if they were someone else's experience entirely. The house had been a part of her, yes, but it no longer defined her. She ran a hand through her hair, which now fell freely around her shoulders. She had always kept it tied back in the past, a reflection of the restraints she had placed on herself, the walls she had built. Now it hung loose, untethered, just like her, free for so long. She had been a prisoner to the darkness, the house, the memories, the guilt. It had all tangled together, forming a web she couldn't break free from. But now, sitting in the warmth of the cottage, she realized how far she had come, how much she had survived. She closed her eyes for a moment and exhaled slowly, allowing herself to feel the fullness of the silence. The peace that filled the room was so different from the constant hum of anxiety she had lived with before. It was a silence that wasn't hollow, but whole, the kind of quiet that you could sink into and feel your soul breathe again. There was no more running, no more fighting. The battle was over, and she had won. Not because she had destroyed the house, but because she had faced it everything. It represented Dawn, chosen to walk away from it. She had chosen herself. Outside, the sun was rising higher now, the golden light spilling over the landscape, illuminating the trees and the rolling hills that stretched as far as the eye could see. The colors of the world seemed richer now, more vibrant, as if the earth itself had come alive after a long sleep. The air smelled of fresh earth, pine, and something sweet, a reminder that the world could still be beautiful, even after everything had been torn apart. The garden outside the cottage bloomed with wildflowers, their petals reaching for the sun, their colors so bright it almost hurt to look at them. Birds flitted from tree to tree, their songs filling the air with a melody that felt like music for the soul. Sarah could hear the faint sound of a stream trickling nearby, the water flowing clear and unbroken over the rocks. Everything around her felt alive, vibrant, moving toward the window to look outside once more. The land stretched out before her, endless and open. For the first time, Sarah didn't feel small in this world. She didn't feel like a victim of some cruel fate. She was part of it, all this world, this moment, this life. She had always thought that the house was a prison, that it was the source of her pain, her struggle, her suffering. And it had been, but it had also been the catalyst for her transformation. It had forced her to confront everything she had buried, every part of herself she had refused to face. It had broken her in ways she hadn't understood until now, but that was over. She had faced the darkness, she had faced herself, and now there was nothing left to do but live. A soft smile tugged at her lips as she turned from the window. The room inside the cottage was simple, modest, even, but it was hers. Every piece of furniture, every small detail, had been placed with care, with the intention of creating a space that was hers alone. She had no need for grandeur. She had no need for the things that once defined her. What she had now was the freedom to choose. She could go anywhere. She could stay here. Or she could continue walking toward the horizon, where the sky met the earth in a never-ending line of possibility. There was no more fear of what the future held, because now she knew that she could shape it. She could make it her own. The fire crackled again, the flames flickering with the same rhythm as her heartbeat. And for the first time, she truly listened. She listened to the sound of her breath, to the silence in the room, to the world beyond. The walls of the cottage, everything was as it should be. Everything was in its place. She was whole. The house had been part of her story, but it was no longer the chapter that defined her. She had turned the page. She had written the next part of her life, with one last look at the horizon. Sarah stepped outside, breathing in the crisp air, feeling the earth beneath her feet. She took a deep, steadying breath, feeling the warmth of the sun on her skin. There were no more shadows behind her. There was only light. The light that came from within her, from the strength she had discovered in herself. The light that had been there all along. She was free. She had always been free. And as she walked forward into the open world, she knew that this was only the beginning. The journey ahead was hers to make. The house no longer had any hold over her now. She was free to be whoever she wanted to be. And in that moment, for the first time in her life, she knew that there was nothing she couldn't